times are right. Uh, some are probably wrong. I did my best. This is Maria Report. We're here 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. The only such space here on Twitter, the only global space, the only space you can listen to get all the news you need to know from Ukraine, to hear Ukrainian voices, to understand what is happening inside Ukraine, to understand uh, the consequences of everything that is affecting Ukraine, from American politics to supply of weaponry to the search for weapons, all the weapons that Ukraine needs to win this war, to what's happening in the cities, towns, and villages of Ukraine under constant barrage by Russian artillery, Shahed drones, and missiles. So, welcome to Maria Report. We're coming back from a crash here tonight. Retweet this space. And with that, I want to welcome back uh, Chuck Farrer, but I also, Chuck, want to go to Brian, who broke the space.
Sorry, everybody.
Hey, you did it, buddy.
I,
I'm so glad you're on, Brian, actually.
Thank you. It's great to be here. I'm sorry about that. I said I was going to say something less obvious. I think that's when they killed us. I think I made my first 3 points, and then I was starting to talk about the same propagandists arguing on behalf of Putin and his bootlickers turning their guns on American politics. Is that where I lost everyone?
Just about there. Then you went on a tape loop, believe it or not. But yeah, keep going.
Oh, no one needs that. Well, so look, my point was I haven't been doing this counter propaganda work as long as a lot of people here, but I've been doing it pretty long. And part of the reason I stuck with it as long as I did, in addition to the absolute criticality of the Ukrainian cause and the Israeli cause to American security and world, actually the future of the planet, is I knew that the same propagandists, both human and bot, would be turning their guns on the 2024 US election. And if you like to take a lot of showers all day, you can go on an anonymous account and get into some of these ultra right wing spaces. And by the way, I'm a Republican. I worked for Condi Rice and George Bush, so I'm no Biden fan necessarily. But you go into these spaces, and I literally watched in real time when the Speaker of the House, the last Speaker of the House vote, where Moscow Mike Johnson got his nod, and there were death threats. The propagandists were threatening Republican members of the House and their families physically if they didn't vote for Mike Johnson to be Speaker of the House. And more recently, right before Ron DeSantis dropped out, and I know this is not about American politics, I'm just describing the techniques that are at play here. Before DeSantis dropped out, and even after DeSantis dropped out and endorsed Trump, these same bunches of people are doxing and threatening and physically threatening, especially women who dare to not toe the Trump line. So this is not playtime, you guys. Not only are these issues super important for the world, but the tactics that are being involved are deadly serious, and it's the same propaganda themes, it's the same techniques, it's the same tactics that the KGB invented 100 years ago, and they're just spewing them all over the world right now, and we're way behind. But I think the last thing I said, which probably didn't make the loop, was we as humans can fight the bots and the humans on the other side, and really that's the most important thing we can do. Thanks.
Yeah, Brian, absolutely. And it goes back to that one, perception is not reality, right? We look at things in this war, and we even look at, for example, with these totally out of the box death threats. Were I a Russian information warrior, that's the exact sort of extremist rhetoric you want to introduce into what otherwise should be a peaceful process. and inducing that polarity. I mean, Brian, you know, I mean, back in the old days when we were fighting active measures, I mean, we're seeing that right now, except they
Yeah.
didn't used to have the ability to target our politicians directly.
Yeah, they've industrialized the same methods they've been using for 100 years. And because of that and because of the internet, it's infinitely more successful and dangerous than it was 40 years ago.
Yeah, and you're right. It has been a one. They've had a century to craft this, this technique, because as you know, I mean, and everyone listening, I mean, the Bolsheviks were the absolute masters of this. They declared themselves the Bolsheviks, the majority party, when in fact they were not. It's that right out of 1984, up is down, day is night, black is white, the big lie. And we've seen this, in our own cases here. When an incident happens in the Ukraine war or anything else, if you are a Russian, it's important to get there first with your take on it. And that tends, whatever the first take is, the first explanation, the first rationalization, the first skewed report, that tends to resonate and echo in the information space. And no matter how preposterous the Russian claims are or explanations, they continue to resonate. You're constantly going back to sort of correct that initial report, and you're always going to get some lunkhead saying, "No, that's the way we first heard." It's crazy, Brian. It's nuts.
And
Well,
just
it's nuts.
one last quick thing, and then I'll drop because people want to hear you, not me. But to your point, Hitler and Goebbels and the KGB or NKVD leaders at the time, in so many words, said the bigger the lie and the more often repeated, the more likely people will believe it. And they just haven't changed.
No, they haven't. And it used to be, so a gazillion years ago, you'd walk around on the streets of Manhattan and there'd be posters, put up on construction sites. US biological weapon, AIDS is targeting Africans. That was the means that they could inflict the information space back then, literally handbills. And this was within recorded history. So this is the 80s and 90s, that they were still doing it. But now you can command a bot army. I mean, an eighth grader, a 10th grader has the information skills to put that sort of a campaign together. And the Internet Research Agency in Russia, that they're on that. Phone trees, just all of the tools that are available to them. But the technique is still the same. Inject hyperbole uh, into the dialogue. Take extremist positions on both sides of the issue, but polarize it as much as you can. And as Che Guevara always said, lean on the schisms. Right? Push your enemy apart. And they're doing it to us. And not only am I ashamed about what's going on, it makes me angry that we are such chumps, that we are allowing ourselves to be played off one another, that nobody pulls their heads up, gives it a shake, and says, hey, 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 who benefits from all of this infighting, this violent language, this extremist rhetoric and extremist positions? And it isn't us.
Chuck, thank you for that. Alan, if I may, I'm going to add and probably steal a tiny bit of your thunder. The first post that Alan added to the nest when we reconnected was one, of course, where Tucker Carlson has claimed that no Western journalist has bothered to interview Comrade Putin. However, the post is actually from Steve Rosenberg from the BBC. They have been trying to do that for the last 18 months. they've always received a no. We also need to note that there are 2 American journalists in prison in Russia right now for trying to ask the Russian government the right questions. That's Alsu Kermasheva, my apologies, who is accused of not registering as a foreign agent, which apparently all foreign journalists are supposed to do now. And yeah, you may say, well, her employer, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, maybe they're too liberal and the Russian government wasn't comfortable with that. But the other one is a journalist from the Wall Street Journal, which is one of our more conservative newspapers here in the United States. And that's Evan Gershkovich, who's been detained for 10 months. So when you look at this interview that Tucker Carlson is supposedly going to do, and you look at our imprisoned American journalists and the BBC journalists who have attempted to get interviews, pay attention, because the people who are in prison right now and the people who are unable to get those interviews probably have much more valid information than we'll ever hear from the guy who's actually getting the interview, supposedly. Alan, back to you.
And notice where Tucker Carlson is broadcasting from. It's the roof of the Hotel Moskva, which overlooks a Red Square in the Kremlin. This is a high security area in Moscow. No journalist is permitted on the roof of the Hotel Moskva to make a broadcast. But Tucker Carlson isn't a journalist. He's a propagandist. He's a propagandist on Putin's payroll. That's why he has access to the rooftop of the Hotel Moskva.
I wonder if we can trade him for the 2 real journalists who are in custody. And I will buy every listener a steak and lobster dinner if Tucker asks one hard question. Just one. He won't. This is going to be, you might as well send Barbara Walters to interview Putin. This is preposterous what he's doing. And, look, he is, Alan, I agree with you. He is just off the reservation, right? What justifies this war? He won't ask that question to Putin. He won't ask, why are you imprisoning American journalists? He won't ask a question about Bucha, Izium, Mariupol. None of those things are going to come up. And in consequence of that, look, you can make your own decisions about him, but there are so many people who require so much attention, so much adoration, so much affection from everyone. And he's just one more of those clowns, right? If you don't pay attention to him, he will do something even more outrageous. And I just, and put this in your 201 file also. He is the heir of the Swanson fortune, right? This guy did not go to Cal State Northridge working as a lifeguard to put himself through college. This guy is not of the people, by the people, or for the people. And his opinions, unfortunately, influence so many. I don't even know what to say, Ellen. This is sort of like I don't know, flying to Berlin and interviewing Hitler. What truly? What is the point?
Well, there is no point. But unfortunately, Tucker Carlson's report, his interview with Putin from Moscow, will reverberate in the United States. This is how Tucker Carlson prefaced his interview with Putin. He's conducting it because Americans don't understand what's happening in Ukraine. And so Tucker Carlson is interviewing the one person in the world who can explain that? Well, if Putin doesn't talk about the intentional genocide he's committing inside Ukraine, if he doesn't talk about his aim to completely overthrow the international world order, if Putin doesn't talk about his axis of terror with China, Iran, then obviously this interview is meaningless. It's propaganda, pure and simple. And if Tucker Carlson is not detained when he returns to the United States for his own interview by ICE, the Border Control, by the FBI, by the CIA, by the NSA, by a whole host of interviewers who should detain him when he gets off his plane at JFK or wherever he's going to fly into, then I have questions about that, because when I go through customs and I'm asked, do I have anything to declare? I always say, yes, I'm proud to be an American, but I'm not proud today, Chuck.
Yeah, it kind of bugs me. But we'll see. But this is Putin's propaganda event of the century, and there's always a tool, folks. There's always someone who's willing to do it. But just the fact that he's saying no one else could interview him, but I could, baloney, dude. Don't you get it? You're being used. Don't you get it? And we're not going to see anything substantive come of this. He's not going to ask one probing question. He's going to set him up and allow him to justify his invasion. Right. Remember that when he started this, he was going to liberate brother Slavic people from their cruel Nazi overlords. And that, from 2014 on, Russia beat that into the information space. Ukraine equals Nazis. Ukraine equals Nazis. Any effective Ukrainian formation that was fighting this invasion in the early stages of the war, they were Nazis, right? Totally ignoring the fact that the president of the country is Jewish, totally ignoring the fact that, this wasn't the case, but introducing that, calling them Nazis, showing some lunatics with some crazy tattoos, we're still fighting that. There are still Americans who will say, well, what about the Nazis in Ukraine? Really? Who's behaving like the Nazis? Alan, I guess we can report the facts. That's what we can do.
We can report the facts, Chuck. Who's creating a totalitarian, authoritarian, fascist nation opposed to the world? It's Vladimir Putin. You simply have to look at what he's doing inside Russia, controlling Russian citizens, militarizing Russian youth, disrupting any protests that occur inside Russia. Just a couple of days ago, in Red Square, arresting protesters, the wives of soldiers fighting in Ukraine, a nascent movement in Russia, bring them home. Wives of soldiers arrested, journalists covering the protest arrested. Putin is out to arrest every single Russian who shows any opposition to his rule and regime. And the Russian Duma is passing a law a day to enable Russian security forces to arrest any Russian citizen they suspect of opposing Putin or opposing the war. Let's go to Oyvind, to Peter to Mango Mussolini, and then to Sisi. Oyvind, please.
Yeah. Hi, Chuck. How are you?
Hello, Oyvind. Thanks for staying up. I hope you're well, friend.
Yeah, I'm not in Norway. I have a little riddle for you. You're gonna guess where I am. The time is 0:45, and it is on an island. And Horatio Nelson, he tried to take this island, but he lost his arm here. And another guy, much later, conspired in the wood here, and he actually he was fascist, and he took the country from the elected government in a civil war. Where am I?
Are you in Corsica? I blanked. I'm a big Horatio Nelson fan, but I blanked
No,
where he
I'm
lost
not in.
his arm.
I'm not in Corsica. It's in the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh my
I am
God.
on.
You're
I am
not
on
on-
Tenerife. I am on Tenerife. It's a bit embarrassing.
Tenerife. I'm
Yeah,
embarrassed, not
it's
you.
embarrassing to be here.
No, I'm glad you.
Yeah, it's embarrassing to be here when we know what's going on in Ukraine. But this is I'm not going to speak about myself. Putin, he gambled that he will win in Ukraine because of American politics, but he will fail. He will fail. He actually he gambled that Europe would not support Ukraine, and he will fail on that. He gambled that Europe would not support Ukraine because Europe will be dependent on energy from Russia, which they don't. And I've looked at some figures, and I will say why I'm calling you. Europe, EU alone, and we are not talking about the UK, they are not EU any longer. EU alone have 12 million people unemployed. EU, they have not a big arm production. I have learned from you that all the way up to now, they have developed very sophisticated modern weapon, more modern than anything that the Russians have. And with 12 million people unemployed, these people are paid for. It will not cost them very much to actually put these people into employment, and with some job rotation around, which will happen, they can speed up the arm production, ammo production, far more than what Russia can do. Putin will fail. Thank you.
Oyvind, you are right as usual. He is going to fail. With the army that he has, the generals he has, the weapons he has, the political liabilities that Putin has, he is not invulnerable. He isn't going to win the war in Ukraine. But how long that war goes on, that's in the hands of the West. And again, when I say the West, I mean Washington, because there are NATO partners who are doing everything they possibly can to help Ukraine. And frankly, the United States is not doing much. It's not breaking a sweat. And you know, the largest economy in the world, the arsenal of democracy, the country that produces, or heretofore produced, the state-of-the-art weapons, it isn't doing enough. It's not pulling its load. And Oyvind is right. If I had to answer who is the most innovative creator of munitions on the planet, and who is evolving the tactics of land and naval warfare, it's Ukraine. It isn't the United States. Uh, we look at how Ukraine has changed warfare forever. You know, I'll just name two weapons: the first-person drone and the unmanned surface vessel, the the naval drones. We just saw them wave attack Russian missile corvette. Most of us have seen that video. You watched it in real time. If that had been an American destroyer, it wouldn't have done very much better than that missile corvette did. Those weapons are absolutely game changing. That's just naval war. First person drones, absolutely a game changer. Reported just a day or so before this came out, but in fact, I posted the link to that position paper just a day before, and I didn't know that President Zelensky was going to announce it, but he's just formed a new branch of his military, and that's going to be the drone branch. So it will stand, a branch of the service is like, there's the Department of Defense, there's the Secretary of the Navy, Secretary of the Air Force, Secretary of the Army. These are all branches. But Ukraine will now create a drone service as a standalone service within their defense structure. No other nation has done that. You know, I don't think the United States is ever going to do something like that. But this is Ukraine absolutely innovating. And we can talk about some of the tensions that are extant in the Ukrainian defense structure. But President Zelensky rather, I wish Zelensky was president. No, I don't. Zelensky's doing a good job. He promised changes in the National Command Authority in Ukraine, and they are doing it. And that is basically so the command structure can keep up with the innovations that evolve on the battlefield, are so rapidly prototyped and then sent back out there. And we see in the course of a month, 30 or 40 days, these Ukrainian weapons go through generational shifts. So what sort of evolution in tactics and technology in the West might take a decade, in some cases 2 decades, it happens in a month in Ukraine. And we have kept seeing that, Alan, again and again on the battlefield, back to the boffins, rapid prototyping and application, and that changes tactics.
There's a host of tweets up in the nest now about drones, Chuck. We are going to talk about drones tonight before we get to the maps on the zero line. We also have a lot of hands up, and the order is this. It's Peter, it's Mango Mussolini, it's Untel, then Cece, then Loves Democracy. If you all can remember that order, you will be better than me. Peter, go ahead.
Right on, Alan. Thank you. Hey, Chuck. So going back to last week, I brought this up with you then, and it's great that Cece is here. In answer to Dryfly's excellent question, what can we do in this moment? You know, besides the extraordinary work that Cece and others are doing, politicking the Fed government, is FPV drones. And actually on another space a week or 10 days or so ago, an extraordinary woman, Ukrainian, lives in the States. Actually, I guess a friend of Cece's, actually. It's not my place to name her. She does an extraordinary job of getting stuff across the border. And she was up and down the zero line just a few weeks ago and made it very clear, 2 points, actually, one that I didn't consider, that the government of Ukraine or any other nation state government does not supply FPV drones to the AFU, to the guys on the front line. It's all crowdsourced, all of it. And you know, the numbers that they face against the enemy, you know, as we all know, are overwhelming. And it's the incredible use of those FPV drones. 95% made in China. That's why the government, et cetera, isn't supplying them. Is the only thing that's keeping them there and keeping them in the fight. So, there have been great initiatives here on MriyaReport, but it's like, it seems to me in this moment, and I know you'll be breaking down at Vika for us, Chuck, the critical moment that's happening there. Like, I can't imagine a greater focus right now than just supplying all the FPV drones that all the supporters around the world can do. And just one other point, not exactly a pushback to Brian's points, and recently a lot of Ukrainians have shown that they understand the particulars of US government, et cetera, very well. It's not America that's holding back the 61 billion. It's not the Congress or the Senate. It is very specific members of Congress and members of the Senate in alignment with the next president who are doing this. And, generally fair-minded people and who want to see the US succeed around the world understand this. But I think it's really important right now that we focus in on, who's performing what act, who is taking what stand, and, not make it, a grander statement, because it's not, right? Like, for all the Americans on MriyaReport and everywhere else, a large majority of them are not represented by any of these actions. And I'm out.
Right on. Almost the last thing we can depend on, and I mean this as a last line of defense, is the simple sense of right and wrong that the American people have. It is wrong to abandon Ukraine. It is wrong to retard the flow of munitions and weapons and support to a nation fighting for its own existence. Right? Ukraine didn't start this war. They didn't invade Russia and ask us to bail them out of it. And you're right. It isn't even all the Congress. It isn't even all the politicians. We are the victims of this asymmetrical political warfare. These men and women got their stuff in one sock, and they've been able to prevent the United States from doing the right thing. And, in my heart of hearts, I just so fondly hope that the American people, when they are looking at the election cycles to come and the politicians who are running, those hard questions, right? I can only pray that something like this would happen at a town hall, but those are staged, folks. That's not the Norman Rockwell painting where the working man stands up and asks the pointed questions. I mean, these are all pre-selected questions, but I'd love to hear somebody say, why are you turning your back on Ukraine? Why is this not a high priority security issue of national security for the United States? What can we expect a triumphalist Putin to do next? You let a bully steal your lunchbox on the first day of school, and you're going hungry for the rest of the year. They only speak one language, and they are all cowards, including Putin. We've got to stand up to them. That's just it. I don't like to fight, but by God, I'll finish it. We have to have that same attitude. Your congressmen and women, they're vulnerable, right? 24 months. Let's remind them of that. And it will come to this. If we gang stalk these people and we keep pinging on them, they're going to have to make this decision. Do I ride this train with the other obstructionists and give whatever political doggy biscuit I'm going to get tossed later down the road? Maybe. Or do we convince them that they're going back to Jackson, Mississippi in 10 months because we're going to throw them out? So let's throw them out. Alan, and I should stay off politics, folks. I don't know the first damn thing about it. So, but I know what's right and wrong.
Yeah, we're not talking politics. We're talking about the effect that delay of U.S. aid to Ukraine has had on the battlefield. And we're going to see that in Avdiivka. We're going to see that when we go through the maps. But we're also going to have a pretty focused conversation about drones. That's why all those tweets are up in the nest. But first, we're going to clear the hands. It's Mango Mussolini. It's Untel. It's Loves Democracy. It's Cece. Mango, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan. I'd like to just go by Mango Moose if possible going forward. But I just had a two-part question for Chuck. Canada's currently sitting on 83,000 CRV-7 rockets that are slated for decommissioning. I've been writing my politicians, but I just want to get a little bit better understanding of these rockets. Part of the reason that there's been hesitancy is that they are not necessarily in the best shape, and they say there are dangers associated with trying to ship them to Ukraine, even though Ukraine has been willing to assume responsibility for that. And the second question, part of the question is, what is the actual utility and likelihood of use of these on the modern battlefield? And I'll listen after this. Thank you.
Well, full disclosure, I actually had to take a look at this because I wasn't familiar with what the CRV-7 is. So I'm scanning this here. So it's a folding fin ground attack rocket. I'm trying to see what its propulsion system is. So I'm literally scanning this this article. Well, instead of reading off the page here, there is a problem. Depending on what your warheads are made out of, if those are TNT-based warheads, they don't age very well. The problem with those are the TNT itself. It can sort of ooze out of the warhead. So most explosives in warheads are much more stable. And I'm scanning this article, but I cannot see what the warhead is. So this information is incomplete. I'm pretty sure that
I can add a touch of context to that. There's various different warheads, and most of them have had the warheads removed, and it is a solid rocket booster on them.
So they must be worried about the stability of the solid rocket motor. See, here's the thing. I mean, I'd have to read in and take a good look at this weapon. So this could be a legitimate safety concern, or it could be an excuse, right? But let's give the government the benefit of a doubt, which I generally don't advise. If there is a question about the stability of these rockets, then they would be extremely dangerous to ship, and especially if you load a whole bunch of them together. It would only take one sensitized rocket motor to set them all off. And, you know, whatever was carrying these items, whether it be merchant ship or aircraft or whatever, it's just going to go away. But I don't know. Actually, when we get a chance, I'll read into this. But I think that's basically it. This is either an excuse or it's a legitimate safety concern. But looking at this weapon, I'm not exactly sure that this is going to be actually a game changer for Ukraine. We're looking at 2.7-inch rockets. Generally, those things have got a range of like I don't know, 5 to 10 kilometers. So I'm not sure this is going to be a big deal.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Mango, I think Latin has some information about these CRV-7 rockets in Canada. Only about 10%, 8,000 still have warheads. The remainder are rockets alone. Latin, What can you tell us about these 83,000 rockets, CRV-7s, stockpiled in Canada?
Can't say much about the state that they're in as far as any potential safety issues, but the weapon system was used widely by Canada in the during the Cold War, kind of the middle to late era, typically pod mounted. And I think what the Ukrainians are looking at, although there is the possibility they may try to launch them from a pod mounted onto a vehicle, I got a feeling that primarily they might be thinking of replenishing stocks of other unguided rockets, Soviet and American, that they launch from low level on their Su-25s, their fixed wing tactical aircraft, and their helicopters. That's a tactic, Chuck, that we've discussed here on this space before. I know there's a lot of questions about how effective it is, but one thing is for sure, both sides have continued to use that method of low-level unguided rocket delivery. Like you said, not very long range. It's a battlefield weapon. But yeah, they've both been using them, so I got to think at this stage of the war, they see some value in it. But that was the first thing I thought when I heard about this weapon being requested.
Yeah, and you know what impressed me more is the sort of I'm not so sure about the efficacy of it, of like individual rockets, but when you're saying 83,000, there's a there is a quality to quantity, and that would be it. Would you say this is sort of comparable to something like a Zuni rocket? I mean, I'm reading it's fin stabilized, pod mounted. Would you put it in that category of air to ground unguided rocket?
Yeah. Although Zuni does have the laser guided variant that I don't think Ukraine ever ended up getting. But yeah, it's in essentially the same category, and they would be launching it from low level. It arcs and hits the Russian target, kind of scatters. It's by no means a precision weapon, as I'm sure you know, Chuck. I think that's what they're hoping to use it for, because this tactic is widely used by both sides.
By both sides, right? They got to pop up and squirt the rockets off. Wow. I wouldn't, I don't mean to poo-poo this at all, because Ukraine needs everything. And when we get to Avdiivka, we're gonna see exactly what a shortage of indirect fire munitions does, how it changes the dynamics of the battlefield. And right, so Ukraine needs everything. But again, so I don't advise taking the government at their at their word, but I do note in what I just read that Britain apparently destroyed their comparable weapons back in 2009. So things get old. They've got to be. If they're unstable to ship, then they're a menace to you and not the enemy. But I don't know.
Thanks, Latin, for that key information there. To Untal, loves democracy. You put your hand down, but if you put it back up, you're after Untal and then CC. Untal, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for this space. Every time I come on, I am very grateful to be able to have this contact with like-minded individuals. Chuck, a pleasure to have you. I look forward to hearing from you and your wisdom every single time. One thing that I just wanted to bring up, every time we have a conversation regarding the talking points, the pushback that we get, oh, these are your taxes. Tucker Carlson brought it up in his first minute that I could stand him, that I listened to. He mentioned that we are paying for one way or another for this war. And people always try to push the idea that, well, this is your money being spent, being wasted. Why don't we take care of our own here? We have homeless problems. They start bringing up all these other things. one thing that I always love to do is to remind them that taxes buys me civilization. Um, I was born in Latin America. I grew up in Florida, in the United States, and I'm currently living in Canada because of many different things that happened throughout my life that were beyond my control. But one thing that I hear all the time is, well, they're taking our taxes and they're giving it away to other people, and why should they be doing that? Um, Especially in Canada, where tax rate is a little bit higher. I tell everybody, and I encourage everyone to push back every single time you hear this. Taxes is the purchase of civilization, of living in a place where if, God forbid, something happens to you, you need assistance, you need to go to a hospital, you need a policeman or a fireman, you can pick up your phone, or you have the expectation that something will be done to assist you, to help you. That's the main thing that I see people just glossy eyed every time I throw that line at them. Well, taxes buys me civilization. I am okay with paying taxes because I like knowing that if tomorrow I have some horrible accident or something happens where I need help, someone is going to show up. Um, right now, it is our turn as the Western world to show up for Ukraine. I am very big on promises. I'm very big on keeping your word, and it's a stone in my shoe, the fact that Ukraine gave up its nuclear program for a promise, for a word from his Western allies and partners for protection. And that now the time of need has come where, I mean, just could you imagine if all of a sudden Zelensky came out and told everyone that, guess what? We have a secret nuclear program, Israel. Imagine if that would happen. Pandemonium and all the, um, not to offend anybody, but to use one of my cadre's phrases, all the tree hugging hippies would lose their mind. Um, Remember that. Throw that line out there. Push back against this narrative because it's also an informational conflict. Yes, I'm totally fine, and I say it again and again. It is okay. I will gladly pay more taxes if it guarantees my safety, if it guarantees the safety and security of my allies, if it allows me to focus on my life and not worrying about being killed by a thug, by a bully. Keeping these people at bay, these evildoers, um, it is part of the heritage that comes with having won 2 world wars and refusing to build an empire like every other country and every other nation did after they were victors. The United States decided that they did not want to have an empire, that their empire was built upon ideas, and that is where we draw our strength. Chuck, thank you very much. Alan, great job. Um, that's all I have to say for you guys. I'm going to go back to listening. Thank you so much.
You really put that right on the head. I think it's Aldous Huxley who said, people sleep safely in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to use violence on their behalf. And this is a national security issue. Tucker Carlson, the world is not going to be a better place if Putin gets to rape Ukraine. We know what fate will befall Ukrainian civilians if Russia succeeds in crushing this nation. And that isn't going to happen. Ukraine isn't going to let it happen. But we also need to remember that when Ukraine became only the second nation on earth to voluntarily break up its nuclear weapons program, we gave them implicit security guarantees. We told them that we would guarantee their security if they disarmed, and they did. And we are reneging on that. We promised them. And besides, let's throw all of that out. Let's say you're an American first kind of person. And I always like those kind of people because they're so predictable. I guarantee you they've never served. I promise you. They've never been in the armed forces. They've never been in the Peace Corps. They have never done anything for their country. Invariably, I find that to be the case. Even if I was a cynical America first kind of person, why wouldn't I let the Ukrainians fight on my behalf to create a geopolitical circumstance that is beneficial to me? No American blood spilled. Let them do it. It's an untenable position for these people to say, who cares about Ukraine? That just makes no sense. But one of the things we do here at the MriyaReport, and I really think of it this way: we equip you for your next cocktail party, for your next dinner party. So if you're sitting next to someone who holds those kinds of views, you can hold out to them the facts. You know what the military situation is in Ukraine. You know why certain things are happening on the battlefield. You know that it's a result of broken promises by the United States. You know how much Ukraine is sacrificing and bleeding and enduring in this war. And you can articulate to those people how the security of our European allies, that's what's in the balance here. And, every time we can influence just one or two people, if we can disabuse them of their incorrect assessments of what's going on in Ukraine, then we sort of benefit, and do it in a civil, polite manner. It won't take long to undercut these sort of ridiculously held positions. I think Tucker Carlson did great, and you can sit there and dab your napkin off your lips and say, why didn't he ask about Bucha? Why didn't he ask about the theater in Mariupol that was hit with a 500-pound laser-guided bomb? Did he talk about Izium? Did he talk about refugee convoys attacked? Did he talk about the Kupiansk train station attack where the cluster munitions were used against a full refugee train, timed exactly when the people were getting on the? Did he talk about any of that? So, Alan, but we're in the fight, folks. We're going to in it. We're in it to win it. And you know what? Being a happy warrior is the best thing on earth because it pisses your enemies off.
And we want to piss off all our enemies we possibly can. To Cece, to Will, to Martin, and then 6 of the 8 tweets in the nest are about drones. And there's a reason for that, because there's a lot of drone news coming out today. Cece, go ahead.
Hi, Chuck.
Sorry, Cece, you caught me drinking a drink. How are you?
That's okay. I just wanted to say hi and commiserate for a millisecond. But 2 things. So one is one of the units that I help. I just wanted to have a moment for. One of the units that I helped lost a valiant fighter named Gocha and Zuriko. And I was hoping everyone here would donate their calls in their name. in your mind while you're doing it. They sure deserve it, because the reason that they died was Commander Mamuka said, was directly a result of the fact that they did not have artillery for cover. This was not deaths, murders due to war. This is directly due to my country and people who stopped funding and have stopped funding since August. These are murders and the blood is on their hands. But what you were just saying about a fighter, an upbeat fighter, there's even the greatest footage of Gocha just hours before his death, dancing. So he was just a beautiful light, and indeed, dancing in the face of absolute monsters, for doing the right thing, right? So I just want all of us who are sick and tired of calling and writing, like, it's just repulsive at this point, and it just feels insane and inane and like Groundhog Day. It's appropriate, to know that there's fighters in the trenches who are also feeling the same thing, but actually dying and giving their lives. And so, Chuck, I know when you're in a battle and the chips are down and it's not going too well, at all, and hasn't been going well for a very long time. I'm assuming your guys don't give up and they keep on keeping on, as we say here in Texas.
No, that's the only thing you can do. And your world kind of focuses down to the men and women on your team. And I don't think there's a soldier in the world who's ever gone to the show and hasn't discovered that when the chips are down, what you're fighting for is the man or woman on your right and left. That's what you're fighting for. And I'm glad you brought that up. It's something that, we need to remember. We ask, call your representative, stay in the fight, keep it up. We're not asking you to sleep in your backyard tonight, or we're not asking you to dig a 6-foot hole in your backyard and live in it for the next 3 weeks before you get rotated out. And in the meantime, I'm going to keep shooting at you. The sacrifices that the men and women in Ukraine are making, they are immense, right? They are, it sounds corny, but it is absolutely true. They have left their professions. They have left their trades. They have left their lives. They've left their families, and they have put everything on the line for their country. You can't ask more of a human being than that. And I'm not putting the guilt trip on anybody, but Catholic guilt, I got it. What sacrifices are we asking of ourselves? It isn't that much. To make a phone call tonight when we get off, leave a message. I mean, that just isn't very much. But I'm preaching to the choir here. Everyone who's listening, look, you are sharing your time with us, and we always appreciate that. You are contributing donations to MriyaReport. We're doing everything we can to get needed equipment right onto the zero line to people who need it, to people who are affected by the war, with the solar power systems we bought for hospitals, the generators, non-lethal aid, the medicine, the tourniquets, everything that we can get into the hands of Ukrainian people who need it. And it's staggering to think that one of Ukraine's most effective weapons on the battlefield, and frankly, one that they cannot get enough of, these first-person drones, they're all crowdfunded. I mean, that's staggering. An important tool for their military, people pass the hat for it. I mean, if you stop and think about how sobering that is, you try to imagine American soldiers in conflict in some distant land, and they were dependent on donations. to allow them to fight an implacable, vicious, criminal enemy. You know, we're not asking a lot. And then, you know, two things you can do, right, Cece?
Yeah, definitely. So, and if you're not down with guilt, I grew up going to Catholic school. There's also just the inspiration of this man's light. Like, just I'll only leave it up there for 2 minutes, and then I'll take it out so it doesn't clog up the nest. But look at this man's light. Look at him dancing. This is right before he died. So inspiration, right? Like donate your calls to this man and just send that energy out into the world, so he didn't die for nothing. Because, I mean, you talk about imbuing your life with deep meaning. This is really connecting like one soul and one action right here. So just his inspiration and just being such a beautiful human who gave up everything, and just lived day by day in a hilarious, beautiful way. To me is just so inspirational. Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah, and Cece, I totally get that. You know, I did everything I could whenever I was in combat to not. I felt there was this battle of souls and battles of will, and I wasn't going to let myself, and as much as possible, be negatively affected by this. You know, I couldn't for a lot of reasons. I had to lead. I had to be positive. I had to, I had to convince the people I led that I was doing everything I could to complete our missions, which unfortunately in the military, mission comes before the men. Mission comes first. But I had to convince the men that I led, I'm in it with you. If it was a dangerous thing to do, I made sure I was doing it. And to see that beautiful soul who did not let this conflict change who he was, right? And that's what the nation of Ukraine is attempting to do as well. They're not going to let this conflict crush their future, right? They have turned their face to the West. They have picked the side that they want to be on, the side naturally where they should be, joining the other nations of Europe in a prosperous future, in a democratic future, in everything that we totally take for granted, right? We completely take it for granted. And some of our listeners tonight, they have lived in dictatorial countries. They have seen and know what it's like to live in a nation where there is no freedom of expression, no freedom of speech. You have no equality before the law. You do what you're told, and you just, you suck the side of the fish tank, and you just try to stay out of the way of the authorities. And as soon as you could, many of our listeners, they left, and they came to the West, and they came to places where they had a chance, right? They didn't have to vote for a president for life. They didn't have to worry about the knock on the door in the middle of the night. All they wanted was a place to work, raise their families, and have some chance of a bright future. And that's what Ukraine's fighting for. That's all they want. And it isn't going to hurt us as a nation to help them achieve that end.
All they want is a life like the one that we all lead. It's all they want.
And Cece, if you wouldn't mind, if you could also add that to the purple pill, just so that when we do prune the nest, I think it's valuable for all of us to remember that when we make our last minute, I hate talking to people, so I'm going to do it off hours calls tonight. I want to make sure we have it to reference. Thanks.
Thanks, Nancy. Before we get to drone warfare and the drone news coming out today, let's go to Will, then to those 6 tweets in the nest about drones and how Ukraine is going to ramp up drone production and use drones on the zero line. Will, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Nancy, Chuck, Alan, just an observation that from an international perspective that, we're currently focused on, I don't know the schmozzle or whatever you'd call it in America, but I just want to note that there's some real parallels here between what's happening in virtually every one of the liberal democracies. That as you're talking to your representatives or whatever, we should try to keep in mind and be ready to counter an answer that we're repeatedly getting, and that has to do with risk taking. If you think about the rockets from Ukraine, or sorry, Canada. If you think about the Taipan helicopters in Australia, the ATACMS missiles that are surplus in America, we oftentimes get liberal democracy people in the bureaucracies or the government of our countries being very paternalistic in relation to talking about support for Ukraine and saying, "Oh, we can't send them those because it's too risky." The two things about that are, Chuck, from your book, I know that for a fact that you were in periods of time when you were allowed discretion to take risks that could, in fact, cost your life. And when people are facing life and death danger, it is standard to allow them to decide the level of risk tolerance they're willing to accept. And that's the key point we need to keep making with these folks who talk about, well, I could give that stuff to Ukraine, but we think those Taipan helicopters might be dangerous. You know what? That's for Ukraine to decide. A-10 Warthogs, well, they're not a permissive environment, so they might be, not survivable. That's a decision for Ukraine to make. If we've got the stuff, the problem is most of our governments aren't doing this in a proactive fashion. We should literally be looking through every one of our departments of defense and identifying stuff that we're going to get rid of anyway and asking Ukraine preemptively if they want it. It's just turning over shit we were going to throw away anyway. It's stuff that if it's dangerous to handle or dangerous to use, tell Ukraine the details and let them make the decision about what's too risky or not for them. If we're not going to step in with new aid, why would we be continually acting paternalistically into stuff we're going to throw out anyway? I find it continually frustrating and annoying. And I just hope everybody, if you're talking to the Australian government or the British government or the Canadian government or the American government, to make sure that they understand that risk tolerance should be defined by those taking the risk. And Ukraine has asked for these things, so let them be involved in that decision-making process. Thanks.
Yeah, I wish the EDA was not capped at $500 million. Jesus.
Yeah, it is really. I can't figure it out. I don't know. It appears that there is this sort of international conspiracy not to allow Ukraine sufficient arms to strike decisive blows. And I look at this from all sorts of angles. Is it the intent of the United States to prolong this war, to hope to simply grind down and attrite the Russian army? And, if that is the plan, which I heartily disagree with, what are the consequences of that? Well, we'll get to Avdiivka, and I'll show you some direct consequences. Exactly what's happening. Quid pro quo. You've done this, and here's the result on the battlefield. I don't see how Ukraine is expected to reclaim territory if you're not enabling it to conduct combined arms ground maneuver warfare. And To embark on those sorts of operations, there are certain preconditions that must be established. These laws of warfare. This isn't a guess. You can't do it unless you've got air defense dominance at the point of attack. You need sufficient air defense systems there covering your maneuver elements and their ground lines of communication. Air superiority or even air parity, it's not an option, right? You can't do it. It won't work. If your enemy prowls the skies with impunity and can drop precision strike munitions on you anytime it wants to, you're not going to, that it just isn't going to work. Everybody in the Pentagon knows this. Everybody, every admiral, every general, every colonel, every captain, every mate, everybody knows this. So where is the disconnect, right? It has to be at the political level. And I don't see anything that I can justify as a legitimate strategy going forward. The way it's going now is not going to work. And just look at the dynamics of this. There is a pending Russian offensive going on right now. It's in the offings. 40 or 50,000 troops have been infiltrated into the easternmost parts of Ukraine along the Kupiansk and Kremenna battle spaces. What are they going to do? Right? How is Ukraine going to rebuff their offensive operations if they don't have sufficient artillery shells? If their air defense systems are not at the front, they are protecting Ukrainian civilians in the cities. How is it supposed to work for Ukraine to beat off this pending Russian series of offensive operations? How is that? How are they expected to do it? You know, you're not going to catch anyone in the mainstream media asking that question in a White House briefing. Why not? Well, I can answer that question, but I won't even go sideways there. They don't. There isn't an answer for it. You ask that question to the Secretary of Defense, as much as I admire him, he won't have an answer. He won't. And he's going to quickly wind up with the 5-syllable words scurrying away from answering your direct question. How's Ukraine supposed to win with this sort of with these troubles you're introducing to them? And here's another thing that it affects: the tension that exists between General Zaluzhny and President Zelensky. Man, I can see the stressors. Absolutely. President Zelensky saying, I want you to conduct some offensive operations. I want some territory back. I need to show progress to our Western donors. And President Zelensky is saying just what I said. How am I supposed to do that without air defense? Where am I supposed to establish the logistical depots, the ammunition storage, the ground lines of communication? How am I supposed to project power when I have to worry constantly about attack from the air? How do you expect me to undertake offensive operations when I don't even have enough artillery shells for defensive fires every day? How do you expect me to do that, Mr. President? How do you expect me to penetrate these kilometer-wide Russian minefields where I face tens of thousands of anti-personnel and anti-vehicle and anti-armor mines, and I have no mine cleaning equipment? And by the way, how am I supposed to get that mine clearance equipment to the zero line without it coming under attack from the air? You know, decent questions, but that's why there is tension between a prudent, in my estimation, a fine general officer who knows his stuff backwards and forwards, and a president who needs results. Who created this situation? We did, Alan.
Yeah, we did create it. General Zaluzhny has been completely upfront about what he can and can't do with the military equipment he has today. And Chuck, as you've pointed out, a commanding general's responsibilities include preserving the army you have, saving the lives of soldiers who will live to fight when you send them forward. And Zaluzhny has done that. As I say, Zaluzhny has been completely honest about what he can and can't do with the military equipment that he has on hand. Chuck, let's quickly go to Latin. Then let's talk about drones. And we will, the first map we'll go to is Avdiivka. Latin?
Looking forward to hearing about Avdiivka. Just wanted to comment on Cece, if you're still there. You mentioned that I think you referenced the excess defense articles, and as I understand it, it's that 500 million limit is it depends on, it doesn't depend. The administration is able to set the value of the equipment that they want to transfer to an allied nation, and that allied nation would incur the cost of transporting the equipment to their country. So that does leave quite a bit of leeway there. And Chuck, you may have heard just before you were on, but it looks as though this approach is starting to get some results. And I know that there's some significant equipment coming from Ecuador, and the commander of Southern Command, U.S. Southern Command, is doing quite a bit of work in Latin America right now. I think there could be some interesting more things coming out of there.
Yeah, and Ukraine needs everything. There isn't anything that they don't need. I mean, it's really frustrating to watch. And I was listening Latin while you were on. You did a great job explaining, who has what equipment in Latin America and why. And, the United States seems to favor these left-handed circuitous arms supply lash ups so that our standing allies get more of the newer equipment and the older equipment gets sent to Ukraine. I'm not sure I think that's the best way forward, but it is a way forward. The United States only benefits from supplying updated munitions to our allies. It only creates jobs in the United States, tax revenue, economic benefit that, the Hudson Institute says 80%. You donate $1 million, 800,000 of that comes back as revenue, as economic benefit, as jobs to the individual states. So it's so frustrating and unfathomable to me why we delay, why we just can't step up and do this. And as far as the media, there isn't a single person sitting in a White House briefing that is going to risk having his or her press credentials yanked because they ask a tough question. So remember that when those hands go up and you're watching a White House briefing, they are captive, right? They are captive to their sources. And the little journalism that I have done in Washington for a couple of years, I saw that absolutely completely. And I was outside of that sort of captive loop. I was never high up in the media apparatus. I was more of a talking head. But there were things that the media didn't even want a guest, a talking head to say. It was just too inconvenient. And there we are. There we see operations in the information space. All of these things are meant to skew, or incidentally, they skew our vision of what's going on here. But put that little thought under your bonnet and watch the next White House briefing. You can see that some of the questions are absolutely inane. And some of those questions are actually fed to the correspondent who gets to put their hand up and ask the question. And it's literally a case of, nice doggy, I'll give you a little tidbit, a little doggy biscuit of information down the line. But you scratch my back and I'll make sure you get a dog biscuit later. And unfortunately, that explains most of the Washington media. Not all of it, but a great deal of it.
A great deal more of the Washington media today than the Washington media 40 years ago, frankly. Correspondents have changed, and we are suffering as news consumers. We are suffering from that change. Latin, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Chuck, I really had to mention something, kind of amplify something that you just mentioned. Primarily, the concern is sending equipment to Ukraine so that it can continue its fight. But there are offsets, obviously. There are benefits to the United States. In the next few days, we may hear about whether or not, after a year of rumors and reports, whether or not France will actually make a move in offering combat aircraft to Ukraine. This is something that is out there right now and might be announced by President Macron next week. If that happens, Americans, I'm not American, right? But Americans have to, when they hear that news, if they hear it, they have to understand that that's not just an opportunity lost to help a country that's defending itself. It's a real loss for American workers and the American economy, because France, if they provide Mirage 2000s, from the French arms point of view, ask anybody at Dassault, that is a no-brainer bridge to a new build Rafale contract down the road. And France benefits from that. And if it is them that make that move and benefit from it, good for them. But it will have been a big loss for the U.S.
Absolutely. There's so much, there are so many pluses and no negatives about supplying Ukraine with weapon systems that are still relevant on the battlefield. And in fact, we should step back, and the United States Army is actually doing this, rewriting doctrine now, looking at the results that Ukraine is achieving on the battlefield with weapon systems that nobody saw coming, right? Or if they did, and we've talked about this previously, you go to DARPA with a great idea. Believe me, the world does not embrace great ideas. They don't. I've seen it happen so many times. Great ideas get lured into a cul-de-sac and stabbed by the powers that be. Nobody wants disruptive technology. The powers that be don't want it. Ukraine has applied that disruptive technology onto the battlefield, and they've shown that they can prototype it, put it into combat, judge its effectiveness, rapidly take the battlefield experience, put it into the next generation of weapon, and we're talking generation in this case, as I mentioned earlier, being a matter of months. I mean, they are already at the 4th and 5th generation of their naval drones, and rapidly closing on the possibility of completely autonomous subsurface attack drones. That's incredible. All we've got to do is help them out. They've got the guts, they've got the brains, they have the desire for liberty. I mean, let's do it.
So one of the ways Ukraine is getting the job done itself is by ramping up drone manufacture, ramping up drone innovation. That's why I've put up 6 tweets in the nest, Chuck, because there's a lot of good news about drones today coming out of Ukraine. We can talk about President Zelensky organizing a drone command unit. We can talk about the Turkish drone manufacturer, Baykar, setting up a drone factory in Ukraine. We can talk about the effect that Ukraine has already had with drone warfare inside Russia, striking Russian oil refineries and interrupting, if not eliminating, Russian refinery capacity. Drone warfare, more and more and more, is coming to the forefront. It's the future, and Ukraine is on the cusp of this future.
It really is. And General Budnov is really a bellwether in this war. He indicated a month or so ago that Ukraine was considering a change of strategy in the war. And so drones themselves, an instrument of war used on the battlefield, it is a weapon that is, that fits tactic, right? And strategy is the overarching, strategy is commander's intent. Tactics are the means by which the commander's intent is actuated. And by that change in strategy, as we can see from these deep strikes that are, frankly, incredible technological achievements, Ukraine being able to strike Russian oil refineries in St. Petersburg. I mean, just spin your globe over there and take a look at how long a strike that was. But there you can see very obviously what is the shift in strategy? And that is, I would say this, that decision was made. Here's the War College level. What enables Russia to fight in Ukraine? Well, money, right? So how are they earning money? Well, they earn about $1 billion a day in energy sales. So let's attack their ATM machine, right? Let's negatively inflect their ability to refine and perhaps later we'll see transfer that energy. So an outfall from that, of course, we're going to attack their refineries. And believe me, you always have a sympathetic target in a refinery. Sounds a little obvious, but it's always a lot easier to destroy one of those things than to build it. So let's say it takes $1 billion to build a refinery, and that's probably a conservative effort, with say $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 worth of UJ series drones that look like little Cessna aircraft. You can destroy that refinery, right? You can destroy its cracking towers. You can destroy its storage areas. You can control its command, its operations centers. And I think we're going to see perhaps Ukraine also targeting Russian vessels on the high seas. Now that is going to be a little bit more of a technological ask, but it would be a great symbolic target to blow up a Russian oil tanker. They may or may not decide to do that, but I think we're going to see more decentralized attacks against Russian assets. A couple of days ago, there was a Tu-95 pilot at the Ingalls Air Base. He got out of his car. Somebody shot him in the head. Symbolic target. Ukraine has targeted Russian submarine commanders for assassination. They have shown that they have a long reach, and that resonates, right, with the Russian people. Ukraine is constrained, however, unlike Russia, by the rules of warfare, and they understand the information space very well. You don't want to blow up a Russian apartment building. You don't want to uh, commit, create a large mass casualty event in Russia. You don't want to provide Putin with exactly what he needs to rally what are an increasingly reluctant population. I think it's extremely likely that Putin is going to step up offensive operations here in the next couple of weeks, and I think he's going to really put a lot into it. He needs something to show to the Russian people before his coronation in March. He needs to start convincing them that this war is winnable, that he can do it, because he is going to need to mobilize a couple 100,000 more Russians. And the reason he hasn't done that right now is he doesn't think he can. If he thought he could mobilize those people without any resistance, he'd do it right now. But he doesn't dare. And that is a fact. He is not unassailable in that position, right? He's in there pretty solidly, and he controls the levers of oppression, and he is absolutely willing to crush anyone who stands in his way. But he is not prepared to deal with widespread demonstrations and protests against him. That is why he cracked down immediately on that group of wives protesting that their husbands have been on the front in combat for 2 years without any rotation out. Two things to draw from that. Look, he needs and fears to, he has to cut that off immediately. He fears that taking root. And the other thing that should tell you is that he doesn't feel like the military situation in Ukraine will allow him to rotate those troops out for a couple of reasons. His troops are increasingly bulky, right? There's increasing discontent. There are outright mutinies. And the other thing that Putin does not need is those men coming home, sitting at a dinner table and telling them, we don't get fed. We don't have adequate artillery support. We are led by military buffoons. It's a meat grinder. I don't see the point in this war. Putin would rather kill every one of those men than have them bring the war home to the civilians and to tell them how badly it's going. So these points of vulnerability are, things we need to exploit. We need to lean on this. And there are parts of the US government that get it. The CIA just launched a recruiting campaign, very sophisticated little bit of video encouraging members of Putin's security apparatus, the very organs of oppression, to sort of save themselves and their country and contact the CIA by secure means. And I am certain that they got some response off of that, Alan. I'm sure they did.
Well, among the breaking points inside Russia, in addition to the CIA recruiting Russians to free their own country, to operate against Putin and his regime, Putin has to be aware and scared of what Ukraine can do with drones. And Chuck just mentioned the money that Putin earns every single day to fund this war. Ukraine took notice of it, and that is why they are aiming drones against Russian refineries. In the last 2 weeks, at least 7 oil refineries and gas terminals inside Russia have been struck by Ukrainian drones. And some of these facilities are far, far away from Ukraine. But what's the result? Uh, Even in Russia, the Minister of Energy has had to acknowledge that Ukrainian strikes have degraded gasoline and diesel exports. They've dropped by 37% and 23% in the last couple of weeks. So this is Ukraine targeting essential uh, uh, essential infrastructure inside Russia, infrastructure that allows Russia to fund this war. Uh, Oil refineries, gas terminals, as I say, and as Chuck just mentioned, far, far from Ukraine, to the south of St. Petersburg, for example. And this is going to be an ongoing strategy of Ukraine, especially as Ukraine develops longer range and less detectable drones, although Russia fails to detect Ukrainian drones overflying its territory consistently. It's going to make a huge difference as Ukraine brings this war into Russia itself.
Yeah, and those are serious numbers. 27 to 30% in the space of 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, that it's not going to take too long to get to 50%. So this is a viable path forward. And unfortunately, one of the things that has compelled this change of strategy, frankly, is that Ukraine cannot depend on the United States anymore. And they cannot afford either to speak bluntly to us. They can't afford to bite the hand that isn't feeding them. And they've got to find these innovative ways forward. But I think attacking Russia's oil infrastructure is incredibly important. And face it, you get crude out of the ground, it's not good for much. It has to be refined. And there are a myriad of products, that have to be refined: diesel, gasoline, JP5, jet fuel. All of those things have to be put through the refinery process. If you can take out these refineries and keep hitting them, there's a couple of benefits there. Besides the the obvious benefit of attacking them, the refineries, you're going to force Putin to withdraw air defenses back into his own country to protect his own critical infrastructure. And S-300s and S-400s don't grow on trees. So it's a zero-sum game. Everything he moves out of Ukraine to protect his infrastructure softens up Russian forces in occupied Ukraine. And we're also getting a pretty good idea how Ukraine is working in a very smart, asymmetrical manner to diminish Russian air defense capabilities. Great video just out today, and it showed an S-300, S-400 air defense complex multiple vehicles, and Russian soldiers sitting there agog as Storm Shadow cruise missiles fly right over their vehicles. Wow. How did that feel? And those missiles were on the way to the Belbek Naval Air Station in Crimea, where they had a pretty good afternoon. So, you know, this war is not unwinnable for Ukraine. It is unwinnable for Russia. So, I mean, the other thing we all bear in mind, look, I still think this war is going on for a number of years, but I am adamant that the Russians cannot win it. They won't win it. They may take back some more territory, and this may drag on, but Russia can't win this war. And the combat effectiveness of the units they have in place is steadily diminishing. However, even those meat wave attacks, led by meathead generals, they're going to succeed in places. They're going to make limited gains if Ukraine does not have the ammunition it needs. Artillery ammunition, long-range precision strike munitions, air defense systems. Everything that we hold back has a direct consequence on the battlefield.
And we are going to see that direct consequence as we move to the first tweet in the nest. It is the map of the ongoing battle in Avdiivka. Ukraine is suffering in Avdiivka, Chuck. Russian forces have infiltrated the northern reaches of the town of Avdiivka itself. It's pushing up. So the northern reaches of Avdiivka, Russian forces also pushing up from the south. And encirclement is a possibility here in Avdiivka. But what is happening in Avdiivka is also a direct result of the delay in supplying Ukraine with artillery and the munitions it needs.
Yeah, this is, we are looking at the direct consequence of the following scenario, which has played out specifically in Avdiivka, was the first place that I heard frontline combatants saying this. Looking through their binoculars, here are 4 or 5 Russian troops. They're approaching the zero line. They call for fire support. Ideally, situation like this, 5 or 6 guys within a kilometer or 2 of the battlefield, smother them with mortar fire. They don't get supporting fire. Now there are 10 or 15 guys, unsupported infantry, infiltrating this exact tactic. The Russians realized that Ukrainian forces are not being adequately and aggressively provided with defensive fires. So we literally get this situation. Now the frontline unit calls back and says, there's 10 guys and I can see them. And the answer comes, well, are they heading towards you? I've been in this exacerbating situation myself. Literally this sort of conversation. Okay, so by these means, and Russia exploiting Ukrainian weaknesses, they have been able to infiltrate infantry into the northernmost portions of Avdiivka. Heretofore, they were attacking across the railroad tracks up around Septove and fighting around the slag heap and attempting to cross the rail lines that we see that are at the northern end of Avdiivka's urban area. And the coke plant, which is itself a giant industrial built on a mega scale, and that is, for all intents and purposes, a citadel. Well, what the Russians have done cleverly, taking advantage again of Ukrainian inability to break up these small formations, They've actually got a lodgment now in the northern part of the urban area. So they've taken a couple of buildings. In many cases, in a lot of ways, and we've mentioned this before, Avdiivka is kind of like Bakhmut, right? We had that red mitten reaching up around the city. We saw the same progress of Russian infiltration into the urban area and then expanding their zones of control. Here's an interesting statistic around that we saw around Bakhmut, and I'm making the solid prediction we're going to see this exact same thing happen in Avdiivka. Before Russia was able to make lodgements in the urban area, the casualty ratio was about 1 Ukrainian lost for every 5 Russians killed. So in the open areas, non-urban combat, Ukraine was enjoying a 5-to-1 kill ratio against the Russians. However, when the Russians infiltrated the urban area, the kill ratio decreased until it was roughly 1-to-1. And why does that happen? Well, if you are in an urban area and you are the defender, you're at a terrific advantage. If you get there first and you're defending, that's great. But the shoe goes right on the other foot. If your adversary has made a lodgment in the urban area and you are trying to throw him out, now he enjoys that defender's advantage. So it changes instantly. And the Russians did this by, very inelegant meat wave tactics. But they realized that whenever they made a vehicular, a mechanized advance, mine plowing tank in the front, a couple of APCs, tank in the back, those attacks get broken up. They get broken up first by mines, then artillery and first-person drones. So the Russians realized that if we just advance unsupported infantry, and we're willing for enough of them to die, and in the case of this northern Avdiivka lodgment, 5,000-6,000 dead Russians before they can get 100 into the urban area. Russian commander does not care. No Western commander would be willing to expend that many people for a tenuous lodgment in Avdiivka, but they're in there now. So I don't think Avdiivka is imminently going to fall. But here's the big but. But it will fall. And I think it'll fall in March or April if the United States still continues to drag its feet. And if Ukraine is put in those positions where there aren't the artillery resources, there isn't the ammunition to break up these small-scale infiltrations as they happen, Russia is going to expand its zones of control in Avdiivka. Now, Russia's willing to kill thousands and thousands of people in the house-to-house fighting it's going to take over Avdiivka. But the key here will not be the actual urban combat in Avdiivka. If you look at the map and you look at the road that leads, look at the rail yard, go straight down. That east-west road is going to be the key supply line into Avdiivka. And below it, you go down to Lysychane, and below it, you can see another ground line of communication. Well, both of those roads have got points of vulnerability. They cross water courses. And the Russians are smart enough to realize if they can cut those ground lines of communication into Avdiivka, Ukraine will be forced to withdraw because Ukraine is not willing to to sacrifice thousands and thousands of people in this battle space. So you can see the number of attacks that happened in this last map. You can see the points of attack, and you can see that mitten is closing up. But watch those ground lines of communication. And unfortunately, the two lodgements that Russia has made in the south, in the north, they're significant. And I don't think the situation is precisely critical right now in Avdiivka. But Alan, it is more serious than it has ever been. So since 2014, this is the most serious situation in the Avdiivka battle space, certainly that I've ever seen.
Chuck, there are also reports that Russia advanced on Avdiivka in the dead of night. Russian forces rarely advance in the night, but apparently around Avdiivka, they are advancing at night. What has emboldened them to do this? What has enabled Russian forces to advance in the middle of the night?
Well, one of the other things, I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the other things that happened in the last couple of days was that the weather was very bad, and fog and mist, and that that makes your first-person drone operations more difficult. But there's a trend in this combat that I noticed. I look at the manpower resources that Russia has, and 60, 75, 80% of their army completely disaffected, undertrained, malnourished, discontented, the lumpen proletariat, Storm Z and Storm V type soldiers. But especially in the recent infiltration that they made from the south, through utility tunnels underground, I've got a hunch that Russia is placing more capable troops, special operations troops, and they are leading the cannon fodder into these into these lodgements. And there's a couple ways you can do that. So you attach more capable special operations forces to a regular Russian straight leg infantry unit, and you get your special operations forces to clandestinely approach the target. It can honestly be this simple. You get a Coke can and you rip the top off it, and you put a infrared chem light into the Coke can, and you stick it up in a tree, and it is pointing away from the Ukrainians. So these are by that very simple means, you've made this a omni one direction light source. You put a couple of those in there, you've got one special operations soldier with night vision. He can see that you lay this path out, this route of infiltration, and your special forces soldiers lead a larger platoon, maybe even a company of Ukrainian forces, and you wait for the perennial dark and stormy night, the fog. You take advantage of that adverse weather where you know it's going to be more difficult for the Ukrainian drones to pick you up, and you lead those guys in. And in the case of a Russian SOF attachment to this infantry company, They're also there. Half of that unit is leading the Russian forces in the conventional forces, and the other half is making sure that nobody decides to wander off, right? So these guys are essentially taken prisoner and put into this urban battle space. Once they're in, right? Once they're in a building, they get up to the top. Uh, you know, it the shoe is instantly on the other foot, and Russia treating its soldiers as consumables, right? They simply don't care, but they've seen the light. If they can get into the city, right, the casualty ratios are going to, as we saw in Bakhmut, they're going to diminish, and then they're going to reverse, and then they're going to get to 1-to-1. And as the ground lines of communication come under threat, Ukraine is going to be compelled eventually, unless this situation turns around, to withdraw. And you look at those two ground lines of communication, the one around Orivka and the one about Cervene. The one around Cervene, the southern of the two east-west supply routes, it's too close to the gray zone, right? That southern supply route is already vulnerable. So the routes to the north are going to remain viable longer, and unless we get Ukraine the tools it needs to do this job, I would say you're going to see continued Russian infiltration into Avdiivka. Ukrainian forces are going to withdraw to the north around the coke plant, which is a very strong position of defense, and they are eventually going to be compelled to leave. That's not going to happen next week or the week after, but Alan, it's inevitable that unless they get the stuff they need, it is going to happen.
Incredibly, there are roughly 950 Ukrainian citizens still living in Avdiivka. Their evacuation is in question at the moment. I doubt very much if Ukraine will be able to evacuate these citizens. But to the point of everything we've been talking about here on Maria Report tonight with Chuck Farrer, the situation in Avdiivka it is directly connected to the inability of the United States to make up its mind to be an honest ally of Ukraine and send Ukraine everything it needs. This is the situation in Avdiivka today, but in other areas of operation on the zero line, we're going to go next to Kremna, to Kupiansk. Here again, Russia is amassing troops because Russia has been emboldened by the confusion in the United States of what to do. And this is now the first tweet up the nest. Let's go to the Kupiansk Kremna access.
Yeah, this is this is a section of the conflict zone where Russia has the easiest and most secure ground lines of communication. So this is the part of the battlefield where Russia enjoys this sort of very straightforward logistics picture. They're in the east, and it just comes directly to the west. So in the northern part here, in Kupiansk, Bakhmut, and to a lesser extent, Avdiivka, they weren't exactly well, especially in the case of Bakhmut, the place had no strategic and no tactical value. Taking Bakhmut, as we said at the time, and the last 10 months have proven Bakhmut was not the gateway to anything, right? It was the gateway to Chasiv Yar. And when we get to Bakhmut, I'll have some other things to say about Chasiv Yar. But here in Kupiansk, you have a legitimate target with high strategic and tactical value. And that is because, as you see on the map here, you've got two major highways coming together, east and west, and you have a significant rail junction as well as the river. So there couldn't be a sort of more lucrative target. This is the kind of city that you want to take. Thus far, most of the Russian effort has been from the north, attacking into a little town called Sinkivka. There isn't much left of the place. Pretty much every day, Russia attacks Sinkivka, sometimes as many as 20 times a day. This is largely an effort that has to take place in the open. And in the open, Russia's mechanized forces are highly vulnerable. Of course, the area to the north of Sinkivka is littered with scores, maybe even hundreds of destroyed Russian armor vehicles, APCs, tanks, everything they've got. They just keep pushing. Most of these attacks are that classic platoon or company-sized, in fact, mostly platoon-sized, rarely company-sized. The video that we've all seen 100 times because it keeps happening. Mine plow tank in the front, APCs in trail, another tank in the rear, and Ukraine is pretty effectively destroyed any Russian endeavor that sounds like that. But going into the game here, intelligence has reported, and they keep reporting that as many as 40,000 additional Russian forces are entering this battle space. Now, will they be able to change what's going on here? It depends on how they're led and how they fight. You can see that the battle line essentially goes from northwest to southeast with a couple of bends in it. Anywhere you want, zoom into where the zero line is. You look at the terrain, and especially approaching the H26 highway, you can see there's several river valleys, water courses. These are going to be very difficult for Russia to cross. Are they going to make any progress towards Kupiansk? It's hard to say. If you've got 20,000 of that 40,000 force posture that's gone in here, if you had a smart general, a daring general, a bold general who fought those 20,000 guys in brigade task group packets, carried out a larger scale attack, did it by the book, he might have a chance. Here's the but. Russia is shown that it is really reluctant to launch large-scale ground maneuver operations. And I think they're reluctant for a couple of reasons. No general wants to have his head on a pike because he screwed up a large-scale operation. And at least some of the generals realize that the quality and moral tone of their troops are not sufficient to carry out these kinds of operations, meaning that their soldiers don't have that kind of fight in them. Now, that infiltration into Bakhmut, I'm pretty sure that's how it went, with special operations forces both as guides and nannies to bring in these small scale infiltrations and hope to expand them. But that tactic won't work in Senkivka. It isn't a big enough urban area, and there's nothing left. And furthermore, all that open country around them means that even if you got forces into Senkivka, and there may be some Russians in there, it's very difficult for you to supply them or reinforce them. So we're talking about handsfuls of guys, 15, 20, and they'll expend their ammunition pretty quickly and they're going to get killed. This northern vector into Kupiansk, you can see in the west, there is tracts of forest adjoining that. The Ukrainian forces will be in this forest and they will be able to engage the right flank of any Russian unit that gets past Senkivka. Then there is also terrain and water courses before they could get to Kupiansk. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Russian pressure towards Kupiansk, but I'm not sure that those 20,000 guys, presuming that's the effort that is, split sort of in half between here and Kermena, I'm not sure they can do anything with it, Alan. And that is not because the numbers aren't sufficient to change the situation here. And it isn't because Russia doesn't have the ammunition, artillery, armor. None of that is true. They have everything they need to take Kupiansk. But I don't think that their soldiers are up to it. And, that means a lot. You can have 100,000 guys. If they're not willing to fight, what use are they? And we've seen time and time again, these troops are demoralized. They are led on these attacks continuously, same axis, same ground, same time of day. You can't do that to an army. They're not going to answer the bell. But we need to keep our eye on this place. The Russians want it, and Putin needs it, right? He needs victories before March. He has to show the Russian people what Lyndon Baines Johnson tried to sell to the United States in 1968. Putin needs the light at the end of the tunnel, right? So these Russian maneuvers are just about as important symbolically as they are tactically.
Putin will make all the hay he possibly can with any victory in Ukraine, whether it comes in Avdiivka or on the Kremena Kupiansk axis. Chuck, looking at the Kremena map, I have a question about Torsky. This is the little town just to the south of the Zarabrets reservoir. It would seem to be a kind of hinge on this map. In other words, if Russian forces could advance to Torsky, occupy it, then they would be able to swing to the north or strike further west towards Liman. Is Torsky going to become a key point on this map?
Yeah, it really is the key. It's in this war, and almost everything has changed about land warfare in this war. Moving in the open, doing what the Soviet army was trained to do, what the Russian army is trained to do, armor to the front, mechanized infantry following up, artillery preparing the battle space, moving forward as the mechanized units move forward. That has shown itself to be no longer really a viable tactic in this war. And it's the first-person drone. So maneuvering in the open has turned out to be extremely costly in this war. And what that essentially means, both sides are trying to come to grapple with that fact. So there isn't a stalemate. It is a kind of stasis. So, an obvious, and you're right, an obvious course of action, and a rational, viable course. It turns out it's not so viable, but to move your troops forward, get to the Zarabets River, consolidate control over this from Novosadove down to Yamplavica, down to Zarachene and into Torsky, and then with your flanks secured, push around the bottom of the reservoir. But here's the problem for Russia, and they're still trying to do what I just described. But you advance to the Zarabets, and you can't really go any farther. There are two causeways across the reservoir. Those can quickly be mined by the Ukrainians, and all of the territory on the eastern side of that lake has been absolutely crisscrossed with minefields. So even if the Russians were to take Ternay, they're going to find advancing south on the O series highway, the 0528, they're going to be hitting mine after mine after mine after mine. But you're absolutely right. Torsky is sort of the key to here. And I don't think we'll be wrong in estimating that if there is a force package of 40,000 Russian troops that are going to be advanced into the Kremenna Kupiansk axis, that they'll probably be split up roughly into 20,000 and 20,000. But this has been a place of, Kremenna is where all the Russian underachievers get sent. They haven't changed. This map has essentially stayed the same for at least the last year. I mean, Alan, you and I report on this, every time we're on, and the map basically looks the same. And even that one time that Russian attacks were coordinated, where they hit everywhere north of the lake, west of the lake, they lodged at Torsky, they came out of Dobrova, and they attacked across the Zarabetsk forestry. The one time I looked at those attacks vectors and said, well, this might work for the bad guys, it petered out. They couldn't sustain it. But what I do worry about, not worry about, but there is likely a greater political impetus kicked into the butts of the generals commanding in Kremenna and Kupiansk, because Putin wants results. He needs to capture territory before March. But we've got this weird dynamic. I look at the number of Russian troops available. I look at their material readiness. I look at their ammunition supply. I look at the composition of their units. And I am constantly surprised that instead of uniting these forces, allocating appropriate force postures to the objectives that you have, and launching converging attacks, everything we've talked about, I keep not seeing that. And I've got to figure out why. Why is it that these commanders don't launch multi-company attacks? Why aren't these attacks converging? Why is it that they're not carrying out even basic ground maneuver operations? And I keep coming back to the fact that I don't think the Russian generals can count on their troops. I really don't think they can. They've also got the problem with they cannot concentrate their forces without Ukraine finding out. And when there is a troop concentration, Ukraine can normally deal with it with artillery. But here's the but. That's what used to happen. I don't know if Ukraine can do that anymore. And they are certainly running out of ammunition. They're certainly being stingy with their artillery. And what's worrisome is it's not just offensive artillery strikes, right? It's even defensive fires. So Ukrainian troops are complaining, they're being attacked, and they're not getting indirect fire weapons to support them. And that's intolerable. But we'll take a look here. We'll have to see what happens. But heretofore, the commanders in Kremenna and in Kupiansk, they haven't impressed me. And hopefully they won't impress me in the near future.
So listeners can put maps together and see the wider area of operations. The second tweet in the nest now shows you Kupiansk. But I want to move to Bakhmut, Chuck, because it appears that Russia has its eyes on the fortress of Chasiv Yar. Chasiv Yar is on high ground overlooking Bakhmut. And we are seeing Russian forces striking west out of Bakhmut, south of Bakhmut. They've crossed the rail line, and this is to the north of Klishvika. They are pushing west into the foothills, approaching Chasiv Yar. The Bakhmut area of operation has come back alive because of Russian advances, because of Russian reinforcements. And this is what troubles me as I look at the maps tonight, Chuck. On the Kupiansk-Kremenna axis, in Avdiivka, even here in Bakhmut, Russia is making gains. And again, I would say it is primarily because of the delay in supplying Ukraine with everything it needs, with supplying Ukraine's frontline troops, especially with the artillery munitions it needs. What's happening in Bakhmut? Could Chasiv Yar possibly be endangered?
Well, the Russians seem to have finally figured out that Chasiv Yar is the key. We've talked about this a lot. Having Bakhmut doesn't get you much, but taking Chasiv Yar actually realizes the gains of Bakhmut. So Chasiv Yar is what they're aiming at. They have made progress. If you look up at Hyrovika and Bodemvinka, there is high ground to the east, and the Russians are actually making advances there. Is Chasiv Yar in danger? No, not imminently. But Alan, you've hit it right on the head. These Russian advances are enabled by Ukrainian ammunition shortages. Artillery is called the king of battle, and it is the way you want to fight a war, right? You don't necessarily want to have your infantry guys slugging it out in close combat, right? You'd rather have your adversary's formations broken up. These are defensive fires before they can come to grips with your infantry. Your offensive fires are, of course, you're firing at your adversary. You're pinning down his infantry, you're breaking up their formations, you're screwing up their communications, and you're going to advance against them when they're still trying to recover from sustained artillery barrages. But the shoe's on the other foot here. Chasiv Yar still remains a place of great natural strength. And we were just talking about how it used to be, right, that your mechanized infantry was going to punch holes and drive across the open space, right, and roll your enemy up. This was Soviet, and this still remains Russian doctrine. But every white space you see on this map is a killing field. The Russians are going to keep advancing, and if I were a Russian, I'd be pressing hardest on Bodem-Vinca. And I might even try to split the difference between Hyrovinka and Bodem-Vinca. But you see those water courses and those contour lines. If the Russians were to just push straight down that valley towards Bodem-Vinca, they're just going to get slayed, right? If you're advancing down a valley and you've got high ground to the north and high ground to the south, you're just going to get annihilated. But here's the but. Russian generals don't care if they get annihilated. They are willing to expend 1,000 lives for 200 meters of gain. And Russian generals will pick objectives that are even unsustainable, right? What are you going to do when your troops get there? First of all, when they fight their way in there, they're already out of ammunition, right? They need to be resupplied immediately. These are why those company and platoon-sized attacks are up around Kremenna and Kupiansk and virtually everywhere else on the battlefield. That's why they don't work. If you send 100 guys forward, Ukraine kills 50 or 60 or even 70 of them before they get to the objective. They get to the objective, they've got 30% of their force left, and that 30% is attrited, culminated, out of ammunition, and they just get mopped up. So and the zero line goes back and forth like a wave, like waves on the beach in that manner. But Russia willing to sacrifice more infantrymen with, not a thought given to it, and Ukraine running out of ammunition for defensive fires. I mean, it's the perfect storm going for Russian advances. All that being said, I don't see Russia getting Ukraine out of Chasiv Yar. But remember, there have been times in this battle where Russia has made advances, and they no longer have the Wagner forces who were operating in that same technique I talked about in Avdiivka. Point elements leading the way for Storm Z, Storm V, hoodlums with 2 magazines, and pushed to the front of the battle space. I think we're going to see that tactic used a lot more here in Bakhmut. But Alan, for the first time in this war, I'm sensing Russian forces, they have the intent to take Chasiv Yar. And I think we're going to see more attacks from the north against exactly these avenues of approach. But before you get worried about it, Ukraine has laid thousands and thousands of anti-vehicle, anti-personnel, and anti-armor mines all in this area. So even if Russia does advance, they're going to really have to pay the piper.
One thing I don't see on the Bakhmut map, Chuck, is any indication of Russian airstrikes. And there have been Russian airstrikes in the Bakhmut theater of operation. What's holding back Russian air power here?
I've got a little problem as well. Since the sort of General Zaluzhny, President Zelensky dynamic broke, the Ukrainian General Staff is not reporting quite as well as it used to. The reports are fewer and far between. I haven't lately been able to see. Generally, I can get an idea from the General Staff where the airstrikes were carried out and their number. I'm having a hard time getting that data now. I've still got a pretty good hold on fire missions, but normally I get a chance to determine what were artillery and multiple rocket system attacks and what were airstrikes. I would only say, and if I can't differentiate, I will just put a strike icon there. But generally, you can suppose if there is a strike icon and it is more than, I don't know, let's call it 5 kilometers from the zero line, it's probably an airstrike. But again, my information's getting spotty. And that, you know what? I'm not really happy about that either.
Well, neither am I. So just to address.
Well, if you're not happy, I'm not happy.
Well, no, Chuck, I'm simply not happy that you don't have the information that you need because I rely on you for the information I need. And I just want to point out to the listeners here on MriyaReport tonight, the argument continuing on Capitol Hill is directly connected to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Only if the United States can settle this argument in favor of Ukraine can Ukraine hold the line. In all the maps we've looked at tonight, the Kremenna, Kupiansk access, Bakhmut, Avdiivka, it's so important that the United States steps forward again and sends urgently needed military aid to Ukraine. But the other thing I do want to address, Chuck, is the tension between Zelensky and Zaluzhny. It seems imminent that Zaluzhny will be relieved of his top command of the Ukrainian military. And there's no shortage of military expertise in Ukraine. But I mentioned this to Ben Hodges the other day. There's that old saying, you don't want to change horses in midstream. What are the risks that Zelensky, who is the civilian commander in chief in Ukraine, what are the risks he's confronting as he contemplates and probably completes this significant shakeup of military command in Ukraine?
Yeah, I agree with Abraham Lincoln, right? I don't think it's a good idea to change horses in midstream. These were exactly the sort of crises of command that Lincoln faced. The commander in chief is dissatisfied with his military leadership, wants fresh blood, new ideas, more results. I hope that the president is smart enough to realize that this is not the time to change your armed forces commander in chief. That this is not the time to do it. With pending Russian offensives coming, you don't have to be an intelligence expert to know that politically Putin must have victories before March. And therefore, he's going to embark on offensive operations. He needs to capture cities, territory. He needs to be able to tell the Russian people, look, we can win this, and I am delivering on my promise to subdue Ukraine. So we know that's coming. So what would the potential benefit be in changing your military command structure right now? You'd get some eager general who says, I can do this. I can take back Bakhmut. I can drive the Russians away from Avdiivka. I can expand the lodgment on the south bank of the Dnipro. I mean, great ideas. And you get an A for eagerness. But I think that the tension exists because General Zaluzhny is telling his boss, I don't have what I need to conduct these offensive operations, right? I have an intermittent supply of the things I need the most. And let's just talk about the artillery picture, right? You need artillery in abundance. You need to make sure that anytime one of your frontline infantry commanders calls up, puts in a call for fire, that you can deliver, right? You can break up those Russian formations. You've got ammunition to spare. You are not only conducting, tactical strikes on the zero line, you're also able to break up Russian command and control, deep logistics. You're able to do all of that. I think the General Zaluzhny was telling the president, look, I can't do it. And you hit on this earlier, Alan. You said it perfectly. The first job of a general is don't lose your army. That's job one. Don't get defeated. Don't suffer a crushing defeat. How would a crushing defeat happen? Well, you're not paying attention, and the enemy pulls the battle of the bulge on you, right? You're not prepared. You don't have adequate intelligence. You have not made preparations to receive and rebuff an enemy's thrust. Okay, that's one. Here's the much more likely way to lose a big battle is you promise what you can't deliver. You promise to take back Bakhmut. So what would it take to do that? I'd expect a drive down the M03 highway, another drive south of the H32, meeting in a place 10 kilometers to the east of Bakhmut, cutting the Russian ground lines of communication, surrounding the city, and starving the Russians out, which means I have to put these two big pincer movements together. None of this out of the realm of possibility. Cut off all of the ground lines of communication into Bakhmut, and then hold what I've gained. I think General Zaluzhny is right in telling the president, I can't do that right now. I mean, what am I going to do when I get halfway into this job and the United States still hasn't given me the 155 millimeter shells I need? How am I supposed to defend my own my own maneuver elements when I don't have the mobile air defense systems to do that? And Russia enjoying almost total air superiority over Eastern Ukraine. You just can't do it. I mean, I think General Zaluzhny is the perfect fit as commander in chief. He is tactically wise. He knows how to use the forces at his disposal. Quite importantly, his men and women love him, and they will do anything for him because he knows that he will not waste their lives needlessly. They know that they can count on him to sell their lives dearly. And I think that whole tension is, Alan, President Zelensky wants results, tangible results, advances. He wants the Russians pushed back. But frankly, his armed forces are not in a position to do that right now, in my estimation. And that goes right back to Washington. So I just think it would really, really be the wrong time to change commanders in chief here.
Chuck, I agree with you. I admire both Zelensky and Zelensky for different reasons. I admire Zelensky for his political leadership. I admire Zelensky for his military leadership and for his honesty in saying what can and can't be done. Also, I admire Zelensky for how he sees the development of the war. He's been very clear, not only in saying what he can and can't do with the equipment he has today, but in looking forward and saying what Ukraine needs to win the war. Technological innovation, drone development. That's why we talked about drones earlier tonight. Zelensky is also very focused on mobilization, training, and equipping new troops who will fight for Ukraine's freedom. I'm not saying Zelensky isn't focused on these issues as well. He is. But I think Zelensky, as a military leader, uh, has a perspective that it is not necessarily shared by a political leader. But we'll wait and see what happens. It is a developing story. The tensions between Zelensky and Zelensky have been rumored, reported, talked about, analyzed for weeks now, and yet nothing has happened. As we draw to a close of bullet points tonight, I want to go to a couple of more hands here. Then I have a couple of more questions for you, Chuck. First to Lisa, and then to Will.
Hi, Chuck. How are you tonight?
Hi, Lisa. Good to hear you. Thanks for coming
Oh,
on.
yeah. No, I think, wow, between you and Alan, I think Alan, he would make a good military man. He missed out on that.
He sure would.
Yeah,
And I want you folks to realize he's had 700 days of first-rate military training.
right.
And Alan, I'd put you in a Naval War College class any day of the
Oh,
week.
yeah. I mean, it's just amazing because I know he said he came up here not knowing a thing and just was going with the flow. But boy, he's right on it. Good job, Alan. But I wanted to what I was hoping. Okay, you said Putin's going to bring in 40,000 more troops. Okay, where are these troops coming from? Do you know? Like, are they being uh, from other countries? Are they being conscripted? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, the new Storm V units are some of them are prisoners that have just been voluntold
Oh,
to join the front. There are also migrant workers that get rounded up at work sites, thrown into it. But the good thing is these guys are being sent to the front with no training, and that's part of one of the reasons that Russian generals aren't fighting the way they should fight with the troops and material at their disposal because, man, these guys are not trained. It isn't just something you walk into. I mean, people make fun of the grunts, the knuckle draggers, but it takes 6 months to train an infantryman, and none of these guys are getting that kind of training.
Chuck, I've lost your audio here.
No, I'm still here. I thought I lost everybody too.
No, Chuck had
I
a
think I'm
dome
still
and
here.
pause.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, you guys.
Thanks for that question, Lisa. To Will, to Dryfly, and we are drawing to a close of this Tuesday night edition of Bullet Points with Chuck Farrer. Will, go ahead.
A bit of a rhetorical question to reinforce a point you made, Chuck. From my observation, essentially in Avdiivka, up in the Kupiansk area, everywhere, Russia is attempting to turn like Avdiivka, sneaking in, taking advantage of the artillery shortage and the fact that Ukraine has had to withdraw its forward observers from the opposite side of the water, and then allowed them to sneak into the top of Avdiivka because they had secured the rail line to the north, so the line of vision was broken for getting infantry troops in there less observed, and they did it at night. I mean, so credit where credit's due. I think the Russians have done a good job of getting to the point where they can turn this into Soledar or Bakhmut, and that was entirely, to reinforce what you and Alan were talking about, that was entirely avoidable had they had a sufficient amount of artillery, particularly DPICM, that we wanted introduced after Bakhmut, so we didn't have another Bakhmut. So I mean, add to the frustration. Really, folks, it is really, really important that all Americans, if you haven't done it, the thing you owe yourself right now is to contact your representatives and make sure that they know that you and the vast majority of Americans want to see Ukraine supported, so that they don't have situations like this cancerous eating of city by city by city. That is a methodology that Russia has perfected over 50, 60, 70 years. Right? This is how they operate. They're showing us this. It's kind of boring, frankly. We're not looking at anything incredibly new on the Russian side. They're simply taking advantage of situations that are presented to them, and those situations are presented to them because Ukraine can't call in artillery strikes on troops that are approaching them in small numbers, and then lodge, and eventually they get into the city, and then they're going to try to turn it into a grinding Bakhmut, which is a horrible situation to get into and entirely avoidable. Do you think that assessment is correct, Chuck? I think it was very rhetorical,
No,
but I really just wanted to
no
reinforce
doubt.
the point that boring stuff like ammunition is incredibly important, and none of that ammunition is going to begin flowing unless Congress acts.
You have nailed it. And the other thing to remember is Russia destroys and devours and reduces these cities to rubble. Bakhmut, Avdiivka, these were once thriving places where people lived, and now they are post-apocalyptic wastelands, right? So they totally destroy what they I don't want to even say conquer, because they don't do it by any any impressive military maneuvers. And every one of those cities that fell that I just named, this is exactly how they took them. Small, desperate attempts to infiltrate small units into the urban area, right? And then, because they're willing to waste thousands and thousands of people, But when they get into the urban area, that casualty ratio goes from 5-1 to 4-1, 3-1, and eventually it's 1-1. And this is exactly how they took Severodonetsk, right? I can remember they infiltrated into the high school that was in the northwest corner of the city, and the fight expanded from there. And in the case of Severodonetsk, and maybe we'll see this in Avdiivka, the Ukrainians feigned a withdrawal. They just apparently vanished out of the city of Severodonetsk. And the Russians tried to expand control. People got in jeeps, armored personnel carriers roared up to the Severodonetsk River, and then Ukraine sprung the trap and killed tens of thousands of Russians, but they lost the city. Bakhmut, there was no feigned withdrawal, just hard incremental fighting. Russia took the city, and like Severodonetsk, there wasn't a city left. Avdiivka, pretty much destroyed right now. So, but Will, you're completely right. This was entirely avoidable. I mean, this is, the waste of the city. It just put your finger on Capitol Hill. That's who enabled the Russians to do it. So do it tonight, folks. I mean, just make that call. It'll only take you 5 minutes. You won't have to talk to anybody. You won't have to persuade anybody to leave a message. You'll go right to voicemail, and Alan knows you'll be on the chief of staff's desk tomorrow by 0900. Let's inflect these leaders and remind them they work for us, and you have an issue, and you don't want to see any more Ukrainian cities fall to the Russian aggressor because the Ukrainians lack ammunition.
Absolutely right. And to that point, I have put Cece's post first in the nest. Take a look at it, make your call. You can make a difference, and you can make a difference with a 5-minute call or less. To dry fly, and then we will conclude tonight's bullet points with Chuck Farrer. Dry fly, go ahead.
I was just going to add that if you're going to leave a message, don't leave 5 minutes. Make it like 20 seconds. Know what you're going to say and dump it. Have the elevator speech. What people always used to talk about in business, when you get in the elevator with the CEO and you're trying to make an impression, it's a paragraph at most. So make it a good one. I was going to ask you, do you think the real tension that's between Zelensky and Zaluzhny is over the inability or the unwillingness of Zelensky to fully mobilize, and Zaluzhny telling him, without weapons, I can't win it unless you mobilize? I get why Zelensky doesn't want to mobilize, but what are your people hearing? I'm betting money that that's the pressure point. Zaluzhny is saying, give me bullets, give me artillery and people, and Zelensky can't give it to him, and he's frustrated as hell, and he says, find another way. You think I'm right, or am I wrong? I'll listen.
I don't think you're wrong, but Zaluzhny is looking at this and saying, and I'm sure this is part of it. It doesn't matter if you give me 100,000 more guys. If I don't have artillery ammunition, what am I going to do with them? If they're not trained, what am I going to do with them? I think that's part of it, and that makes it even more frustrating. It's really in Ukraine's benefit to have a general like Zaluzhny here, right? Who understands the value of his troops and understands the limitations of the supplies he's been given. He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough ammunition to even support more, more troops. So there's going to be that tension, and it can be solved by only one thing: Washington going forward with the support package. And there wasn't a winter offensive by Ukraine. They didn't have what they needed to carry that out. And unfortunately, now it appears that there's going to be a Russian offensive. And the question in my mind is, does Ukraine have what it needs to break up these offensive operations that are coming? And, I can't see why the president and his commander in chief are butting heads. I would expect that President Zelensky is smart enough to see that his commanding general has laid these facts out in front of him. I mean, Mr. President, I want to win this war too, but I don't want to lose the army. And you cannot expect me to undertake, valid offensive operations if I don't even have the artillery shells necessary to conduct daily defensive fires to protect the people I have now in a defensive posture, right? And at the point of attack, right? You want this to go through, you need 3 to 5 to 1 odds at the point of attack. Without air defense cover, how are you going to concentrate those forces without getting smashed from the air by the Russian Air Force that daily flies 10 or 20 times the aviation strike missions you fly every day? So, I don't know. I'm not a better president than President Zelensky. I'm not a better commanding general than General Zaluzhny. But it seems to me these facts are like obvious. They are irrefutable. And, it isn't right to expect more from a terrific general who knows his business, knows his craft, and very rightly is likely telling the president, look, I don't have the tools I need to do what you want me to do. And it's not a question of me doing it or not doing it. It is a question of me being defeated if you push me forward, or you get a guy to replace me who just goes ahead and do it. You don't want a major defeat on the battlefield. You want, at the very least, to hold what you've got. That is better than rolling the dice, ill-equipped, undersupplied, lacking ammunition. It's just a recipe for disaster, and Ukraine doesn't need a disaster.
Dryfly with a very quick follow-up.
That's what I agree. I would hold where you are. I think, to believe it or not, I think time is on Ukraine's side. I really believe it. And people think I'm crazy. But I look back at all the other wars where big powers like Russia go into places like Afghanistan, and it looks like they roll the place, but they really never do. It's just, but you can't get defeated. You can't have a complete disaster. If you are going to have a Tet offensive and have a disaster, make sure it's politically, you win the political battle, even if you lose the military battle. And I just don't see how that can happen with Russia. You can't, you have to win it, and you have to win it by holding the line. So the question I have for you, and I'll try to keep it short, is Zelensky he can't make the shells. Zelensky can't. So is there anything you can see? And if it's too long to answer tonight, think about it over the next couple days. What should we look for if they start thinking sensibly? I agree with you. Hold the line, make them bleed for every inch, and just keep falling back, meter by meter, killing Russians all the way until something happens in your favor. And I'll listen.
I think that's what likely should happen. They're just going to have to do that. They're just going to have to hold what they've got right now. What I worry about is, relieving Zaluzhny right now, getting a new pitcher on the mound. This just isn't the time for a brand new general to take the at least 4 or 5, maybe 6 weeks he's going to require to get his own new staff in there, to form the relationships, to come to grips with the intelligence picture, to at the very least survey the entire 600 kilometers of the contact line. It just is not the time to do this. And it's even unfortunate to me that this ever came out in the press, right? It just, all of it is kind of a non-starter. And I had hoped that, President Zelensky, much like Lincoln, who the comparisons were not wrong, he needs to understand, what is possible and what is not possible right now. I know he wants results. But, in the meantime, he should realize that, look, those long range precision strikes against targets in Crimea, hey, those resonate. Every time he does something like that, sinks a Russian ship, stages his attack on Sevastopol, hits an oil refinery, those are the best things he can hope for symbolically and in the information space right now. And this isn't the time at present in this situation to compel your generals into offensive operations. Look, everyone knows we need to take back the occupied spaces, but we need to be equipped to do it. And I would hope that President Zelensky understands that. And man, you have got a known quantity in charge right now. A guy whose tactics are sound, his perceptions of the battlefield are sound, his relationship to his troops is sound. And you don't just get to pluck a commanding general out of command, right? Especially one who is esteemed by his men and women who serve for him. It takes a lot of time to develop that esteem and that esprit, and to be the kind of leader who your men and women can relate to. That has value in itself. Look on the other side of the zero line. The Russians have none of that. Absolutely none of that. They hate their officers. They beat them to death. I don't think the Russians dare put 300 soldiers in a gymnasium to brief them on a coming operation, because they don't even feel like they could control the crowd. So these are all things in Ukraine's favor, but we got to be able to actually carry out these operations. And logistics, ammunition supply, unity of command, they are all important. And the time is not right to be flailing about when you can hold on to what you've got. And Will, I think you're right. This war is attriting the Russian military. The decrease in combat effectiveness, decreases in morale, these are all important. And like Vietnam, this isn't a war that the big guys are going to win. They just can't do it. So hang on, and we're going to get this right eventually, but we need Washington to turn around.
I agree with you, Chuck. Not only because I admire Zelensky, but I do feel, given the weapons he needs, Zelensky is the U.S. grant that Ukraine needs to win this war. And I think it would be a mistake for Zelensky to upend military leadership of the Ukrainian army at this moment. I actually think that Zelensky is an Eisenhower figure, frankly. And when this war concludes with Ukraine's victory, Zelensky will deserve a lot of credit. Whether or not He is in command when Ukraine claims victory, but this is not the right time to replace your top commander. It simply isn't. Quickly back to Will, and then I have a couple of more questions for you, and so does Scott. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, and I didn't comment on Zaluzhny before. Look, we've talked about it a lot. The bottom line for me is there is no basis in cause that I know about that Zaluzhny should be relieved over. If it's a matter of I need him wanting to get results and Zaluzhny pointing out that yes, I'll need 500,000 additional troops and equipment, and Zelensky saying, well, you have to find another way. The answer isn't to sack Zaluzhny; it's to get working on his proposal, which they're doing, of course. Take on five. These things take forever. Dryfly's right. These things take forever. Wars do. It mobilize 500,000 people through conscription, a well-crafted system like they're doing. Get those people through 3 months of basic training and 3 to 6 or 8 months of advanced individual training, just like they would do in NATO, with bases that are set up now in Germany and all over Europe, and get them to Britain. Train, equip those 500,000 conscripts to survive like they would do normally, and in that time solve the problem with regard to equipment as far as you can, right? Because we never know what's going to happen. But in the meantime, this is the guy that has allowed for the change in tactics that he approved during the advance last summer when the body count was going to be too high. He changed the tactics. The tactics gutted the Russian military, eliminated half of its mechanical equipment capability, and 90% of all the men who entered Ukraine on day 1 to 3 weeks, 90% of those people are dead or disabled back in Russia, permanently out of the game. So there's no cause to change here. It would be a shame if he did it, but what we've talked about multiple times in the past while this scuttlebutt was going around is normal changes take place in administrations and their military leadership in times of war. You know, Lincoln was the guy also who wanted the cabinet of adversaries because he didn't want everybody to agree with him when he was making decisions. And he also sacked a lot of generals for inaction, you know, and being sometimes being too cautious. But I don't see any of those causes here. I hope this is a difference that gets worked out, and that there's no real cause to remove Zaluzhny. And but the main point for me is we'll deal with it when it happens, regardless, because it also isn't going to be catastrophic. It will be problematic, as for all the reasons Chuck talked about. And I can't believe you'd give up on a guy like this who has such a esprit de corps at a time when you want to take in 500,000 additional conscripts.
Well, you know, that mobilization bill in the Ukrainian Rada is under debate. There are a lot of questions about it, a lot of opposition. And, you know, we've talked a lot about domestic politics in the United States here on MriyaReport. There is also domestic politics playing out in Ukraine. It's a very complicated moment in this 714-day war that Russia has launched against Ukraine. It's complicated in Ukraine on the battlefield, also politically. It's complicated in the United States politically, but you only have to hope that in the next 10 days, there will be some kind of resolution in Ukraine's favor. Because I mean, simply put, Ukraine needs it. Ukraine needs the support. Ukraine needs the the newly reinforced support from the United States, and Ukraine needs to resolve its own domestic issues. Because it is, after all, a free democracy. There's debate inside Ukraine, and all voices will be heard before decisions are made. Scott, welcome as co-host. I keep saying we're going to conclude Tuesday night's edition of Bullet Points, and we will eventually, but not before you get to ask your question.
I appreciate it.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Chuck. I appreciate it, Alan. Chuck, I wanted to speculate with you about artillery and what could be done, artillery shells and what could be done. Worst case, the U.S. doesn't come through like we all want it to, her to. Europe doesn't have, I mean, I don't think the US has either, but Europe doesn't have the capability to produce the 2 million shells a year that Ukraine needs. That's to only have half of what Russia has. 5,000 shells a day is 1.8 million. Is there any way that they can get their own defense establishment up to, I mean, not in 2024, obviously, but is there any way Ukraine can get its defense establishment to produce those? And or can drones, which they are putting a priority on producing, can drones take up some of the slack?
Yeah, drones can take up some of the slack, but certainly not all of it. It used to be you're firing artillery at an approaching column of vehicles, and having been shelled myself, I used to just think, okay, well, it's going to take an act of God for this artillery shell to hit me, right? It's going to be my numbers up if that happens. And one of the revolutionary things about those first-person drones are they carry a much smaller warhead than an artillery shell. In fact, I mean, the warheads they carry will essentially fit in your hand, but they are shape charge warheads. So when they hit, they blow a tiny hole into the armor, into the target, but that is virtually always sufficient to kill the crew inside, set off their ammunition. So you're trading down in explosive payload, but you're trading up in the fact that you are hitting a vehicle where you want to, right? So you watch these FPV drone attacks; they are striking between the turret and the hull. They're striking on the engine deck. And how many times have we seen the incredible ability of these guys to drop a mortar shell, even a hand grenade, right into the tank through an open hatch? So that's revolutionary. That's revolutionizing the, land warfare. But we don't really know where that's going. We don't really know yet that a swarm of 1,500 or 2,000 drones is going to be able to defeat a large-scale ground maneuver element coming at us. Maybe it will. I mean, we've already seen wave attacks of unmanned vehicles. We saw the unmanned surface vessels stalking and killing that missile corvette, taking their turns, approaching from different angles, and we see that. But one of the things we're going to see soon, I think, we're truly going to see drone swarm attacks, where those drones are all talking to each other, or rather, They are interoperable, and they are all able to target individual targets. I think we're probably going to see that within this year, and that is truly going to that's really going to revolutionize it. You think of those drone displays you see in the sky where they spell out words, 1,000-foot displays with drones all changing their lights, their colors, and spelling out, glory to the Communist Party and everything else. Well, imagine launching 1,000 drones that converge on an oncoming offensive element, and with no input or minimal input from the drone operators, they swarm and attack individual vehicles, seeking them out, or the two drones next to each other decide we should both converge on this vehicle. I mean, that could be absolutely revolutionary. That could make artillery obsolete. But don't bet on it, and don't bet your country's future on it. So, we've got to give them the conventional, proven tools to fight this war. And everything they develop that is new and revolutionary on top of that, I look at that as a safety margin. By the end of this war, I am certain there will be attacks like I just described. A swarm of 1,000 or more UCAVs in the air addressing these individual targets all on their own. Right now, one for one, these drones are flown into their targets by really talented operators. But we have President Zelensky, who just created a new branch of service for Ukraine, the drone forces. And they're going to be a separate, they're not just going to be a separate military occupational specialty within the Ukrainian army, they're going to be a separate service. And that means that service will answer directly to the Minister of Defense and directly to the Commander in Chief. How revolutionary is that? Well, it's pretty revolutionary. When special operations tactics were undergoing their renaissance, or earlier in my career, the Joint Special Operations Command became, for all intents and purposes, a completely separate service in the United States. JSOC became the sixth side of the Pentagon. And although we were formed from, our manning came from every service, the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, JSOC answered, the commanding general or admiral of JSOC answered not to the secretary, not to the secretary of their service, the armed secretary of the Army, Navy, Air Force. It answered directly to the Secretary of Defense, and there directly to the president. So that was a huge step for the United States. And this separate drone service, I wouldn't be surprised if we see other nations copying it. But Ukraine wants to be on the leading edge and not the bleeding edge. So we've got to give them the conventional tools. They absolutely must have them. Technology may change, they may triumph with new, untested, unimagined weapons, but they need the regular stuff.
Creating a drone force is a hell of a lot more important than creating a space force. Just my opinion. Look, here we are, 714 days into this war, February 7 in Kyiv. It's a critical day in this war, not only because there are issues that need to be resolved in the United States, but because there are issues that need to be resolved in Ukraine, and there are days ahead where that 1,000 yard stare of the individual Ukrainian soldier on the front line, we'll see into the future of victory. But it just strikes me, Chuck, that today is I feel like I'm at the bottom of the trough. There, when I think about the ebb and flow of war, as I've read about it, as I've heard about it, uh, Ukraine is not on the crest of the wave. I don't think Ukraine is riding up the wave. I think Ukraine is in the trough, and in the trough, you can't see behind you, you can't see ahead of you. You're blind to the future. And that's why each and every one of us have to take action tonight to make the future visible, the future being Ukrainian victory. And when I say that, what I mean is call your member of Congress, tell him or her to please stand by Ukraine. You know the reasons why. I don't have to tell you. We talk about it all the time here at Maria Report. Uh, just get on the phone, leave a 30-second message, and sleep well as someone who has actively defended Ukraine tonight.
And every surfer knows when you're in the trough and the sets are coming, you just got to keep paddling, right? You just keep ducking the waves, get outside and catch a big one, but you just keep paddling. And, we've talked about this a lot on bullet points. Things are going to get darker before they get lighter. Look, we just expect it. There's going to be ebbs, there's going to be flows, there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. This isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. And you can take this to bed too. Russia's not going to win this war. They are not. And don't forget that they can't, right? Their combat efficiency is too low. Their morale is abysmal. Their frontline forces are complaining of tuberculosis, hepatitis, HIV. You can't run an army like that. You cannot do it and expect it to fight. So the future's bright, but we got to keep pulling. Alan, thank you for a terrific show. I'm so glad to be with you. And everyone listening, I thank you so much for joining us, spending the time with us. We're all family here, and we're all pointed in the same direction. So be on the team tonight. Make that call. Well, 30 seconds. That's all it's going to take. Let those clowns know that they either get with a program or we're going to get someone who will.
Chuck, I'll see you again Thursday night for the next edition of Bullet Points. Thank you for all of your time tonight. We've gone overtime. We don't get overtime pay. We don't get pay at all here at MriyaReport. We're just all volunteers. And we just believe to the depth of our heart in Ukraine and in Ukraine's future, in Ukraine's victory. That's why we're here. That's why we talk about Ukraine every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and combat Russian disinformation. There's just so much to talk about. We'll cover more issues on Thursday when Chuck comes back. Scott, you and we might as well take the next 13 minutes, right? I'll go to the top of the hour.
Sounds good, man. I have a follow-up for Chuck. If Chuck can go to the top of the hour too.
If Alan's going, I'm going, and I will just stare back at the people who are staring at me. Let's go.
So what about a couple, 3 factories that can spit out 500,000 155 millimeter artillery shells in Ukraine?
Oh, I think that's 24 months out, at least.
Yeah.
But you know, they broke ground today on a Bayraktar factory.
Yep.
They can produce 200, 200 a year when they're up. Ukraine is obviously going to have to reinvigorate its ability to produce some of the stuff it needs. But you know what? That's more of a long-term solution. And that definitely is part of what's going forward, because once Ukraine wins back its territory, it is still going to be dealing with a hostile neighbor. So this is a long-term project.
Yeah.
You know, Chuck and Scott, when we were talking with Ben Hodges yesterday, everyone here should listen in to Axel's interview when it's available on Spotify. But there were 5 top areas that struck me, and these are all interweaved between Ukraine and its allies around the world. Those 5 areas being mobilization, training, supply, military industrialization inside Ukraine, and leadership. They struck me as the top 5 concerns that Ukraine has to deal with right now. You know, any one of them, just choose the one you want: mobilization, training, supply, military manufacture, leadership. Any one of them is a heavy lift. All 5 of these areas are on Zelensky's plate right now, and on Zelensky's plate as long as he remains in command. These are difficult issues to resolve.
And they are all interlocking and interdependent. And the president is in this, consequence in this conflict for national survival. He has so many things he has to be on top of. Economic development of the country, its manufacturing abilities, the political consequences of mobilization, the sociological consequences of a mobilization, relationships with the commanding generals. It is an extraordinarily complex situation. And, I often look to the history of the American Civil War because that is a conflict we know a great deal about, and we can see the relationship between an exemplary American commander-in-chief and his generals, and that relationship was really fraught at times. And Lincoln had to fire certain people. He had to deal with insubordination. He had to deal with one of his military commanders who actually ran for president against him. I mean, it almost couldn't have been more complicated. Lincoln was the guy who saved the nation. And President Zelensky, like it or not, he finds himself in that same situation with all of the adversity, all of the complications, and all of the consequence that Lincoln faced. He can't afford to lose. And sometimes you got to play the game like that. Don't lose. You're going to get your shot to take some offensive action and win the game. But in the meantime, maintain an even strain, right? And defend what you've got. And I think Ukraine, unfortunately, remains in that position until Washington gets its thumb out.
And maybe that will happen this week. Maybe it will happen in the next couple of weeks. Someone has to drive sense into political leaders in the U.S. Congress. I don't know exactly who that will be. I hope that President Biden steps up into the bully pulpit, makes a speech that resonates, because there are so many things that he could say. Aid to Ukraine actually strengthens the American economy. It means more jobs, more high-paying jobs, and the American economy is already strong under President Biden's leadership. But supplying Ukraine with everything it needs would make the American economy even stronger. It would make America's position in the world as the leader of the free world even stronger, because that leadership is coming into question. So, Joe, get your speech ready, climb up into the bully pulpit, and make that speech. Talk to Americans as we need to hear you. Talk to us about our lives. Talk to us about our jobs. Talk to us about our prosperity. Talk to us about our values, values that Ukraine is actually fighting for. Just get up into that bully pulpit and please, Joe, talk to us.
Hey, Al,
And give me a call because I'll write that speech.
you'd write a good one, Chuck. Alan and Chuck, couldn't Biden do a lot more right now? I mean, I want this supplemental as much as anyone on this space or anyone in the country, but given the speaker's prerogatives and the temerity with which people are handling President Trump, I have my doubts about the supplemental, but couldn't the president use the EDA more aggressively and get, even release tanks and F-16s and other stuff?
There's so many tools at the commander in chief's disposal, right? Presidential decision directives, executive orders. There's so much she can do, but I agree with Alan. This is the moment for that speech. The United States, the people of the United States, they want to hear it. Support for Ukraine is overwhelming among the people, right? Americans don't like bullies, and they love the underdog. And Ukraine is still the underdog, but this could be the defining moment of the president's presidency. This could be his legacy. That speech that touches chords in the American people, explaining why we're supporting Ukraine and what is at risk here. And frankly, it's the future security of Europe. I mean, I don't know, Alan. I mean, I really want to see the president rise to the occasion. I have absolutely no political views, but I'm a one-issue guy. I want Ukraine to get supplied.
I'm a couple of issues guy, Chuck, but Ukraine is my top issue. And by the way, the European Union is our largest trading partner. As long as the EU is secure, the American economy is secure as well. And sometimes speeches do have to go to the bottom line, but I want Americans to recognize that the bottom line is drawn right across your kitchen table. So when you sit at your kitchen table, you think about your budget, you think about your job, you think about the college tuition you have to pay for your children. This war actually affects you right in your kitchen, in kitchen table conversations. How are we going to pay uh, this month's bills? Well, you know what? It's easier for you to meet your family budget if the United States supports Ukraine through its victory over Russia. Uh, I can go into that more and more. Maybe we will on Thursday or Friday. But, you know, this war is not only about lives that will go on into the future and quite possibly change the world we live in. This war is about the life you're living right now in the United States. So support Ukraine. Keep our prosperity safe. Keep your family safe. Because if we don't support Ukraine in defeating Russia, your son or your daughter or my grandson or my granddaughter or my daughter could be at war in Europe against Russia. That is the reality here. You want to avoid the next war, win this war by giving Ukraine everything it needs.
Here, here.
I think with
Well said.
I think with that, Chuck, we're going to conclude the Tuesday night edition of Bullet Points. We'll be back on Thursday with a lot more news, frankly, because there are so many topics we didn't address tonight. We'll get to them on Thursday. We'll also get to new maps on Thursday. Uh, uh, Everything can change in a day on the zero line in Ukraine. Chuck, thanks so much for your time tonight. We went overtime, but as I say, none of us get overtime pay. We're here for free.
I am glad to do anything I can to help. And thank you, everybody, for listening. And I'll see you Thursday night. Alan and Scott, we're in your capable hands.
Thank you, guys. Great show, what I heard of it. And thanks so much for your dedication.
Thanks, Chuck. Thanks, Scott, for taking the final moments of bullet points with me here tonight on MriyaReport. To all of our listeners, I want to encourage you to retweet this space because MriyaReport is here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have been through 714 days of this war, informing the world of what's happening in Ukraine. But I also want to encourage every listener here tonight to go to MriyaReport.org. Tap on the donate button. Be as generous as you possibly can be. We'll have some specific new fundraising opportunities for you, but every generous donation you make to MriyaReport sends non-lethal supplies to Ukraine. We don't need, you don't need a specific fundraiser to support Ukraine. You can simply support MriyaReport. That's MRIYA report.org. Visit us, find out about us. We're a nonprofit registered with the Internal Revenue Service here in the United States. Americans listening, that means every donation you make gives you a tax deduction. But that deduction is not as important as your generosity in support of Ukraine. Don't be an innocent bystander, be an active supporter of MriyaReport, of Ukraine, of the future we all want to give to our children. Thanks for listening. Thanks for not dropping off while I make this plea to you. And thanks for going to MriyaReport.org. We'll see you again Thursday night with Chuck Farrer for the next edition of Bullet Points. Meanwhile, Scott and Prince will take us through the late North American evening. Scott, back to you.
Thanks, Alan. Have a good night. Have a good rest. Be refreshed for tomorrow. And dry fly while Prince is coming up. Let's talk.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on you guys. You don't want Biden right now talking about this. You don't want him giving that speech. You want him to, but you really don't want him to. It's too divided. This has got to be worked out before he can do it. What had happened is if he gave a big speech right now, it would be read by the Republicans as being too conservative or too much of a campaign speech. He's talking about his war, and it's the last thing we need. Somehow we need to dial down the political rhetoric on Ukraine as much as possible. The border is absolutely red hot, obviously, and it's too late for that. But it's conceivable still they could get aid for Ukraine, aid for Israel and Taiwan. There's some talk in the Senate that they're going to try to do that and do it quickly before the House GOP gets their act together. That was what was being.
So, are you saying that they would strip the border provisions out of the bill? Yeah,
that was been mentioned probably about 2 to 3 hours ago, that they're going to strip the border out, try to do a standing bill on it, get it through quickly through a petition, and see if they can't get it done. That was talked about, but the Senate's got to pass it first. And there is some discussion that is possible. At least it was on the Twitter stuff I was reading, and some of the political the political feeds, the political accounts. The thing about it is that right now, the last thing in the world they want to do is turn that into a political fight, because then it'll just be Trump will come in and say, don't give it to him. He's already said that, but he's so bogged down in other stuff, he may not even notice it goes through by the time it goes through. You follow me? So we really don't want Biden above the radar on this at this point. And I think he's smart enough to know that. The next time it'll come up by Biden will be at the State of the Union, and it'll be at if there is a threat of a shutdown. And there's a very, very good possibility that there will be a shutdown this time, because the Republicans absolutely need to flex some. They've been slapped around a little bit by their own incompetence, and they're going to want to show that they've got some stones. So there's going to be it's going to get ugly probably in the next 3 weeks or so before the next drop dead on the budget comes up. But that was what I was reading tonight, is that they're going to try to do that. There's talk of them trying to do that. I wouldn't hold your breath. Call your congressman, and now you may want to be calling your senator. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to call both of my senators and just say, get that done. get that bill through, strip the border out if you have to, get it into a bill, get it on the floor, get that off the table. We'll fight the border later when we have to. And by the way, I'm not opposed to having them. If the Republicans want it as an issue, take it as an issue. The way that the Republicans screwed up a compromise, I'm convinced that that's going to work against them in the election more than for them. It'll help them in the hardcore right-wing seats, but it'll really hurt them in any purplish districts. And I think that is something they have not anticipated. So my personal opinion is take it to the street, go for it, but get Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel off the table. And that's what I've been telling my congressmen over and over and over. They, fight the budget if you want to, or fight the budget, fight the border, go ahead, knock yourself out. Get those three off the table. And we'll see. That's all I can say. And I'll listen. Thank you.
Dryfly, I have 2 questions for you. Hi, Prince. How are you?
I'm okay. Would you like a really quick rundown on what's happening at this moment, up to date in Ukraine? Just really quick. Yeah.
Okay.
Countrywide air raid alert. Cruise missiles launched from the Caspian Sea. Indication of some possible ballistics heading in towards Kharkiv. Additionally, there are some UAVs that have been launched and are heading towards Mykolaiv. At this point, cruise missiles have made it to Kyiv Oblast at this point, and it looks like Mykolaiv Oblast. And they are coming through Sumy and also Poltava and moving west. So I will keep an eye on this while you ask Dryfly what you wanted to ask Dryfly.
All right, thanks for that. That sounds late. It's 7 o'clock already, and
that's been pretty typical. It's been pretty typical lately. There was a takeoff of about 9 Tu-95s from Olena a few hours ago, and then a couple of more joined them from Ingalls, as far as I can tell. So I believe there are 11 Tu-95s in the air. There are also Tu-22s in the air, and so yeah, it's going to be a busy couple of hours.
Go air defense. Dryfly, two political questions for you. One is there any mechanism for House members to force a bill to the House floor against the desire of the Speaker?
Yeah, that's the petition. That's that discharge petition. But it has to be tight. There are rules on it. It has to be a very, very tight rule. And so you would have a law. So you would have to write a law that says we're providing military aid to the executive branch to be able to do this, 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 and this. And it's one bill. They're not going to have like all the riders and pork barrel and stuff like that. It then goes, someone has to take it, carry it to a committee that has some kind of jurisdiction over the topic. They vote it out of the committee to the floor, and if it has enough votes, it has to have pretty much enough votes to pass. Then the Speaker has to acknowledge it, and it's in the Constitution. This is not a law or a rule or something they could change or walk away from. Discharge petitions are in the Constitution. It is Will's favorite way of getting stuff done in this kind of this logjam. However, the problem with it, and what I've been telling Will, is that it really, really requires enormous amount of coordination from a very, very big sack of cats, meaning Congress. So you have to really, really have focus when it hits the House of Representatives. And when you have 435 people, all of them thinking they're king, it can be a problem. The thing that gives me hope that this may now actually happen is that you had Schumer and McConnell both talking, even though the other Republicans are madder than hell in the Senate, or madder than hell at McConnell for even bringing it up. I was reading tonight, I think it was Ted Cruz says maybe it's time that we get a Republican, the head of the Republican Party in the Senate, because he's so mad at this conversation. But the point is McConnell is going, he's not going to run again. He's done. Okay. So he's going to ride this one out, and it could very well be his legacy. He could get, if he does this and gets it done right, he could have a building named after him. After all the horrible things he's done for the last 15 years, it'd make me sick. But frankly, if he gets this done, it's going to make his legacy. So he has real incentive to save Europe. And Schumer, as incompetent as he is, which is he is of the four. Well, I shouldn't say that. Johnson is pretty incompetent. He's on a par with Johnson. He just has more experience. He hasn't been very smooth at getting this stuff through. He's made some horrible blunders, and Alan can tell you that he and I've had discussions about that at night. The point is that those two are talking. They're thinking they can get that bill taken care of, dusted off, get it narrowed down so it survives um, the test of whether or not it's germane. I mean, it has to be tight enough to pass the parliamentarian, and then push it through. And I've been told by a couple of the guys who have been on this site over the years, people like Primus who are Republicans, really follow the Republican side, that there are a handful of Republican committeemen who are very pro-Ukraine and might carry the water to get it to the floor. And they're in strong enough positions that they'd probably survive a primary if Trump went after him. So that gives you some hope that there's a chance, but my expectation is that it's an outside chance, so don't get your hopes up, but that's what you should be watching for. And while you guys were talking with Chuck, I was just reading up on that, so it sounds like it's actually a thing that is being discussed. Whether it becomes into a thing that's really real or not, that we'll have to wait and see. But if Schumer and McConnell are both floating it as rumors to the press, that gives me reason to believe that those are trial balloons that they're going to look for trying to get it out. And that's my best guess. Again, I've been saying all along, I think it's going to be part of a budget deal. I think we're going to have a shutdown. I think it's going to be a bloody ugly one. And then I think coming out of it, all kinds of stuff is going to get cleared. But we may have to get deeper into these primaries before we get to that point. And there's going to have to probably be more congressmen and senators who feel safe enough that they can step outside of Trump to be able to get it done. And there's going to come a point where the primaries are no longer their number one concern. The general election is their concern. And then they're going to have to be more moderate to the voters, and they'll forget Trump. They won't. He can shoot mad tweets at them, but by that point, if they're already, the nominated candidate and they're in the election, then it's them and the voters. Trump really doesn't play as big a role, except in the few places where he's got enormous clout. For the 30% of voters where he does not, 30% of districts where it's either purplish blue, purplish red, or purple, they're going to be more worried about pissing off the electorate and doing what they want. The problem is that's probably September, So this is probably the next best chance. This effort and the upcoming budget talks a lot of stuff should clear, I would think, or we're going to have a long summer of potential shutdowns and more of what we're seeing now. And I'll listen. Thank you.
Thanks for that. That's I really appreciate it. The second question is the EDA authority and other presidential authorities that, I sort of broached that with Chuck, but what it seems like the president has a lot more authority to get weapons to deserving countries at his discretion than he's using. Can you talk to us about that? And
yeah, I can because I thought about that a lot. I think it's overplayed. I think it's wildly overplayed. Listen, Crenshaw today I was just listening to Crenshaw. He's a congressman from Texas. I believe it's Texas. Very conservative GOP guy. And he's talking about the border, and he's yelling at all of his fellow Republicans saying, you think Biden can just go in there and wave a magic wand and close the border? That's not how laws work. We're a country of laws. Those things can be challenged in court, and they can all be overthrown and overturned. He might be able to do an executive order and get it done for a month or so, but it'll immediately be in court, and it'll be challenged, and it'll all be put on stay. And so the reality is presidents have limits. They need congressional approval. They need to follow the law. Well, the same thing follows with the EDA. There are things he could do. Absolutely, no doubt about it. Send some of the junk. But Ukraine doesn't need junk. They need actually some of the good stuff. They need artillery shells. They need bullets. They need ammo for the Bradleys. This is not stuff that's going to be in a junk pile somewhere that they can just dust it off and stick it on a boat and ship it to them. And that's really the problem. There's also limitations on what he can give away with respect to, I'm just going to give you this or I'm going to give you that. Some of that requires congressional oversight. Yeah, he could say he's going to do it, but a lot of them require like a 60-day approval or some kind of a ticking clock to decide whether they're going to get it or not. So I just think there's a whole lot of people who don't understand the system saying the president can do this or the president can do that on lots of different issues. And the reality of it is there are constraints. He needs to have congressional approval. Now, can he work around? Yeah. Some of the workarounds you're seeing by doing swaps and third-party switches and sending something to Portugal and Portugal sends it to Ukraine. But it's not the fix they need. They need ammunition. They need ammunition. That's the thing they need more than anything. They need ammo, literally bullets, and they need artillery shells. And if there's anything that should be sent right now, that could be it. Now, does he have some money in a pot left to send them? Maybe he does. I don't know that, but it could be he's sitting on it because he may have to use that money in June, in July, in August. I mean, when the Russians are really pressing, he may be having to say, okay, I'm going to send the last nickels and dimes I got, because Congress isn't doing their job. And so I don't know what they know. I don't know what's in their piggy bank, but I do know that there's a lot of talk on Twitter, a lot of talk on Spaces. And from what I'm hearing, reading from others, and I'm reading a lot of people, that it's that there is things they can do, but it's not what they need. And it's being over advertised. In theory, I guess Biden could order it all shipped and then try to fight off an impeachment for breaking the law. But that's not the way Biden operates. He's not going to do that. He's going to stick to the law. He's going to do it, for the most part, he's going to do it the way it has to be done. He isn't going to do a drug deal, get the proceeds from the drugs and go buy ammunition for him. That's just not the way they do things. So I think people need to be real, okay, about what he can do and what he can't do. And we need to get Congress off the dime. And if that doesn't happen, we need to get the Europeans to really step up. I mean, really, really step up. Listen, thank you.
Yeah. It sounds like we're threading needles all over the place. I agree about ammunition, that's what's most needed, and that would not be considered excess. I'm more thinking that somehow we could solve the 155 millimeter shell problem from South Korea, from Japan, from Norway, from Germany, and get them some tanks or Bradleys, etc. Some of the excess stuff that would help in the meantime while we're trying to get the ammunition. But to show resolve and to show support and also green light other countries' weapon systems that they want to send that we've been reluctant, especially on the F-16s. So go ahead, Dreyfus.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I do. And I think South Korea is a good potential. I think the problem is that there just isn't enough production worldwide right now for what Ukraine needs and the potential war that we're still looking at in the Middle East, which isn't off the table. I mean, it's been a little quiet the last couple of days, but that's still a hot potential conflict zone. And people say, well, we wouldn't need them. We wouldn't need them if we're shooting tomahawks from the Persian Gulf. But if it turns into a real war where Iranians start moving on some of our assets in Syria, yeah, I mean, that's going to be a different kettle of fish. And so I think they're sitting on some of that stuff. We are sitting on it because we think that we just might need them. And I thought that for a year because I was watching the Middle East thinking that's going to blow up. They're going to do something there. They just had to. And it's not like I'm like a fortune teller. It's just that what would you do if you're Putin? You activate your proxies. You activate your proxies around the world, even if they don't go fully into action. Just the threat of them, like the noise in Venezuela, the noise in North Korea. Those two things right away. Probably put chills down the Joint Chiefs' spine, because they know they would be stretched doing a Korea defense, doing a Taiwan defense, all of a sudden having to go into Latin America in a jungle and fight a Vietnam-like war against Venezuela, while at the same time potentially facing off Houthis and other proxies of Iran and in Russia, in the Middle East. I mean, there are reasons that there's caution on the part of the White House and why we are still stockpiling. We'll need them. We're going to need them. But that doesn't change the situation in Ukraine, where we need them too. So I think it's really important that when we have conversations with our representatives, if they will give you a second, explain to them why it's all important and why you're all on board with them. And I tell them I am a defense voter. I vote for security, and yet I'm still a liberal, but I vote for security. Guys who will deliver reasonable, efficient, good government toward a secure system. I'm all for that. But they have to do it all. They're going to have to juggle. They have to get it done. They got to get this stuff moving. They got to spend the money. And so I think that's the same story that our European pals have to do with their governments. Germany needs to be building lots more munitions. It's good for their economy. They've got unemployment all across Europe. Soak it up. Put them in plants making munitions. It sucks for a while, but at the end of the day, they'll have the assurances of their society being secure, and they'll have provided economic boost. I mean, it's a win-win. But we're going to need Europe, I think, to step it up more. And I think South Korea is ideal. I mean, I've heard that from everyone. South Korea is the perfect place. But Eastern Europe has quite a bit more too than I think we know of. In places like Slovakia, it's just a matter of using money to pry it out. The Slovakians talk about, I think it's Slovakia or Slovenia, one of those two countries, and I mix them up. And I apologize, Europeans listening. But my understanding is that both of those, one of those countries has a pretty significant artillery shell manufacturing capability. And even though they talk about Russia being, well, the new president is kind of pro-Putin, you wave money in front of them, they'll make the shells. My understanding is that they've been shipping shells to Ukraine throughout, even with some of the noise in the politics there. We just need a lot more of that, a lot more of that over the next 6 months, I think. After 6 months, we'll know how serious the situation is in the U.S. I mean, we'll know by then whether U.S. is going to be able to be relied on in the next, 4 years or not. But right now, Europe's got to step up, I think, and some of the other allies like South Korea. And I'll listen.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Democracy.
Thank you. So I forgot there for a second what I was going to say, so I put my hand down, but then I remembered.
Good.
This is, I guess, for whoever can answer it, but so South Korea, are they not in danger from North Korea and possibly needing to hold on to their stuff?
Well, North Korea is always a threat. Seoul is super close to the demilitarized zone. They have other weapons in their arsenal, right? They have tanks. They have long range missiles. They have a very layered defense. I mean, North Korea has a lot of weapons, as we've seen, that they can supply all these artillery shells to Russia. And they are making waves with their long range missiles, and they're going to go nuclear and all that. But I don't think nobody I've read thinks that North Korea is foolhardy enough to attack in a conventional war or with a missile war. South Korea. So they need some stuff, but they also have good supplies. I mean, South Korea takes defense seriously because of the North.
Okay.
So
Okay, well that's good. You know, I've said it a million times. All of this stuff is fairly new to me, so I feel like I kind of get, a hold on something like the history between Ukraine and Russia and blah 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 blah, and then Hamas attacks Israel, and then North Korea starts making noise, and so I just have to kind of learn as I go. I guess I'm trying to play catch up. So thank you.
yeah, there is a lot when it comes to geopolitics and military affairs, no doubt. So we're all playing catch up on some aspects of global affairs right now. Prince Heather,
Scott.
you want to share more updates?
Oh man, I mean, it's not pretty. It's
Have any of these missiles hit?
I'm hearing of let me get a I'm hearing that there has been a hit in Mykolaiv region. We are waiting for official information on that. As of 6:17, so that would have been 6:17 a.m. Kyiv time. One group of X-101 in Kyiv going on southwest course, Poltova southwest course, Chernihivska and southwest course, and Sumy another southwest course. And there have been 4 explosions already in Kharkiv. And then at 6:24, the 4 groups of KH-101 cruise missiles are moving along the previous routes. In addition, now they're actually, these are all the same thing. So yeah, there's a lot's going out right now. Missiles have turned to Uman. I'm just seeing on another thing here. I mean, I've got something that gives me like every 30-second updates about where missiles are, and so sometimes I just sort of wait and see. But it's been a while, and there was speculation as to if they had enough to do this again, and it looks like they have. I have heard that some of those things that went to Kharkiv may have been ballistics. Time will tell. I just watched a video that was very, very loud with explosions. So yeah, that's it. I mean, it's a lot of it's going to be wait and see what happens. I'm not seeing any new from the south of Ukraine. Several groups of rockets are moving to Vinnytsia and Shaheeds in the Mykolaiv Oblast. So these are all just within the last few minutes. So yeah, it's going to be a busy night as far as this is concerned. Kharkiv, not that one. Yeah, direct from the Kharkiv regional state administration that at least 4 strikes in the Kharkiv Oblast stay in shelters. According to preliminary information, hits were recorded in the Slobiod district of Kharkiv. There is damage to non-residential infrastructure. At this moment, there are no casualties, but a review of places is ongoing. So yeah, so it's it's how these things go. There's fog of war, and it's wait and see kind of situation, and so that's what we try to do. But I also try to keep updated on it as we go along. So does that help?
Yeah, that helps a lot. A very tense night or early morning.
Always is when whenever you see the takeoff of Tu-95s from Olina, you always know it's going to be a tense morning. For them it's morning, for us it's night. But for them it is 6:32 a.m. in Kyiv right now. So yeah, that's that. Now, the other thing, I heard you guys talking earlier about the conscription stuff that's been happening, the news about that. And I actually read a couple of things about that. And the first thing that I noted was an article in the Kyiv Independent. And what I noted in that is that Dmitry Lubinets, the ombudsman for Ukraine, lodged and said that he had several complaints about it. There were several problems with it. And, the biggest part of that is that it is at odds with the Constitution of Ukraine. And so he said that the revised bill has a number of contradictions, and that it said it violated Article 17 of Ukraine's constitution, which prohibits the military from restricting the freedoms of citizens. And I'm not exactly sure how that is written, but they're saying that the draft law does not comply with this. So he's just sort of watching out for that. Now later, though, there was an update on his personal Telegram. It's his Telegram page. Tonight, he had an urgent meeting with the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Rustem Umerov, where they discussed the bill on mobilization, which is important for Ukraine. I just love that they just get together and talk, because that's what needs to happen for these things. As a result of this meeting, it was concluded that the said draft must be adopted by Parliament in the first reading. With this, I am addressing the People's Deputies before the second reading. Comments from the Office of Ombudsman can be settled. Once again, I note a quick positive response from the Minister of Defense of Ukraine. So it sounds like he wants them to go ahead and approve this at the first reading, and then between the first and second reading, they will resolve the issues that he has with that bill. So they found amazingly, they found a compromise and a way to work together to get this bill moving through, and they will address the issues with it as it goes through the parliament there in Ukraine. So what do you think of that?
Well, I first think that the way it was interpreted, that a mobilization contradicts freedom of citizens, it made me think that no mobilization would be constitutional by that definition. And so then to hear that, oh no, the answer is do it on the first reading, rush it through, that seems weird.
Well, they go through the way they do it is they go through multiple readings before it's finally done, right? So they'll approve it, yeah. So I don't. Go ahead.
What does approval on the first reading mean then?
I think that it means that it can proceed to the second reading. Really, I think that's what it means.
But any draft law would have to do that anyway.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you could. I guess you could.
I don't know.
It might not ever get to the second reading, obviously.
Exactly. I think that's the purpose. I think that if it doesn't go through past the first reading, then it's not going to go to the second reading. So it's not going to go to the second step, right? Jerry Fly has his hand up. He may have an idea.
I don't know their particulars about it, but yeah, but I read that that's common in a number of governments that don't have bicamerals like we do. So we have a goofy setup where we have a bicameral. So you have to pass it in one house and then a whole different group of people pass it in another. What these multiple readings do is sort of simulate that. You bring a bill, you do the first reading, you pass it, you do a second reading, you pass it again, and then the third reading is usually when it's passed and it becomes law. And I think what that does is give people sort of a chance to rethink, refight, go back in, all that kind of stuff that happens in legislation. In our system, it's done in two different houses. There, it's done in one house, their parliament. My understanding is they have one house that they do it in, or maybe they have a like equivalent of a House of Lords as well. But the majority of it is done in the lower house, and it's done through those multiple sequences to give people a chance to rethink it or fight over it again or whatever. The part that you were discussing about freedom of the military, my understanding, and I was on another space probably a week ago where they were talking about that, and I think it was Aaron Boma's one of his spaces. He has some pretty interesting people on, and they were discussing that, and that is and I'd love to hear from anyone from Ukraine who's out there listening. My understanding is that is part of their anger and unhappiness with the way in which there have been some of these recruiting groups have pressed people into service, not unlike what you hear in Russia. It isn't anywhere near as common as it is in Russia, but it has happened. And they wanted to make sure that there would be safeguards that, yeah, you can be forced to join the military, but they're not going to come and grab you off the street. It is a due process. You know, they let you know, you come in, you do the paperwork, you do all of that kind of stuff. If you have real reasons that you can't be in the military, you're allowed to express it, make your appeal, do all that stuff, and then you're rolled up and brought in if you don't satisfy any of those. They just don't want you to be thrown into the back of a truck or twisted, arm twisted, that kind of a thing. And from what I understand, it's not very common in Ukraine, but it has happened and people are pissed off about it. The few times it happens, because it's an actual, it's an actual republic, it's an actual democracy, they call their representatives and give them hell about, a cousin that was, they felt was pressed into service and not able to get out. And my understanding is that that's what that whole argument is about. It really isn't about, the military not being able to do anything or not being able to get people to, be conscripted. It's about due process and making sure that due process is followed and that the citizens' rights are respected throughout the process. I don't think that's a bad part of the law. I think that's why the compromise went through so quickly once it was clear that that was what it really meant. They didn't want it to be go into law and then have it be misconstrued. So that's what I heard. I don't know if that's accurate. I'd love to hear from someone from Ukraine who actually knows something, because I think that that's a really, really good idea. We haven't had real press gang conscription in this country probably since the 1800s. But man, I tell you, there's no better way to tear up a society than to have that. So I will listen.
Yeah, that's very helpful if you're right, Dryfly. And I hope you are. I don't know how statistically rare or common it is, but I have two very good friends in Ukraine who are males in their 40s who are scared to death to drive around Kyiv for fear of getting stuck at a checkpoint and getting press ganged into the army. So avoid social opportunities or volunteer opportunities in one case because they didn't want to go by that checkpoint. So, I mean, it seems like it might not be super rare if these, quite mobile, quite debonair gentlemen that are my friends were that nervous about it. So that does need to be fixed, though. That seems like a violation of human rights to me. And so I've been reading that the mobilization debate in the Rada is largely about fairness and eliminating that that aspect that nobody likes. I mean, that was the reason that not Reznikov, but the mobilization, the entire mobilization team was fired. What was it now? 9 months ago, something like that, and replaced with. But it didn't stop the practice, from what I understand, or at least the fear of it. So I hope that you're right on all those counts. That's what that meant, and that it is in fact rare. I have reason to believe that it might not be that rare. Back to you, Prince. Anything more on mobilization that you found out?
No, that was what hit me today as far as mobilization, as far as news, as far as that goes. And that is, so yeah. So I'm seeing the air defense is working in certain areas, and that what damage it was done. I already said that in Kharkiv area, and I do have one interesting and offbeat news, Scott. Have you ever thought of getting married remotely? Like you're in one part of the country.
I have not.
And you're in one part of the country and the person you're marrying is in another part of the country, yet you manage to get married without seeing each other. Do you think that's possible? Well, it is in Ukraine.
Okay, are these soldiers with civilians?
Yes. Ukraine is to introduce online video marriage services through the e-government portal. In its latest innovation, Ukraine's Dia government portal will allow citizens to get married remotely via video, a function that could be especially useful for deployed troops. So, yes, they plan to expand the functionality of their government portal to allow couples to get married remotely through video calls. Mikhailo Fedorov, who's the Ukraine's digital transformation minister, called the plan unique. It's unique in the whole world, and it would benefit soldiers in the military who might not be able to physically be with their partner due to military obligations. He's not going to give all of the spoilers, but there will be a lot of interesting elements to this process. It will be unique in the whole world, and it will allow the military to get married at a distance. So there will be and they'll be able to do it on live TV. Yeah, on live TV. So I guess part of the 6 o'clock news.
Well, I hope that the being on live TV is not a requirement of taking advantage of the video marriage.
I hope not too. So it will, of course, require a number of steps of verification and several security measures. But of course, they did start allowing in December the ability to allow couples to register as well as choosing their time and location and format of their wedding. So they were able to get all of that taken care of online. But in this new process, they can submit the application and pay the required fees. And their other half would simply need to confirm the application with an electronic signature and show up to the marriage. And that was what they introduced in December. So yeah, they are going to be doing this. I guess there was a bill passed in March of 2022 to allow couples in the police, military, among other government institutions to get married remotely during martial law by submitting an application to their immediate commander or supervisor. Yeah, this will take that whole entire idea even further. So congratulations, you can get married. It doesn't say anything if somebody's out of the country. That I'm very, very curious about that. What if you want to marry somebody who's on the front line, but you're in another country? I have questions. Is all I'm saying.
Well, my response to this is Tracy will like this comment. Fedorov is a force of nature, and between his e-government portal, his reform of education, and his innovations in the defense area, especially with the Brave One coalition, he's just pushing on every cylinder. I want him to get 155 millimeter shell factories under his jurisdiction too. But
yeah, but you know what? I have just been reminded of something in the back channel. Just being reminded of something in the back channel, and Of course, thanks to our friend who has the constant news from Redacted, call it, or I would call it, and he would call it something else. The absurd. Your groom does not even need to be alive. Yes, they have legalized being able to marry a dead Russian soldier. Yesterday. Not kidding. It's the truth. I think Scott might have fainted.
I did. I fell over. I had to pick myself up. I was reading the tweet you were referencing. But is that true?
Yes, it's true. Tracy, quit laughing. Come up here and back me up on this one. Yes, it's true. I read it.
That seems too weird. What is
the really gross one that Mockers found last night? A woman
claim. Wait, well, just hold on one sec.
Okay.
So that would enable you to claim the death benefits from your dead spouse?
Exactly. You will still get your sack of potatoes and carrots.
And your car. Your little Kia.
They sort of backed up the Lada. I like my Kia. Stop at the Kia. Be nice to Kia. I know but yeah, anyway. I like my 14-year-old Kia. Yes, it's
okay,
the
Lada.
Oh no, here comes Zero. Zero will tell us how it is. But I do see Brand has his hand up. Shall we give that a shot there, Scott?
Let's go to Brand first and then Zero.
Hey folks, can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, awesome. First time speaker, long time listener. Appreciate it. Just want to say, I've listened to Prince, Dryfly, and a bunch of other folks, especially Will, for a long time. My question is, going back to Dryfly's earlier comments, this is kind of a non sequitur based on the recent conversation, but it's more on the domestic American politics side. And I was just concerned about, how everything was playing out. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. I haven't served, but I pay attention. I'm listening a lot, and I've done so for the last couple of years since I found the space. And I just, my thing is seeing a lot of this stuff kind of come to a head. My concern is in terms of how the politics plays out on the American side in terms of funding. And my issue currently is like just a real chagrin for the lack of support for the immediate need of, from what I understand, is ammo, artillery, but also understanding that the most underappreciated dynamic in any kind of situation is time. People don't really pay attention to, and I can deal with short-term losses in terms of long-term gains, with the caveat that these people's lives that are being impacted in the present moment. and I think that if the long-term solution plays out, it does seem to come to a head, and the ace in the hole would be for the seizing of the Russian international funds, right? That would seriously take care of this issue in terms of funding. But I feel like there's, in terms of the American domestic policy, that's going to come to a head here and resolve. And if it doesn't, then that would be the ace to play. So I'm kind of getting back to Dryfly's points that were a little bit earlier in terms of that. And I just would like to hear responses to that, and then I can kind of step down.
Well, I've been reading about it, but I bet Dryfly knows more than I do. So if you'd like to comment, Dryfly, take it away.
Yeah, I just think say two words: due process. The problem we're going to have in the United States with confiscating those funds and using them. And we're not going to get into the politics yet, but just the legal ramifications is that you cannot seize assets or property from anyone without a legal claim or due process. And even monsters like Russia will require a due process claim against them to be able to take the money that's at least in the control of the U.S. and give it to Ukraine. It's just going to be a very, very long and ugly fight. Now, having said that, there are ways that we can expedite it. And there are ways that we, meaning the American people, can expedite it by getting our legislators to authorize that it is in fact a legitimate claim. So, but what I'm saying is that you pass a law signed by the president that says there are legitimate liabilities and claims against those assets, against those Russian assets, and that they are entitled to go to Ukraine. And you write that into law. And then the Ukrainians basically sue, or the government turns it over to Ukraine. I think the way it would have to be done is that a Ukrainian entity like the Ukrainian government would sue for those assets from wherever they're held in banks and in buildings and in companies and in stocks and all of that kind of stuff. They would then attach to those assets and either seize them and liquidate them, or just take the money out of the bank. You know, if it's a bond, you take the bond, you sell the bond, and you bring the money back. That will all be challenged in court. It'll be challenged for constitutionality. It'll be challenged for cause, and it'll go through a lower level court to appellate court, probably all the way to the Supreme Court. And I don't know how long it would take, but if I recall, it took something like 15 years or 20 years for the Lockerbie bombing victims to get paid by Libya, even though we had the assets locked. Now, people will ask, why would the U.S. then work so hard to freeze the assets that Russia has if it's going to be 20 years before the actual victims get a chance to spend the money and use it? That answer is simple. Russia doesn't get access to it. Once it's frozen, it goes into escrow, and Russia can't use it. We can't get at it. It's frozen, lock solid. It'll be given a trustee to run the assets in such a way that they maintain their value as best as possible. But the Russians really can't tamper with it, and we can't tamper with it. It's a frozen bank account. And what it did is it took the money out of the Russians' hands to be able to use to do things like manipulate their currency, buy stuff on the black market, do whatever they'd planned to do. So it was absolutely vitally important that we did it, but it's going to be a long time probably before that money is going to be freed up. And there's going to have to be steps done to speed up the process. The number one step is to get
definitely like a pain point, right? Because they flustered about it. So, but it is like your point is that it's frozen for a bit until we can. It's not an ace in the hole for us.
There is something we can do, and I'm gonna get to that in just a second. So let's say that we realize it's going to take 20 some years to get this money actually freed up, but we're confident that that money will free up because we're the government. We can actually to a certain extent speed that process up, you know. So what we might be able to do, and again, this will take a law from Congress. They could say we are going to give Ukraine the money, the $300 million that are in U.S. frozen assets. We're going to give them the money out of our bank account. And then we're going to attach, which is a legal word for meaning we're going to put a lien on that fund, and that's going to go to us to repay what we gave Ukraine. So on paper, for an accounting point of view, it looks like we didn't give them anything. It's just a wash. The Russians gave them the money. But in reality, we give them the money, and then 20 years later, we pay ourselves back after we work it through the courts. There is a risk that we won't get that money, but I think once we give them the money, I think the risk is pretty slim that we won't pay ourselves. So that's what I've been lobbying for 6 months on Twitter. But I will listen to what you all have to say. Thank you.
No, I will listen too. I appreciate the feedback, and I'm going to listen to people smarter than me.
Let's go to Zero, and then JBC3. We see your wave. We'll come to you after Zero, and then Will. Hello, Will. How's the workers' paradise this fine? What is it? Afternoon already?
Indeed, almost 1 p.m.
All right. Zero. You're up.
Yeah, hi guys. How are you? Hi Prince, hi Scott, hi Will, hi Drive-Fly. Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of paddle back a little bit to the earlier conversation that you were having about the Russian wives. Yay, good news for them. They can, marry their dead Morbics. But I have a question about that. So what happens if they want to get a divorce? Like what happens in that in that instance,
Well, I don't
That's
know.
hilarious. That's hilarious.
What happens
After they eat the potatoes.
after they eat the potatoes? Oh, good Lord. I have to go look for something because it was vile and horrid. Yeah, but maybe we should. I think he said it was JBC next. Maybe we should go to JBC while we ponder how to get a divorce remotely.
From a dead person. Maybe you're just a widow,
Exactly.
but
Well, you did hear about the woman.
no, you can't be a widow if you already got married when they were dead. I don't know. Good question,
Exactly.
Zero.
How does that work? Anyway,
How confusing.
Did you hear about the woman? A while back, but mockers will remember the woman who was informed that her husband had died, and they had a funeral for him and all of that good stuff. And a couple weeks after that, he showed up dead. Kidding.
Nice.
This happened in Russia not all that long ago. So anyway, perhaps we should go back to hams.
Yeah, let's go to JBC. And then to Will. Go ahead, JBC. You're still muted. Will, go ahead in the meantime. I'll come back to JBC.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna note that as discussed a little bit by Dryfly, that the best idea that I've heard in this area is from Belgium. I accept Lawrence Tribe and the others who have said that they could actually do the seizure of those $300 billion of assets, but I quite like the Belgium proposal, which is those $300 billion that are secured in or seized and held and frozen in Belgium, that a bond would be listed on those assets, equivalent to the capital value of those assets, and that the interest on that bond would be required to be paid by Russia, unless they wanted to risk losing the assets after due process has taken place when the war is finished. But in the meantime, Russia could not enjoy any interest on that bond. It would, in fact, have to pay the interest because Ukraine would get the interest off of the bond, so that it could have tens of millions of dollars annually until such time as the bond gets released. But the key is, giving that bond to Ukraine allows them to leverage a lot of credit in a way that they're doing it right now, essentially. Don't kid yourself. That money held in a bank is being traded upon by the banks that hold it or the governments who own it in that bank. And through an agreement of one or those two, they are definitely making money off of $300 billion worth of frozen assets. The key is make sure Russia doesn't get that interest, make sure Ukraine does get that interest, and tell Russia they can pay the interest on that bond themselves to maintain control over the asset before the war is ended. But once the war is ended, they're going to follow through on due process to take those assets, and note that Russia has no ownership rights over them because it refused to pay the interest on the bond in the first place. So, use capitalism, use our liberal democracies, use due process, follow due process, as Dryfly said, and put the screws to Russia. Folks, China and Russia can't out-capitalist us. They can't. They're, they're crafty as hell, but we can definitely use our systems against Russia as well as have them used against us by Russia. They are free and open, but there are good, crafty ways that are already on the table where Russia can be forced to pay for its illegal war inside Ukraine over time to guarantee they lose those assets with minimal due process, or eventually, or just give up the assets, basically. So I like this proposal from Belgium. I think it's a great idea. I think it bridges the issue that Dryfly is talking about, even though I think the seizure of assets now could be done according to the means that have been described by Lawrence Tribe, Bill Browder, and others. I like that idea, but there's no need necessarily to set precedent in the matter. You can simply do it the way that Belgium has proposed, I would say. Oh, and by the way, with getting divorced from a dead person is easy matter of having them declared dead, and then the court would say you don't need to get divorced from. But those women in Russia who got married to the dead guys, they did that, of course, so that they could get the benefits. And I think the regional oblasts were assisting some women in marrying their partners who were dead, so that they could make access to their survivor benefits.
Yeah, that makes sense. They were pre-existing partners; they just weren't married. Back to the seizure of the bonds or the assets. What's the logic, though, of charging Russia interest on assets that they would normally be gaining interest on? I mean, I know they wouldn't pay it, but that seems like a convoluted legal fiction to me.
No, it's a matter of saying your assets, which are subject, that they are locked up, and they are subject to a potentially valid claim from a person going forward, who should have rights to make money off of that money. The bank, the people who are going to own that money eventually, we're saying that they have the rights to make money off that money, because it's a clear-cut case that you will have to pay them massive amounts of reparations in excess of the capital that's here. So you can either start paying the interest on the capital now, or which is that we're recognizing preemptively is essentially going to go to them, but it does allow for due process in that if Russia fights it out later in the courts, and some court decides that their invasion wasn't legal, and that they didn't have to, that it was even illegal that their assets were seized, they might award interest against the seizure parties. But in the meantime, Russia's going to have debts which would exceed $300 billion, no worries whatsoever. I think we've identified something in the range of somewhere in the range of $10 trillion of damage that's been done to Ukraine that will eventually. So it's a number far in excess. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's something with a T on it, and we're talking about money in a form of a B. So they're saying this assets, we're going to acknowledge it would be held by Ukraine now, and that they should have rights to the interest off of it. Russia, you can either maintain your hold over that asset by paying the interest that should be due to Ukraine on it, or you are slowly, on a time value of money basis, relinquishing your rights to that asset, because eventually you will lose it plus more. So I mean, it's a crafty solution that probably holds water. I think Belgium was good thinking on them to do it, and they did it specifically, I believe, to circumvent or avoid the problem that Dryfly is talking about. Is you should only be able to seize someone's asset under common law, which we all want to continue, after it's been adjudicated in a court of law that the damage is due and payable, and that damage due and payable that case doesn't even normally get made in front of an international court until a war is over. But making Ukraine wait for the money, I like the idea of issuing them a bond, giving them a line of credit, which will enable them to not only make tens of millions of dollars in interest in the time period till the war does end, but it'll open up. You know this, Scott. It will unleash a magnitude of additional money for them, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. A multiple of that much capital sitting there that is allocated to them is going to allow them to open up leverage on that capital, which would be far in excess of $300 billion.
Right, and you could have all kinds of exotic derivatives that are based on estimates of the likelihood and discounted appropriately for that.
You bet.
So let's go to JBC, and then we'll go to Brand and then Driveway. JBC, go ahead. I don't know what's going on with your audio.
Still can't hear you, JBC.
Maybe want to recycle.
Yeah, why don't you? I know you tried it
now
once.
I think I heard you. Do you hear? Can I hear you, JBC? Try again. Nope, not getting them. Yeah, probably recycle, JBC. Sorry.
All right, Brand, you put your hand down. Did you want to go? You would be before Dryfly.
Sure. Yeah, real briefly, and I appreciate the time. It's my first time here tonight on Speak, so I appreciate it again, and I really appreciate all the speakers that I've listened to for many months. Yeah, I think it sounds like everything that was just discussed in terms of the long-term approach, right, seems to be in line, and I would expect no less, right? Like in terms of the monetary seizing for long-term reparations, kind of falls in line with in terms of what ICC has done in terms of like the seizing of Ukrainian children. Like it seems like all that's was understood and put into place to work out in terms of the policy. I guess I understood the backstop would be for that seizure of those funds. The Russian funds that were overseas and seized might be a backstop in terms of the short-term gains. So in terms of what was just described, I may be mistaken in that, and that's what I'm trying to clarify in my mind. And in terms of the American domestic policy for the funding that is required for the immediate need of bullets and artillery and so forth, I'm trying to determine in terms of American, like what is the backstop and to fight back against like what's going on in Congress day to day in the short term. So I'm trying to like just put my mind at ease on how we get through this so that we get to the long-term aims, and I'll listen.
You're saying like a plan B if we can't get the funding that we've been doing, where we give current weapons and then the authorization, the appropriation rather, serves to replace what the Defense Department now needs, new weapons.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like that's not a great plan B. But Dryfly came up after Will was talking, so he might have an opinion on this as well. Go ahead, Dryfly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of horse trading. I think there's going to be just a whole lot of horse trading going on. But I was going to throw out just a tidbit for people. We had been talking about politics and how crazy it was in in Congress and amongst the election going on in the U.S. I just wanted to throw out that just recently, just in the last couple minutes, the decision desk just called the Nevada primary, Republican primary, for none of the above. I guess they can be, A, B, or none of the above, and none of the above won the election for the primary in Nevada. So if you think
I didn't even know that, was there really a primary in Nevada tonight? I haven't even seen that on the news.
yeah, there was. I've been watching it on Twitter, and I hadn't heard anything of it, so I just kind of did a quick search through it, and all of a sudden, holy crow, they're saying none of the above got most of those. Now I don't know how that shakes out, whether Trump was involved and it was just Haley and none of the above, or if it was Trump, Haley, and none of the above, or what is, because Nevada's weird. It's got a caucus and a
Haley wasn't on the ballot.
Who wasn't?
Haley, this is JBC. But she wasn't on the ballot. She didn't qualify somehow, but all the votes are allocated per the caucus, which is why it was funky. Why did they even have a primary? That's why nobody paid attention to it.
Okay, well, none of the above won, and so that's going to be the headlines tomorrow. Just so you know, as if there wasn't enough crazy headlines on the American.
Although
election.
Joe won his handily.
Wait a minute. I don't even see that. I don't even see Trump on this ballot. I see Nikki Haley, Mike Pence, Tim Scott, John Castro. Yeah, and then a few people I don't even know. That's sort of crazy.
All the votes were allocated per the caucus. It was a non-entity. They had it, which is why people cried foul. But that's the way they decided to do it to fix things for Trump. It's a long story, but.
Can I
why
change the
didn't
subject a bit? Sorry, can I change the subject a bit? Sorry about American politics. I just listened to you about people getting married online in Ukraine, and it just sparked something because I'm from Romania, and I get a lot of questions from people on Twitter, on X, from Ukraine. They start talking to me. They tell me they are in trenches in Ukraine. And after a bit, they ask me for money. It's not one time. It's several times. I'm just asking myself, this is the phenomenon? I'm not sure if I'm talking to Ukrainians or Russians, but it's a lot, a lot of people just start talking to me and then ask me, I have a stomach ache. I need 1,000 euros. And I ask them, do you know, maybe you need medicine? I can send you medicine from Romania to Ukraine. No, I need money. Did this happen to you?
These people are trying to take your money. I would only donate to a known charity that does good work in Ukraine, and make sure you go through a charity that does good work. I would not send money to individuals.
I do not send them money. Of course, I do not send them. I always ask, maybe you need some stuff, you need some medicine. You tell me where I can send medicine to. But this is happening very often. It's like, I don't know where this comes from.
I think it comes from people trying to take advantage of the situation. I'm curious, Zero, do you have something to say on this?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, so sorry, your name is it Christina?
Yes.
Yes, don't ever send money to anyone that that sends you messages to say that they're from the trenches or they're the front lines. Basically, because the Ukrainian soldiers are too busy to, you know, to ask people for money because they're too busy fighting at the front lines. So it's going
It
to
was
be a scammers, and
not
we.
just one time, it was several times.
Oh,
People
oh, there's
approached
loads
me
of them.
on
No, no,
Twitter.
no. Yeah, no, there's loads and loads of them. So what I would do, and I have been approached by this one. If they send you direct, is it by direct messaging?
Yes, direct messages.
Yeah, no, it's a scam, totally fake and a scammer. So like I'm talking about like I'm in a group of people called NAFO or NAFO.
Yeah, I know that.
Online.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, so no, we basically, if it's a direct message to you asking for money, never ever send the money and just block. Just don't even engage. Just block. It will be scammers, and I've personally been targeted.
Who are these
And
people?
then like
Who are they?
They're from all over the world. There's quite a lot of them from Africa actually, because so for example, I had a conversation with somebody that said, "Oh, I am the soldier," and I was like, "Okay, well, let's see where this." I knew that it was a scam already, because if you read any articles about it online, it will kind of give you the steps or the points of what to watch out for. Number one is if they're direct messaging you and saying, "I am from Ukraine and I'm in the trenches," or "I am from the front line. Thank you for supporting Ukraine," and then starts asking you for money. That's like a big no-no. It's a big, huge red flag, basically. So it's a scam. And so I just wanted to quickly let you know. So I have had just quite a few people targeting me. And when I said to them, "Look, all right, then give me your PayPal details." And when they get the PayPal details, their name is like most of the sort of African
But it
names.
seems
So
like I'm
it's not a
targeting a
Ukrainian.
lot. I'm targeted. A lot
Yes,
of people
lots
come
of
to me.
yeah.
I don't know why.
That's because, sorry, just to interrupt you. That's also because you're a female. You have a female picture on your avatar, like so. That's why it's you, because you're a female and they target you. They pretend they're soldiers and they're sick and they need this, that, and the other. And like I said, Ukrainian soldiers. I mean, maybe there will be some. I don't know, but most of the time, or majority of the time, it's scammers, and they're from like all over the world. All over the world, not
At,
yeah.
at
So
one
just
time,
block
I was
and
really worried because somebody texted me, and I was really worried. He was in a really difficult situation. So it's
He was
yeah.
he
You
was
need
big
to
scam.
he was probably lying to you. Probably lying to you. Just to try to get you to give him money. That's how it is. So I get it. Loves democracy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Right. I think. Okay. I'm on. Okay. Sorry, my phone was being weird there. Um, what was I going to say? Well, I guess I was going to, I was just going to mention, I don't know if he's still in here. JBC, is he still in here? Or I don't see him anymore,
Nope,
so I
looks
don't
like he's gone.
suppose it. Okay, not that important then. Yeah, so I've got nothing to say. Thanks for calling on me, though.
Hey, you got a hand, I'll call on it, It's just the way it goes. I know I'll see your hand later. Save up your questions. I don't know. I think I'm gonna get some dry erase markers. I might be able to write on this thing here. Anyway, I wonder if I could write on the furnace and dry erase markers. I don't know if that would work. Anyway, Karen, go ahead.
Hello. Well, one of the reasons I come here is this is one of my stops that I check when I go to troubleshoot wild rumors. I wanted to know if anybody heard this one. I think it sounds. I'm seriously questioning, the validity of this information, but at the same time, I wanted to check it out. I am reading a claim that Ukrainian, uh, that Ukraine has disbanded a battalion, a special purpose battalion, no, special purpose brigade. Excuse my. Okay.
Yes, this is for the drone guys. They are doing a new battalion just for the drone guys.
Okay. The commander supposedly reposted a combat video, and he has been arrested for doing so. The Dykapol Battalion of the 1st Special Purpose Brigade, Ivan Bohan. Is this true, as far as you know?
Haven't heard about the arrest. I know about the new battalion though.
Yeah.
I've just heard that they're forming it. I haven't heard that,
I'm
Will, have
not
you heard?
reading it. Oh, go ahead. Yes?
I was just saying, love democracy. Go ahead.
That is so weird. My phone, I didn't hear you, but I could hear Karen. Okay, thank you again. What I was going to say was that I think you guys might be talking about two different things. I have not heard the thing that Karen was talking about, but maybe it's something different than, because from what I understand, that was just announced today by President Zelensky about the new unit for the drones. The new. My impression was it was sort of like a new arm of the military, and that like he just today said this was going to happen. And so while I'm sure there's been some consideration and some plans, I don't think it's like a done deal in action kind of thing yet, which it sounded like to me that Karen was actually talking about something that already existed but got disbanded. And I hadn't heard that. I have no idea if it's true or not.
I will DM you if I can the article, because I'm kind of curious. For one thing, it's one thing to fire a commander. It's another thing to disband an entire battalion, and it just sounds like disinformation. And it'd be good to shoot it down if it is disinformation. So I'll let you take a look at it.
I'm not an expert, but I would like to see it. And yes, my DMs are open if you want to send it.
I am just going to shout out here that Poland has sent several F-16s into the air. Not all that unusual. I know they've done it multiple times, and because missiles are in the Lviv region, I think that's probably why they did it. Yeah, that's what I know. So that was exciting for a little bit now. Who's got more questions? Come up and ask them. Are you guys people here? People ask questions. Right, Scott?
Absolutely. That's what we're all about. We love questions and informed comments as well. Either one. Brand, go ahead.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm very appreciative of the opportunity because it's my first time speaking tonight. Been listening for 2 years, and I'm a fan of a lot of folks on this board. Yeah, I think tonight I learned a little bit more about the long-term stopgap, or I'm sorry, the long-term backstop versus the short-term backstop. So I'm trying to assimilate that into my knowledge base, and it's a process. So, for me, the American domestic politics are really frustrating me right now, and I understand in terms of that, hold the line, short term tends to benefit the long term, and that was to my earlier point about time being the most underestimated, uh, attribute to be considered in these kind of things, and so the backstop for me right now is like, okay, there is a backstop in terms of how these immediate political concerns play out. So I'm just kind of frustrated and really want that to resolve in a way that has been a way that I have known in my lifetime living in this country. So that's kind of where I come from. And again, I appreciate the time, and I'll step down.
Thank you, sir. Lisa.
Scott. When you guys were talking about the getting a special, like Ukraine making a special drone battalion or whatever, was anybody here when they were talking about that earlier? From what I understand, and I think it is Zelensky, or maybe it's not Zelensky, but I think it's Zelensky was talking about, since we're getting into this drone warfare stuff really big time, that they would make a special battalion unit or something for the drones. Like right now, everybody's what do you call that? Gathering money to get drones and stuff, and then they just put their unit's name and stuff. But I don't know but that's in the future. I don't think that's going to come about real quick. But he had mentioned that, and then there was something else you guys were talking about. I can't remember. Maybe it'll come back to me. What was one of the last things we were talking about? Oh, I know what it was. CC has a list of all the numbers you can call, and she said to call them and leave a voicemail message, but make sure you know what you want to write and make it short and sweet. But also, she told that story of, do you guys remember the video of, it was one of Mamuka's soldiers? He was dancing before he was going out to fight. Did you see him? Did anybody see that video? You panel. Anybody see that?
I'm not sure that I
I've
saw
seen
that.
I've seen lots of videos of dancing, but I'm not sure that it's the one you're talking
Yeah,
about.
he's inside, and there's another guy getting ready to go out too, and he did this really cool dance, but he was all ready to go out, but him and I don't know if the guy that was with him in the video, but they were both killed. And what happened was they ran out of bullets, ammunition, and I imagine the Russian soldiers got up to him and just shot him. But I just think that's terrible. That would be the worst feeling.
Are you really high? Really,
Huh?
really high?
Huh?
Sorry. You seem like you're just really high.
I seem like I'm high.
Yeah.
I don't.
Sorry.
I don't. I
Sorry.
I've been clean and sober for 18 years. I'm just a happy person. That's all. But no. Um, but she said to mention that his name is it's on her thing with the numbers. I think his name was Gocha, and they said to maybe even include that in there, that this person didn't have to die. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate that. Loves democracy.
Well, I guess wanted to follow up real quick that I mean I have this link and I've looked at it. Um, I can't find this information anywhere else upon Googling, which I feel like if I feel like it maybe would need to just hold on, Karen, and give it a few days to see if more comes out.
That's
Does
exactly.
anybody else
No,
agree
oh,
with
I
that?
totally agree with you. I totally agree
Thank
with
you.
you. There's a lot of things that we need to sit and wait on, and this is such how do you put it? Such newer news, and I know that see, this is a special purpose brigade, which is different than the one that Zelensky announced today. So it's just a wait to. This is a wait and see kind of thing. Yeah, early reporting. We'll see what happens. I would want to see more than one. I would want to see more than one report of this, and from multiple sources. This is, yeah. Just this is a wait out and see. I'm not. I'm not really. I'm not really believing it until I read it in more places. Like, oh, more trusted. I don't even know how to word. More trusted sources. I'd like to see a couple of trusted sources in addition to this one before I believe anything. So yeah. So we still have missiles and drones flying all over the place. Thanks for the nice summary there, Tracy. And there are explosions also reported in Ivano-Frankivsk, which is, of course, a little bit further west than we're seeing them. I'm also seeing, on at least on the map, reports of explosions in Lviv. Don't know if that is air defense or if it's an actual hit, and it'll be some time before we actually know that. So, yeah, that's what we got going on now, and it's, for me, it's trying to zoom through information to try to figure out where things are flying and where things are hitting and what might be hitting and what's working. Cruise missiles between Ternopil and Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk regions. And I would have to find out exactly where this city is. But it is being reported by Lviv Regional Military Administration. So that's a pretty reliable source. Now, it doesn't say if those explosions are an actual hit or if those are or if those are air defense. So sometimes it takes time to decipher which those are. I sounded Southern there for a second. Kind of scared me. So here's a wild question, and actually somebody said this in a different context, but it makes me wonder. I'm gonna have to wonder this all out loud. Just real quick here. Anyone think that perhaps Putin's trying to put us show on for Tucker Carlson? Don't everybody raise your hand at once.
That's an interesting thought. Putin does seem to like special days, special dates, and special events. So it's not completely implausible. What do you think his line is with Tucker if that's the case?
I don't know. See me, I am big, powerful man. I can, I can kill innocent children. Hey, you did that yesterday. You'll do it again tomorrow. I mean, I don't want to see innocent children die, but here's the reality, Yesterday they killed a 2-month-old baby. They killed a 2-month-old baby hitting a hotel in Kharkiv and injured his mother. It's 523, I think, baby. I can't remember what it was. It was either I think it was 522. I can't type right now because I just got a little frustrated. Yep, 523. I was right. 523 children have been killed. 1,217 children have been wounded. 19,546 have been deported. Only 388 have been returned. And we know those numbers are much higher than we actually know. And if you give me a minute or two while we take these hands, I will go to the Prosecutor General's page and I will then be able to tell you the numbers from there because, realistically, it's a lot. What we are watching a genocide happen in real time. And yeah, it makes me so mad. I don't know who had their hand up first, if it was Love's Democracy or Lisa. So you guys can arm wrestle for it.
Go, Lisa.
Go, Lisa.
Okay, I'm going. When you were talking about Tucker, I was gonna say, I almost said, Fucker Carlson. I didn't mean to do that, but no, Tucker Carlson. He was like given a specific list of things that he could not ask, that he had to avoid. So pretty much, I imagine they gave him a script to read over that he had to probably abide by. But I don't know. Him going over there and coming back, I don't think he's going to be the most popular person in America when he comes back here. And I it just makes me sick that someone could even want to go talk to somebody who has, commanded to do all this stuff. I mean, it's just horrible and it's just evil. And I think Tucker Carlson is evil. And, someone has suggested that he on the panel that he was most likely compensated. So he works for Putin, like a lot of the ones do that are in that position to, spread disinformation. But I don't know if you guys have been reading through the pages here, but it was just crazy, some of the things he said. And I just wanted to smack him across the face through the phone, but that's impossible. But it just made me so mad. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
Thank you, Lisa. Love's Democracy. Or Scott, did you have something to say?
Nope. I left my mic open. Sorry.
See, if you're saying my name right now, I can't hear it on my phone.
Go ahead, Love.
Okay, that's so weird. Okay, so Tucker Carlson, this idea that, I mean, like the whole idea that the mainstream media, it hasn't even tried to give us an interview with Putin, blah 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 blah. But I mean, the truth is, not only is that false, but even if it were true, why do I need to hear Putin is the invader, even if we didn't already know that he lies, 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 lies. He's the invader. Who cares what his side is? I mean, like, I don't, I don't know. I just like, I get like in basketball, you sometimes, or well, football maybe. There are sports that I don't play, but that, sometimes you go on the offensive so that you can like get a jump start and so you can get ahead quickly. But if you do that in war, that makes you an invader. Like, right? I mean, you don't like go on the offensive to be defensive, especially not when, you have way more military personnel and you think you're superior militarily. I mean, so just just blows my mind that anybody believes that Russia had any justification for what they have done, period. And I mean, just, well, his side, his side is a bunch of garbage lies from an imperialist invader. Like, I don't need to understand what's going through his mind, even if he's telling the truth, which we all know he won't. And that was my rant. Thank you.
Well, one of the things that Tucker has said today, I mean, all the journalists are posting this today, and I will find the one wonderful source that I absolutely love, and I'm going to go to the great Christian Amanpour for this. Somebody retweeted this, and so I'm gonna go with this one. She says, "Does Tucker really think that we journalists haven't been trying to interview President Putin every day since his full-scale invasion of Ukraine? It's absurd. We'll continue to ask for an interview, just as we have for years. Period." And the reality is what Tucker Carlson is saying is that it's been 18 months and nobody's interviewed him. Well, okay, but he's jailed the prisoners. I mean, he's jailed journalists. Okay, why isn't Tucker Carlson in jail? That wouldn't break my heart, to be honest. But I'm just a little riled by this person being there, and I'm having thoughts that are not necessarily pure and kind. But yeah, I know I brought him up, but it's something we need to think about. He is once again putting forth false information, and you have had journalist after journalist after journalist today tweet out this little clip that I have not even watched the entire bit of because he just annoys me and I've got better things to do. But what I have seen and what matters to me is that journalist after journalist of journalists has been saying we've been asking every single day for 18 months to interview Putin, and we get no response from the Kremlin. None whatsoever. So all of a sudden this happens and people are supposed to pay attention. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work, right? So it's frustrating. And, and at the same time, he is, in my opinion, illegally holding American journalists for no reason at all. And it just is getting under my skin, and I need to go get myself a new Diet Dr. Pepper. I believe for every child had their hand up first.
Prince, are you going to get your Dr. Pepper while I'm talking? I don't want you to miss any of this.
Oh, no, I can get it while you're talking. I can get it while you're talking. I have an earbud in my ear.
Well, a number of things. One is I'm just a disclaimer here. I have no interest in Tucker Carlson, and I'm only here because I love you guys. Otherwise, I would be doing something productive. But a number of things come to mind about Tucker Carlson being in Russia. There was legislation passed in Russia months ago that anyone who entered the country had to sign all kinds of releases that no matter what the Russian government decided to do with them, they could not appeal to their embassies for assistance. Another thing that came to, and that may not apply to him, he may have special treatment, but it remains to be seen whether or not he'll be allowed to leave Russia, and it remains to be seen whether or not he'll be required to take a Russian passport and be subject to military service. All of these things are up in the air, but it's not. I'll just sit and listen to everybody talk about it, but it's a tempest in a teapot, except for the fact that he really needs Tucker there now to bolster his campaign, because he's told the Russian people that we attacked him, and Tucker can reinforce that.
Yep.
I think that Tucker's a good mouthpiece for Putin. I don't think he needs him because he's got a bully pulpit, and he's got lots of bots and lots of misinformation personnel, and he puts out his message constantly. He's got the United Nations, he's got the International Court of Justice. It's not like he doesn't get his message out, but it clearly plays into his purposes because Tucker has a big audience. So, I don't know about need, but it seems opportunistic. Who's next, Prince? I lost track. I'm sorry. There's all kinds of hands all of a sudden.
I do believe Karen was next, and then we'll go to the bottom row, or for bottom row for me, which I think was David. I think it was Brand, David, and then Christina, and then Love. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, before I think we need to publicize, refresh people's memories about some of the weirdo stuff that Tucker Carlson has said. That's a good way to frame his remarks now. You remember 2 years ago when he said that the problems facing American men could be reduced if they would douse their bowls in red LED.
Wait a minute. We don't need to go down this road.
To be fair, that works.
In red LED light. This was Tucker Carlson 2 years ago. And he, this guy is not a medical person, but he made a big deal about it. And there was a very interesting photo that was shared. And every time you see something that has any kind of claim to seriousness related to Tucker Carlson, remember that this was a guy that advocated, shining the light on what as a cure for the problems masculinity is facing in America now. So, just what I'm saying is consider the source and look at some of the idiot things that he has said in the past. And don't forget that he's an idiot, and don't start taking him seriously just because he has an audience in Russia. He's still the same idiot. But another thing too, I think it would be neat if we could get this trending again. A couple of years ago, Julia Davis named Tucker Carlson Tuckio Rose. That's tuck, and then Yo Rose, and made that. And she said, let's see if we can make Tuckio Rose trend. I think we should do that again. I think we should make Tuckio Rose trend because he is a traitor.
He
And
is. Well, and
yes, he
one
is.
one of the things that's giving me a little bit of hope about this is that Tucker Carlson used the word war while he was doing his broadcast in view with the Kremlin as a backdrop, with the Red Square and Kremlin as a backdrop. And he used the word war. Consequence for saying the word war in Russia?
Yep.
It's against the law, and you can now get 15 years in jail. According to them, you cannot say war. It is a special military operation. So yeah, let's hope that he is held accountable for his words, as many Russian has been when they have used the word. And yes, anyway, David Bailey. Oh, sorry, wait. Sorry, David, wait. It was Brand next. I apologize. Go, Brand.
Oh, I appreciate it. Just very briefly. Yes, Tokyo Rose. So that's a play on, Tokyo Rose, right? World War II. It's kind of like inverted, right? Because wasn't that based, and please correct me, anybody, but like, wasn't that somebody forced to be on the radio to spout propaganda versus, I think, what Tucker has been doing for a bit? And I think him going to Moscow to the Kremlin to interview Putin is more of a choice. And I just think, like, over time the stakes get raised in terms of exposing people for who they are, and I think for him that's his moment to do that, and he's wanted that for a while. So we'll see how it plays out in terms of American media and in terms of the consumption, but I just don't see it having the same impact as maybe he thinks it might, and I'll step down.
I'm hoping the impact it has is he ends up staying in Russia for a long, long time. Mockers, the news this morning is Tu-95s, T-22s, ballistic missiles, drones. You know where that goes, and we're not over. The Tu-95s just took off on their way back to Olina. David Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how he gets away with this. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying anything major here. Oh, morning, everybody. Morning, friends, everyone. Surely he's going to get a visit from the FBI when he lands, or I mean that's a question. I don't know if he, and also how is this generally perceived in the American public? I mean, I don't know if any of you can gauge that very well, but what are the people on the street saying, so to say?
I haven't had a chance to go out and take a public opinion poll. Anyway, so I don't know.
He's popular in some quarters. It's the typical American disruption or polarization, where some people, believe everything he says and love his style, and he's a truth teller and all that, and other people can't stand him. So it's a mixed bag. It's reflective of the conflict in the House of Representatives.
So my understanding of this is that even in the population and even in Congress, the MAGA crowd are calling the shots, or at least setting the agenda, but they're actually quite a small minority. So I wonder if that's true generally, or if it's true, in fact.
Well, in the House of Representatives, the hardcore MAGA crowd is only 8 people, so it's out of 440, well, 435, I guess. So it's tiny. In the country, I think the MAGA crowd is 25 to 30%. I mean, it varies, right? Like hardcore MAGA is smaller, obviously, like any movement, but it's not tiny. It's scary to us Americans that want democracy and want rule of law and want us to support Ukraine. It's super scary. My experience when Trump was first elected was, holy shit, I didn't know my fellow Americans were like this, or that there were so many of them. I knew that there were some, but I didn't realize there were so many. So yeah, these are real phenomena, but in the House of Representatives, our lower chamber of Parliament, as it were, there are not very many.
So 20 to 30%. I mean, just to give you an idea, that's kind of what the AfD, which is the far right party in Germany, were getting in the polls recently. So kind of in line with general public opinion, but it's not sort of reflected in a wider way. And I would imagine that the AfD share of the vote's gone down dramatically since the protests over last weekend. I would expect the same for Trump. Well, so Trump support basically is what you're saying is around 20 to 30%. That still means 70% of the population doesn't want Trump in some way.
Well, that don't interpret it quite that rigorously. I'm saying the MAGA fringe people who would cheer at a Trump rally, et cetera, but they're still. I mean, the polls are close. So if you believe the polls and Trump doesn't, deteriorate through getting thrown in jail, or his mental dysfunction becomes more obvious, or a number of things, or the economy improves and Biden gets more popular, Trump says more outrage. I mean, I don't know how much more outrageous he can be, but there are plenty of people who aren't MAGA people in my framework that I'm putting out to you guys, that still don't like Democrats and still like Republican policies and think that Trump's policies in office were not that horrible, and they would vote for him as the lesser of two evils. So the election, the popular vote, will be a lot closer than 70-30. If it's Trump Biden again, it'll be something like 53 to 47 kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's assuming that it's Trump versus Biden, right?
Yeah.
There's still a long way to go for that. So I think
I'm certainly hoping. I'm a Democrat that's gonna vote Republican and vote for Haley if she's on my ballot when our turn comes.
Yeah, good one.
But yeah,
For
I
me-
mean, that's what the political, pundits are saying, that it's looking like it'll be Trump Biden.
When do you guys vote, Scott? What month?
We vote the first week in April.
Okay. Well, we don't vote till mid-May, so anyway, I do want to say good morning, Marcus, since she has a hand up.
Good morning, Marcus.
Morning. Did I stumble into a grumble?
Well, you see, I got a little frustrated, and I just talked about Tucker Carlson for a second, and yeah.
And see
So
what happens.
I know. But I started it. You know, we're still waiting for news to come in. The planes that were over the Caspian have started going back to where they belong, to Olina. Aviation is
I was going to say they belong in hell, but carry on.
Yes, hang on. My earphone died. I'm back now.
I heard. Well, while your earphone's dead, I just wanted to jump in and say, is this I don't know, is he putting on a show for this dick or what? Is this what's
sort of
happening?
what that's how I started this. That's how I started this, because somebody else said it's almost like he's putting on a show. Right?
Yeah.
But you know what else Tucker did? Mockers, did you see one of the videos today where he said the war? He called it a war.
Oh, did you now?
And he's in Russia.
Well, he's going to end up with Evan Gershevich, or whatever his name is. Gershevich, is that it?
I don't know, but you know, he should go to jail for saying that word, just like all the other people in Russia do if they did.
Yeah, we all know that it's not real. You know, it's all of a pin. What, stage show? I mean, the guy's not even a journalist, is he? So
The dude's a talking head. So yeah, I'm not sure. Scott, you got a hot mic, dear.
Sorry.
I'm not even. It's okay. I'm not even sure whose hand was up next, but let's go to Brand.
I'm here. Thank you. Really briefly, I would just thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just really briefly, put some guardrails around, the impact of Tucker in terms of the bold steps, I think, to try to normalize something into American society that, is, there have been steps to try to do that over the past 5, 10, I could go back 20 years. It's the threat I think we face, but, it's still not American. And, I think what happens in this regard, humbly, in my opinion, would be to say that you segregate people in terms of their opinions, and what happens is you dilute their power when you push them to these extremes, and I think that's what all this is about. I suppose that there is some equilibrium that occurs after a period of time in terms of the politics. I would not overstate the power. I think that there are two reactions that you would have to seeing that this former conservative Fox News primetime speaker would have to try to normalize Putin in American politics. I think there's two reactions that would occur with that. And I think the thing is, most people don't even see it because it's not even on Fox News, it's on Twitter. So I don't know how many people get Twitter that would respond to that. So it's a very complex delineation that happens as a result of that. And I just wouldn't overstate it, because I think you have to also take into the fact that, I mean, for me, January 6th was a big polarizing event for me, because that was the normalization of political violence in the American politics, and that was something that I wasn't willing to accept. So I took steps to address it in terms of how I communicated with people. So I think a lot of people are like that, and I wouldn't overstate the impact of these outside influences on the American politics without considering how people who have grown up in American society would react to that. And I'll sit down.
Thank you, Brand. I've enjoyed having you up tonight for your first time up speaking and sharing with us. So yeah, I am just going to go through a little thing Tracy wrote up for me for some of what we know as far as damage, because Tracy is really good at this and I really appreciate you, Tracy. In Dnipro, Petrovsk, I think I said that right for a change. At night, the enemy sent several drones to the Novomoskovsky district. 2 Shaheeds were shot down in the, can they have just called it PVK East? Anyway, due to falling debris and hitting the rest of the UAV, there is destruction on the territory of the utility company, damaged buildings and cars. Also in Droboich, in Lviv Oblast, there have been explosions. Also, due to UAVs, about 20 residential buildings were damaged. 1 person was injured. The man is receiving the necessary medical assistance. There was a fire at a section of an underground gas pipeline. In addition, a technical structure was damaged and fire broke out on the territory of the infrastructure object. The fire is currently contained, and this is per the Mykolaiv Regional Administrator Vitaly Kim. And also the Mykolaiv City Mayor says that there is damage to gas and water supply networks. Utility workers are already eliminating the damage. And it looks like another one I'm just seeing here is the last 3 groups of KH-101s are heading for Kyiv from the east. So we'll see if they continue on their way to Kyiv or if they turn around. Update on the F-16s that got scrambled. Poland did scramble 3 F-16s to intercept a Russian missile during their nearing their border with Ukraine. The missile changed directory at the last minute and did not enter Poland. Russia, a country known for inaccurate missiles, is playing with fire. And that is a direct quote from the timeline of Jason Smart. So yes, there were more hands last time I looked at my phone than there are now. So some of you put your hands down. This is not acceptable behavior. I am just kidding. Will Thiel, please go ahead.
So I hope I don't actually draw us back onto the subject because I actually want to move on. But to ensure we do, I hope everybody treats this Tucker Carlson thing like I am, and that is talk about it once. Phil, don't watch it. Like you said, Prince, I haven't watched it yet. Don't watch it. Don't watch it, but feel completely satisfactorily okay with talking about it, even though you don't watch it, because that's the value it'll be to you. He's not a journalist. I'll remind you, in addition to the silly stuff Karen brought up earlier, that the man was losing ratings on Fox, was instrumental in an $873 million judgment against Fox on the stolen election claims. He's pushed that water. He has pushed water for Putin repeatedly before. He is not a journalist. He said so in court himself to avoid personal liability for things. He joined them in saying it's an entertainment show. I don't find him entertaining. He's like Jackson Hinkle 20 years from now, who isn't even attractive at all. If you think he's attractive, but he's a joke. It's performative. His ratings. He was sacked from Fox. Couldn't get a gig on another channel because he has no credibility. Went to Twitter. His viewership has been dropping down. He's trying to find any stunt to make himself relevant so he can continue to get his paycheck from Putin and others who've been supporting him and carrying Putin's water for a long time. He's a nothing burger. Ignore him. And you'll notice the splash is where he jumped the shark a long time ago. Feel free to talk about it all you want, but he's a nothing burger. And you don't need to bother to watch or read anything he says.
Agreed.
I don't disagree with you one little iota. And and the only reason I brought it up is because somebody had said the same thing that you said, Mockers, was do you think perhaps this could be a show. And we know that kind of thing likes to happen. And and I did not watch the entire thing. I do know that I did read a couple of subtitles enough to know that he did use the word war, just like it had said in the tweet that I was reading. And that intrigues me.
Oh, important clarification. You only get 5 years for saying the word war. You get 15 years for denigrating or disrespecting the Soviet military.
Okay.
If you do want to watch it, Prince, there is the Brosint version where he replaced his voice with just farting sounds.
Okay, that's kind of epic. That's kind of epic. I did not see that version. I have stuck to the yeah. But I also was making the point too, where he's going on this whole big huge long rant that no Western journalist has interviewed Vladimir Putin in the last 18 months. Well, no, because you put him in jail.
No, because he's a war criminal and we don't do that sort of stuff. But
No, there have been people requesting Christiane Amanpour, and I believe this because that
Oh,
woman
I
tells the
know.
truth.
I
Requesting
know.
every single day to have an interview with that blind ball, and they'll keep requesting because it's what they do.
Well, journalists are a curious lot, aren't they? But I certainly wouldn't be travelling over to Russia at any time now, just
Oh,
in
I don't
case.
think she wants to. I don't think she wants to travel over there to do it, dear. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that. No, I don't think that. I don't think that would be something that she would do. I do think that she would probably do it via video. And what does Christiane Amanpour always say? Truthful, not neutral. Loves democracy. You got your hand up now. Go.
I would just like to express my concern for Will's emotional health because he's always keeping all his feelings bottled in. And I really wish he'd just open up and just tell us how he feels.
Oh, geez. I talked to that man on the phone today, and I have never heard so many F-bombs in a sentence in one time. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard in my life. It's like I'm talking to the land down under, and they use that F word a whole lot, all in one sentence. It was sort of kind of epic, and I love you, Will Steele. Karen,
You
go
want
ahead.
to come to my town, love?
No, you will use a different word. You use a different word. And that's all good. You utilize a different word more than I've ever heard in one sentence.
Would that be a certain 4-letter word that begins with a C?
Yes, I will see you next Tuesday. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, as you know, there has been a very popular cartoon strip about a meat cube named Cubie. I have an idea for a new cartoon strip. I want to make a cartoon strip about Tucker Carlson's testicle tanner. I think that would be hilarious. I really do.
Sorry.
That's kind of
I
like
know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's like a stick with some light on. You apparently dangle your dangles in front of it, and it makes you better. I don't know. I don't know, Prince. I just
No. This is like that one episode of Mrs. Brown's Boys when she was not understanding exactly what Botox was, and thinking that it was to get the wrinkles out of the testicles, and couldn't understand why her son wanted to have Botox, have the wrinkles removed from his testicles, because nobody sees them anyway, and they're like, anyway, yeah, you can just imagine how that kind of conversation went. But yeah, it's loves democracy. I think you had your hand up next.
And now I would like to express my concern for Karen's emotional well-being because she seems to be kind of one-track mind tonight. But I'm joking with you, Karen.
I tell you what we're doing right now is we're having a little bit of endorphin rush because it has been a little bit of stress tonight. And we are going to be getting we're going to be getting more and more unfortunate news. In fact, let's take a break for unfortunate news before we go back to talking about testicles. Who's, by the way, you can see Zelensky's from space. I got dizzy the other day and I figured he moved from one part of the country to the other, and I woke up and I was right. As a result of the enemy attack, 2 high voltage lines in the capital were damaged. I've also seen a picture on Twitter here, that of a big, huge crater that is rather large. So 2 high voltage lines in the capital were damaged by rocket fragments. Some consumers on the left bank are currently without electricity. Paramedics provided on-site assistance to one victim in the Dnipro district of the capital. The fire rescue unit is heading to Holishivka district, where a building has caught fire. In the Mykolaiv city, from the Mykolaiv city mayor, unfortunately, the man who was hospitalized after the shooting, I believe that would be the shooting down of the UAV, he has died in intensive care. He had severe mind explosion and cranial cerebral injuries. So I anticipate that we will hear more of injuries and possibly deaths as the night goes on. And now, so on Mrs. Brown's Boys, her son was getting Botox for Christmas from his boyfriend, and she thought it was about taking the wrinkles out of his testicles. And it's like, why do you even worry about that? Nobody sees them. And he's like, well, people see them at the hair salon every day where he works. And she's like, can't figure out how that happens. No, it's he's talking about getting Botox on his face. Oh my goodness. But I still say Zelensky has the most epic in the world. Lisa, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think that Trump needs to get a new makeup artist. We've got the semi-orange face back. It's not quite as orange, but there's still an orange hue, but he doesn't blend it right and get it up into, his hairline. And so you see how it's like on there. But I just thought, we were talking about different parts of the anatomy, but like his head, the orange is back. And that hair thing where it sweeps way over to cover the bald spot. I don't know, but if I was Melania, I think I'd kill myself before I ever slept in the same bed with him.
Well,
I think it got to that point some time ago, Lisa. Let's just say that one of the things that ladies learn, and I do mean we learn, right, from quite a young age, I would say, is if we're going to wear makeup, it's got to kind of match just a little bit your skin colour. Yes, I've walked out the house looking like an orangutan before now when I was about 15. We live and learn, we find the right colour, and once we've got the right colour and it looks natural, we stick with something like that. Now, I think he's just going through his 14-year-old phase where he's just, he's just not found the right product yet. That's all. But let's be, charitable at least. It's taken him a long time to learn because he's not a 14-year-old girl, you see.
So what you're saying is that what you're saying what you're saying is that he fired his makeup artist and has started to have his son Barron's girlfriend do his makeup. Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. Now I will have to say, I am just going to put this out here, that he hasn't started melting like Rudy Giuliani has at the Four Seasons Landscape place. So, you know, I
Yet.
Keyword yet. But yeah, there have been
Actually, did look a bit sweaty the other day, but must have been warm.
yeah, there have been some interesting makeup incidents lately, and I will yeah. And oh good Lord, you seriously sent this to me.
Oh, what did I send to you?
No, not you, Karen. Karen sent me a picture of the testicle tanner. Karen!
I told you.
I was like, what is this piece of art with a naked man and glowing groin? This is, oh, anyway, that's, oh, okay. Loves democracy, save me.
I'm going to do my best. I'm not sure if I can accomplish it, but I think Karen may have gotten into Linda's cheap wine.
Oh, this could be. This could be. How's the box doing there, Karen? Okay. Mockers, save me. It has been, 11 planes from 11 planes. 11 planes from
We've
Molina.
gone
I don't
giddy,
even.
haven't we? We've gone giddy because there's loads of shit going on and we need to laugh about something.
Sometimes that happens.
I know. Well, I've got some numbers coming up for us, folks. Quite decent numbers. So while the air defence is still working in Kyiv, if you want to do a little shout out and just say, I'm here with some numbers, and then we'll have some, because it's the rules, it's the law that I come up in the morning and do the numbers, and I did kind of miss you all. I did. I missed you all yesterday. So I had to have a day off though. I'll be honest. Just thank you everybody who replied to my messages. Feeling very sorry for myself yesterday. I was very sorry for myself. I had a big old sulk, and well, I feel a bit better now. So thank you very much.
If you don't start laughing, I'm gonna feel really bad.
What about what? I'm trying to be serious here. Do you not know? This is me holding it all together. Exactly. Indeed. But yeah. Anyway, I just had one of those days where everything just seemed awful, and I just had an awful day, and I had to just go and hide my head for the time being, and well, everybody who responded was lovely, so I feel a lot better. Yeah. Now then, we up to half an hour ago, the threat of missiles was only in the Kyiv area. So
No. Oh,
no, I know it's
hours.
countrywide. I know it's countrywide, darling. I know that, but 30 minutes ago it said missiles threat only showing for only in Kyiv region, as though some of the missiles had turned and headed towards Kyiv, basically.
But there had been missiles as far west as Lviv. There were lots of missiles here and there. We'll wait until the Air Force report comes out. They started, of course, with the drones, probably after you went to bed. And then there were the cruise missiles from the Tu-95s. And then there were things from the Tu-22s. And then there were ballistic missiles also at Kharkiv. 4 explosions in Kharkiv.
Perfect child, welcome up.
Good morning, Markers. It's not morning. It is morning for you. I hope all is well. There were explosions heard in Kyiv, Did you already say that?
Yes, we did, and I'm just sending a video right now of a apartment fire in Kiev.
I think we need something really special for Mockers to let her know how much we love her. I don't think she's really gotten the message through, and she needs a special card for us to post every time before she gives the boom report. She needs a headliner. She needs everything she wants for us to just have at hand to post instantly. And I shouldn't have to spend 5 or 6 or 7 minutes trying to put something together just for her when she needs to know how much she's loved. I'm sorry, but this is really getting under my skin.
Oh, bless you. Well, yeah, yesterday,
Marcus,
I
shall
had
I
a salt day, so
yeah,
it's all good now.
yeah. Marcus, should I submit a card for a live now, the boom report?
Well, you could. It would have to be a silly one containing my fella and an explosion. So
So
yeah, as long as
basically
those rules.
the profile picture I have for you basically.
Oh, that'll do. Yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose. But I don't really want my face. I mean, who needs to see my face?
You'll have to see what I'm talking about. Give me a minute.
You'll be a fella. I've got a cutie fella. I love her to pieces. So, oh, crikey. So, Polish aircraft were scrambled into the air, thinking that there was a missile flying towards them. Only apparently it changed course shortly after. Well, let's just say one Ukrainian here put, maybe the Polish farmers' blockade works after all, just for missiles. For no. Sorry, just jokes. It's incredible to me how Ukrainian people can be in the midst of all of this and then just have some jokes. Oh, I see. You've got the numbers version.
I do. I have the 200,000 numbers version as your avatar on our private chat.
Yes, that's quite a good one, actually. Okay, I'll allow it. I will allow it.
Yeah, but do you have the full one? I don't know that I have the full one anymore.
Oh, I do somewhere. Yeah, I do. It's like, oh gosh, someone's going to ask me to find a picture on my phone now. Do you know how long that might take? That might take a while. Let's just say I'm not very good. Right. The other day, Prince sent me a list of how organized she is. Yeah. And well, let's just say that we work on different different theories, right? Prince is so organized, everything is in its place. Absolutely everything. And I have a folder on my phone with some info in, and 6 billion what they called memes about Ukraine and fellas and silly things, and then I have some bookmarks, and that's about it. So when I say I fly by the seat of my pants and Prince just like is so organized it's ridiculous, it's true. We are opposites sat up here, the most organized woman in the world and me. I've got a little something to talk through today, and there appears to have been a very large leak of emails and plans from the Kremlin, And it says, this is Kremlin Gate. This is not a drill. This is the first of many. So Putin and his allies are well prepared to take well, they're trying anyway, to take weapon superiority from the rest of the world. And so we should ask him about his plans against Western air defense, or ask him about some of the secret drones that he's got going on, because there's linked documents here that show they have a number of different highly secret projects, Prince, that aren't secret anymore. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yes, not so secret anymore. I'm having ideas now. Are you talking to a muted mic, Mockers?
I am. You knew that, didn't you? I was indeed talking to a closed mic. Oh well. So you know what, folks? I've seen a bunch of you tweeting out about the numbers, and I'm going to do them just right now. I'm going to do them as a little like, you know, what do you call it, treat for you all. And if somebody missed them, excuse me, I'll do them again in a bit. So, what do we have? Oh my goodness me, we're getting close to that 400k, by the way. We're looking at like what? Not even 10 days at this point, I don't think. Maybe. So here we have 890 liquidated personnel. I'm just looking at the total of 391,470,000. It's not going to take too long, that, is it? Well, 2 weeks at the most. Oh, it's awful when you can like just predict that. Wow. So what else do we have? We have 7 tanks, which is definitely a lot more than they had in the parade in Moscow. And it's a lot more than we saw a couple of days back. So, you know, I have heard that they are starting to hold armor back because it just gets ruined. I have also heard in Avdiivka that the guys there have a bit of competition as to who can take out the most vehicles. So, you know, that'll probably be half of the reason. 22 armoured personnel vehicles, 20 artillery systems, 1 more MLRS. I saw an MLRS actually yesterday. That was it was hit by a drone dropped bomb. Suppose we'll call it a bomb. And sorry, 1 sec. Sorry, that just caught up with me. And well, the firing tubes were all like they all had holes in them, basically, in a particular part, and this guy was like looking underneath it going, yeah, it's broken. So yeah, they can be taken out by even drones. So 4 UAVs, 1 cruise missile. I guess they found some air launch missiles now. 33 vehicles and fuel tanks, and just the 1 special equipment yesterday. But you know what? They have been going so hard with that I'm going to allow them to have a little bit of a rest. Have you found the correct picture now, Prince? Sorry, I didn't look at that last one.
I
you
have.
sent me, and I'll have to check.
I have. The last one I sent you is the best version. So I will
Perfection. Like it. I'm having a boom card made. I like it. Fun. Will, go ahead.
Speaking of not being able to shoot things down, did you see P-Style One's video of the Storm shadows flying right over the top of the S-400 system that was all set up, the like 4 or 5 launchers in an array, and flying right over the command and control vehicle the other day on the 31st of January while it was en route to hit. What did they hit the other day? Oh, they hit the control center down at Belbeck. Did you see that video? It's fantastic.
I did, yes. There are several systems sort of set up, aren't there? And
yeah,
they've got...
and I will note for your attention that there has not yet been one confirmed shoot down of a Storm Shadow or Scalp with an S-300 or S-400 system. Not one to date can be shown, and that's the premier system. It's supposed to do that. So, yeah, it is startling to see. Now, it looked like maybe they hadn't set up the command vehicle and control vehicle, but clearly the launcher arrays were distributed and set up, but the missiles fly right over the top of it. It's absolutely hilarious.
Well, there's not like being prepared, is there? But yeah, I did notice that they sort of dotted them around a field there somewhere, as though they were, they got the idea that they should have keeping them apart, or at least apart enough that when one explodes, the second one doesn't explode right along with it. So I sort of was like, oh look, they've learned a few things, but yeah, they obviously didn't. They weren't working as they should have been.
Yeah, best to turn on the radars and the control system as well.
Don't give them any tips, Will. Although that one, I think they probably figured that one out. So now I have some cats to feed, so bear with me a second because there might be some squawking.
Plus, correction, those guys might not figure it out. I think those guys are probably in a meat wave in Avdiivka already. The guys who replace those guys will know to do that next time.
Well, the video is there as educational material, perhaps. Educational for those guys, at least. Right, so I've got the kettle rolling. I've got cats munching. Oh, my goodness me. I'm almost ready for a Wednesday, It's Wednesday, isn't it? All day. Crikey. It's a good job, because I'm not working today. I don't work on a Wednesday. And it's a darn good job because I don't know my bottom from my elbow at the moment. Anyway, so we've had our numbers, yes, and they were decent enough. But we know that there is just ongoing attack at the moment. I don't know where you're up to with it, Prince, but oh yeah. Sorry. But well, I know there's been hits in several places, but I'm afraid I'm not actually properly caught up yet. I know there's a crater in Kyiv, but I don't know about anything else. Do we know about anything else, Prince?
Yeah, well, there's large fires in Kyiv in apartment buildings. And yeah, I'm just gonna, without naming names, I'm going to reassure people that that is mockers filling the kettle, not flushing the toilet. Trust me, if she was flushing the toilet, she would have told us. But no, she was flushing. She was not flush. She was flushing the toilet to then fill the kettle. No, she was not doing that. She was filling the kettle, not flushing the toilet. But there are some large apartment building fires. An attack. After the attack in Kyiv. Yeah, several videos of that. A big, huge crater in Kyiv. There is outage of heat on the left bank of the river, I believe I read, and just looking to see where I saw that. Yeah, large apartment fires. As a result of the enemy attack, heat supply main on the left bank of the Capitol was damaged, and they are looking at what that is now. Again, more apartment fire stuff. So yeah, it's apartment fires in Kyiv, and then what I already said about Mykolaiv. Looks like there was some damage in Kharkiv, but from what I can tell, Kharkiv, I haven't seen anything about injuries yet. This is Mykolaiv. Where is the Kharkiv? S-300 missile fire began in Kharkiv from 6 o'clock a.m. Hits were recorded in the Sloboy district. There is damage to non-residential infrastructure. A 52-year-old woman received minor injuries and was not hospitalized. The review is ongoing. About 22 settlements in Kharkiv region were hit with enemy artillery and mortar attacks. Then that can't be true. So yeah. So this is just a typical, I hate to say this, it's a typical day in Kharkiv, but this is that's the most main summary of the morning so far in Kharkiv. The rest of it goes to yesterday. So yeah, there were 4 big explosions in Kharkiv. I do know that, but it looks like not major damage. Well, there's any damage is damage, but it's not something that is threatening lives. How's that for an answer, Mocker?
Ah, brilliant. Right, I've got to type something, that's all. And it was bad timing that. So let's go to Karen. Karen, you speak for a moment while I type something.
Well, I just noticed, along with the damage that Heather mentioned, according to Bloomberg, 2 high power voltage lines have gone down in Kyiv. And there is a partial blackout in the city. Another post told me that it was about like 30% of the customers. Now, I know Kyiv is very well prepared for these kind of events, so I don't think that they will be in a blackout for very long. But just the same, this is going to be very hard on morale. I hope nobody was killed. Have you heard of any?
Yes, yeah. I mentioned those. I mentioned those 2 high power voltage lines a little while ago. Tracy had sent me information about those. There is somebody in Mykolaiv who has been killed so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see more. As far as injuries in Kyiv, all I've heard is a minor injury that was treated on the scene. So there you go. So yeah, Mockers, are you seeing anything else?
Am I seeing any what? Sorry. Carry on. Am I seeing any what? You can talk to me now. It's all good.
Well,
Sorry, I had calendar entries to check.
I know you have calendar entries to check. I didn't realize that was happening.
You asked me a question. My brain was like not here when you asked me the question, so you may have to ask it me again.
I just wondered if you saw anything else, anything additional that I haven't mentioned, as far as damage reports go. But I've pretty much,
mainly because I wasn't looking. I'll be totally honest.
Yeah, see how you are.
16 things at once when I first wake up. You know how it is.
Oh no, I totally know how it is. It's like when you wake up in the morning. Oh shit, there's over 300 messages today. Okay, which ones do I want to read first and which ones do I need to read first? And then you sort of start plugging through them, and then in the middle of it, you're like, oh crap, I forgot I need to run those. I need to get those reports out to a different place. And then I get back to reading some more messages. Oh crap, I need to grab the SBU cases for the day. And then you read some more messages, and it's, oh crap, I got to do the Guardian summary for the day. And it just, This is just how it goes, mockers. And then the phone rings.
That's how it goes. Exactly. Exactly.
And who? It does.
Yeah, just starting to get somewhere, and phone rings.
And then all of or it's like, oh crap, not okay, wait, that didn't come out right. And then it's oh, I got to call this person about this, and then an hour and a half later, Mockers hangs up the phone on me. No, that never happens, really. I mean the hanging up on me part, the part about calling Mockers and then I end up on the phone for an hour and a half, that happens. But anyway, right, Mockers?
Well, you phoned me for like
I'm not.
30 minutes, quick 30 minutes, and it's become, 2 hours. So we do that, yeah. So
But
just in case we talk to each other enough, we do.
Yeah. And but it's not like, but we both like will just sit and listen to each other work and say, hey, did you see this, every now and then. We'll hardly talk through most of it.
Well, we just send each other memes all the way through, don't we? It's the best kind. Now then, my darling, can I give you the enviable task of sorting out the nest? Because goodness.
Yes, I can. I was watching missile attacks and I didn't
That's
get
okay.
to.
That's okay.
I will sort the nest.
Feel free. So one thing I will say about the American situation, which I know there are loads of Americans who stand with Ukraine night and day. They give their time, their energy, and support. Americans are in Ukraine helping people fight. Now, there are an awful lot of people who've made Ukraine their priority in their life, myself and you guys amongst it. So, let's be kind to Americans, because unfortunately their Congress is a little bit broken. It's a bit compromised, and it's a massive slap in the face to the Americans as well as the rest of us. So let's be kind to American people, because I would say a very large proportion of them really don't agree with what's going on, just like the rest of us. Now then, I'm also just going to retweet something, which is it's a room full of pictures of the journalists that the Russian state has killed between 1991 to 2012. Well, you can see there's quite a few there. It fills one side of a church for sure. So just to be aware that real journalists, Aslu Kumasheva and Wall Street journalist Evan Gershkovich, are currently in prison, and I believe both of their sentences have just been extended. So that's something to keep in mind, that real journalists unfortunately die in Russia or get locked up. So I think we can all give that dude, I can't even be arsed saying his name, I don't like him. I was just going to say, give that dude all the attention he deserves, which is none. So let's try and keep that up. I know it will be difficult. I know it's being pushed on this platform and everything, but oh goodness me. It's you know exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be a massive bag of propaganda with some disinformation thrown in and some super softball questions. It's not really going to be an interview. Anyway, I was going on about the fact that Russia had got hacked, wasn't I? And I wanted to go through this just a little bit because this is, it begins with P. Prava. However you want to say it. These guys hacked some systems in Iran. And they've found out all about the Shahed drones and how Russia's been paying for them. That is with actual gold, because, rubles are not worth anything these days, are they? So yeah, that was interesting. But it goes into how they are making intricate schemes aimed at countering Ukraine's Western-backed air defense weapons, such as the Patriot, the Iris-T, the NASAMS, and the Krotal, are all cited as significant challenges due to the fact that they have mobility and range. So, they've been trying to find ways to deal with that problem. Now then, we have number one, the Hunter system, designed to stalk and sabotage mid to long-range air defences. It features multifunctional aerial targets doubling as decoys, equipped with electric generators to power attached kamikaze drones. Now, this is basically a tethered drone strategy, focusing on stealth and sustained power to deceive the air defences, levering the small sizes and autonomous operation. The tethered drones aim to outsmart defences, staying powered and elusive, with hopes to pinpoint and dismantle the systems. Now, high altitude operations of over 4 kilometres are key in this plan, far beyond the reach of certain ground-based air defence. Using the drone separation, top secret technology, you mean cut them, you cut the line, to enhance cost effectiveness and operational sustainability. So cost effectiveness, instead of a high quality cable, it will be a piece of rope. So the target or imitator's multifunctionality is designed to compel engagement, disguising a deadly arsenal within what seems like a non-threat. The idea is to compel to engage this non-threat to reveal the air defense position. So drones ascend with their target, detaching at peak heights to fulfill a mission of basically setting off the air defense, with an automatic cut-off for the tether upon being hit, preserving the main drone's capability. Or when we say the main drone's capability, what I mean is the aircraft that is pulling them. Now, what they've done is they've chosen an AN2 aircraft, a prime candidate for the role of target generation, due to its cost effectiveness, high altitude capability, and widespread familiarity amongst technical personnel. But there's more. Russia has 1,400 AN2s, capable of high altitude flight, reaching over 11,000 meters, with a payload capacity of 1,500 kilograms, and can be converted to a type of UAV if they've got the tech and the know-how. Furthermore, an AN2 is still in production in China, assuring availability of all spare parts. This revelation exposes the tip of the iceberg. The disclosed documents peel back a layer on shadowy machinations against the West. But there will be more disclosures of this kind. Each revelation is going to provide perceived truths, exposing the depths of the Kremlin's ploys. As we stand and wait for more unveilings, keep your eyes open and your critical thinking sharp. Don't be swayed by the facade or grins or spin of propaganda. This is merely for the beginning. Please be aware that all your secrets will be ours. So it would appear, right, let me explain that properly now. So an AN2 aircraft would drag behind it 2 or 3 drones, basically. The AN2 would take the air defense, what's it called? It would show up bigger on the radar picture. There you go. They would shoot the aircraft which would then give the drones that are attached to it a direction to fly. They would detach and fly at the air defense system. That's the plan. So this is something that they've got in quantity. Technically, could start doing. So it's yeah, it's just another way of them trying to figure out, basically, another way of them trying to figure out a way to take out the Western air defences. Now, whether this would be any good or not, well, let's just say that, you know, no idea is a bad idea until you test it. And, well, it's certainly possible. Now, these AN2 aircraft, if they were converted into some sort of autonomous drone, I can only imagine that something that large would make a really big hole anywhere. So even shot down, you know, it's not going to be great, is it? So all I'll say is let's hope that they never realise that. They've got to build it first, though. You know, putting it down on a plan. At least, yeah, putting it down on a plan is not building it, is it? Oh dear. There's been some new bomb shelters put up, Prince, and you can imagine, can't you, that the same thing has happened to these as what happened in Belgorod.
Oh, what happened to them?
They became a public bathroom.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's a video of somebody looking in one of these, and they're like, "Oh, look, it's a bomb shelter," and it's already got graffiti on the side of it, you know. And then they go inside, and they're like, "Oh, it's a public toilet." So I'm not surprised, but it's really very Russian, is all I can say. That's what happens when you don't have indoor toilets, folks. Anything that's you know, private looks like a toilet, apparently. Oh, just a note as well, the shortage of yuan has worsened in the Russian financial market, because we know that China's having a terrible economic moment. So we'll see how that goes. So about this missile that flew at Poland, it went to the Lviv region, flew directly towards Poland, and then turned 180 degrees, 20 kilometers from the border. So it, you know, that in particular was a well, cheek, a bit of cheek, I would say, that they're doing that sort of thing. Now, 3 Polish F-16s did take off, so I think they've made their decision that they're going to shoot things down if they come too close. It's nice being behind that NATO bubble, isn't it? Where you just have to, you know, just keep an eye on your border over there. Sorry, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit sour about the whole thing, personally. Now then, let me just have a look. There was, however, what is this? A Boeing AWAC, or AEWC, in fact. I'm assuming it's a similar type of, you know, it's got brains in it. Now, it says here, one of these was up.
Bonkers.
And, yeah.
Unless it's an autonomous vehicle that flies itself, it has brains in it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Certainly a couple behind the pilot's seats, I imagine. Oh, here we go. It's an RAAF E7 wedge tail. There you go. I like the sound of that. It's got a wedge tail. And somebody says this must be up helping them shoot down the UAV and cruise missile attack because it's been up ever since. And I'm assuming that has been assisting with targeting. So, you know, they are getting some assistance, but isn't it nice to be behind that barrier of, you know, the just mysterious bubble of NATO protection? We're also very, you know, privileged. We really are. Sorry, there's big mad going on all over the place this morning. All sorts of mad. Sorry, I'm just watching a video of how the air alarm crept across the country. It's just like red, country's red. So there are apartment blocks. Now, it's been nearly 2 weeks since there were missiles fired at Kyiv. And did you notice the last 3 days we had nothing, not a thing? And do we have the numbers of missiles yet, Prince? I'm imagining not.
Let me double check really quick. I knew I was going somewhere to look for something and then I got distracted. I need the Air Force. No, I do not see anything. No, nothing from the Air Force yet. Nothing
Yeah,
from the Air Force.
I'm just wondering because I think it might be interesting to see how many they've used because they literally have 3 days of nothing.
It will be very interesting, and I'm also looking to see if sometimes you know, that guy's Illusiony. Sometimes he puts stuff out too before the Air Force does, and I don't see anything from either one of them. But I am making the boom report with Mockers request.
Obs. So obviously too important to leave to later. So, I have I'll answer that question in a minute. So I have a little story from Save Ukraine.
Well, you want a really quick update from Vitaly Klitschko?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Boy, let me see how far I need to. So, there's a fire at the apartment building. The fire and rescue unit is on the way. Then we went to cars and service station. Services are on fire. All services are on site. No appeals for doctor there so far. And then the heat. I already said that about the heat. One victim has been hospitalized by medics from the high-rise building where the fire occurred. 3 have already been hospitalized from that high-rise building in the Horolivsky district. Medics were working near a house that caught fire as a result of the enemy attack. The emergency services are working in the Holoskivsky district, an 18-story building. Fires are being extinguished on several floors. The fire in the service station building is also being eliminated. In the Dnipro district, debris damaged high voltage lines. In total, 6 people have been injured in the capital as a result of the enemy attack. 3 in the Dnipro district, 2 of them were hospitalized, 3 taken to hospital from the Horolivsky district. Horolivsky district. There you go.
Thanks. Well, you tried at least. So Wednesday started well, hasn't it? It was expected that this attack would materialize sooner or later. I think they said, you know, by Friday they expected another attack, and here it is. Very predictable. So, yeah, we have a predictable situation currently ongoing, and well, what can we do? Just have to wait and see what's happening. But I can tell you of a few things that I spotted. Now, There was news of a drone attack on an electricity substation in Belgorod. Oh, excuse me, Belgorod last night. So in the Volna Konova village, the local government admitted the damage, but claims the first of 2 drones fell onto this site. Of course, it fell. Totally just fell. So, right. Let's just get away from this thread about Tucker Carlson. So, also, Russia was on fire at the village school burned down in the Komi Republic in Griva. Now, emergency crews arrived to this school, but they didn't have any water with them, and there's no fire hydrants in this area. So, as you can imagine, a bit difficult for them when they turned up with no water. But not to worry. The head of the school says the children can study in the part of the building which was saved, which is like, well, I'd love to know which part of the building was saved, because most of that's on fire as far as I can tell. So I'm just having a look. There was something lighting up over Avdiivka last night. Oh, crikey. Avdiivka's, obviously being attacked from 3 sides at the moment. And there is a possibility that Avdiivka may have to, they may have to pull out of it because of the situation they're in. And we know what's causing that situation, a lack of ammunition. And we know what's causing that situation, a lack of political will. I mean, come on, fuck's sake. It's ridiculous. So, good news, however. I'll bring you some good news just to interject. YouTube appears to have blocked about 40 of Russia's regional TV channels. And Russia has complained that YouTube gave them no reason or notification for the blocking. You know what, Prince? Remember Roscosmosdor, or whoever they're called, Roscosmosdor, something. They announced that they were going to be cutting off websites with no reason or warning whatsoever. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're moaning about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just seems no idea what they're doing whining. Seems very silly. Also, Ukrainians raised a blue and yellow flag in Krinky. There was a video from the deep state showing that heavy battles still continue, and it's too early to rejoice. The enemy is constantly raising reserves, however. So that's it's just to be aware that situation is continuing, and it's unfortunate, but they seem to have just an awful lot of people to waste in Russia. Oh, cool. So I'm just going to retweet something. Little Ukrainian bomber machine. And it's like a revolver. So, it's, I don't know whether they'll call it Ukrainian roulette, but it does look like a revolver. It's quite interesting. So, where are we? Oh, crack. There's a lot of American news this morning. Now then, just quickly, does anybody know Tucker Carlson's hotel? Just asking for a friend. If you do, just DM me the details, and I've got a friend who'd love to know. No? Okay. Damn. I tried. Now then, shall we just have a little chat about mental health? My mental health was absolutely fecked yesterday, and I don't even know why. Well, I do and I don't, if you know what I mean. There were things happening, but I just couldn't deal with everything all at once, including what was going on in Ukraine. And I had a bit of a moan. And I've got to say that I was, well, I felt a lot of support and love from people. But yeah, we all just have to keep it up. When you have bad days, remember, everybody around you is probably feeling exactly the same. We all just deal with it differently. And you know me, I try and keep pretty chipper all the time, and just every now and again you have to have a down day. And yesterday was mine, and everything's much better now. I feel better now. So thank you everybody who contacted me yesterday while I was having a sulk. I tried not to whine on social media, but you know, these things happen. Oh dear. I've just seen the best piece of propaganda ever. This one's about the UK. Right, I've got to tell you this. So, according to some guy here, right, Prince Charles has been dead of cancer a long time ago. Buckingham Palace has been boarded up since 2021, and we're just watching a scripted movie. Oh, Prince. You know all them
Oh my
tourists that go to
God.
Buckingham Palace? I think
Yeah,
they'd complain if it was boarded up.
I think they would too. I also think that, you know, President Zelensky might not have been able to meet with Prince Charles. And what is this cat?
I'm sorry, it was just the most hilarious thing I've seen. I had to send it you.
It is absolutely hilarious.
Guys, I've retweeted that in case you need to get in on the cat nonsense. But that was just, yeah, the best cat I'd seen ever.
Well, did you see the cat that I sent you? I don't have a cat, but this cat is on my deck every day.
Yes, that's how you get a cat.
He was freaking out, sleeping on his head. He was sleeping on his head.
They do that.
It was weird. He was sleeping on his head.
Well, yeah, that's how you get a cat. They just, you know, the cat distribution service just finds you.
No,
Then.
he goes away every night and he comes back during the day. So yeah, I think he has a home. He just likes my deck to be outside in.
Well, cats always have several homes. You should know that. Mostly. Now then, there is something to note that remember when the Ukrainian delegation met with military production and you know, all the military hobnobs are in America. Well, because of that meeting, Ukraine does continue to receive US military aid under long-term contracts which are spanning several years, which means that, you know, some of that stuff that they are making, probably artillery shells most likely, are still being provided because they're under contract to do so. So a bit like the situation in, or where is it? It's a place where FISO's taken over, and he said he's not gonna provide anything but humanitarian aid or something like that. And then all the business contracts, all the military contracts that we're already supplying Ukraine were like, yeah, but we're still going to supply Ukraine because we've got loads of military contracts. And so it was kind of like can't really stand in the way of that. So there is still some aid being supplied. Obviously, not nearly enough, but some is still getting through because they had the good sense to make some long-term contracts for purchase of materials. And some of the money from the EU is also been earmarked for military assistance. So, you know, it's taken a little bit of pressure off. A little bit. Hey, morning, War Doggo.
Morning. Hope everybody's doing good. Prince, everybody, Karen, Lisa, I think everybody's doing good. And independently, what's behind your window, if it is sunny or it is already dark or it is gray, I mean, soon it's gonna be Easter and then summer. That's the things that never change. And yeah, all good. Life is good. Yesterday we've got the confirmation that guys from Omega Special Force, they have received earlier purchased by MriyaReport the Kevlar vests, those the personal protection stuff that, you know, to be personally protected. Who could guess? Usually soldiers are wearing like these plate carriers, like the system that allows you to put the ballistic plate that stops the bullet or fragments, and actually it just covers the vital organs from the front of your body and from the back of your body. But you can imagine, you've seen already many pictures, right? Soldiers wearing the plate carriers, and that is the thing that is called plate carrier. But with the high intensity of the conflict and the high usage of artillery, meaning that the main threat on the battleground is not from the bullets, as many could imagine, but actually from the artillery fragments and other fragments. And that is why the bigger surface you can cover even with the lightweight high density polyethylene or Kevlar, even lower level protection than those which can hold the bullet, still works, because artillery fragments, they're not that traveling fast as a bullet. They don't have this penetration power. But on the other hand, because of its mass, because of its weight, is like highly dangerous for the consequence when it arrives to a part that is not protected. Therefore, the idea is like cover yourself as much as possible with even lightweight Kevlar or high density polyethylene, specific type of modern material that holds makes a certain level of protection. And our idea, and the guys from Omega, they come to us, hey, can you, as soon as they're like special forces and they have not quite regular infantry tasks and missions, they came to us asking for some lightweight solution. They were asking actually for these high density molecular polyethylene plates that, or Kevlar instead of the plates that they can put in the plate carrier. And I proposed them instead a very good modular system that started recently being produced in Ukraine, and it's very similar to the modern system that US is using in military. That's the modular system. That is the Kevlar vest. On top, there is the plate carrier, and you have much wider, bigger area of protection, is more protected from the back, is more protected from the sides, And plus there is the specific how to call it, the collar is also around the neck that is made of Kevlar or this specific material that is allowing to protect the neck from the front and from the back, plus the shoulders. And then there is the like the bottom part from the plate carrier. Obviously, that's the area you don't want to be in danger, and that's something that is also like. And the thing is, that it's modular. You can vary from the missions you go. Like if you need really lightweight solution, you're going to be all the time in the car, or you're going to be all the time in the armored vehicle. So actually, you can dismount the collar, you can dismount this bottom part protection, you can dismount like a significant part, and you can stay with like regular chest rig, or not the chest rig, but the plate carrier, and using like together with your war belt as a combination. And or like you're going to be all the time like outside, and there is a high risk that you get under the artillery fire, or you just simply don't know, and you better stay well protected. That's why you better put all the protection on. And honestly, military are military. They used to use something. They have the procedures. They have the protocols. And like they were, no, I'm using the plate carrier. And I had to convince the guys, hey, but the thing is even more protected than you. We can buy you whatever you ask. I mean, if you know that this really something that works for you, I mean, we go for it. No worries. We support and we listen to you. But I was like, you know what? Try those things. They're much better than the one that you're looking for. So we bought them 3 with the help of dear MriyaReport listeners who donate to MriyaReport. MriyaReport purchased 3 vests of that kind of that I've been explaining. You can see the pictures already. I posted on my wall tagging MriyaReport, but it's going to be a nice video as well. MriyaReport. As soon as we'll post it, you will also see that. Then you will already understand the context of what I was explaining. The guy wearing the vest and having all the things with him. That's for the vests, and the second part they were the most so the guys, and I asked them, so as soon as you already use I didn't even imagine that such thing exists. Thank you so much for providing. I'm amazed. That's the quote that I've got as a thank you from the guys to MriyaReport, and the video of course will follow. MriyaReport will post that video. Also, they asked for some people of their group the mounts for like the device that you use.
I think we just started to lose you, though, Doggo.
I disappeared, right?
Yeah, you're all right now.
Okay, thanks. Like when you
got up to the mounts.
Yeah, not yet, but yeah, that's usually how it works. So when you go for 1 or 2, it's like no issue. But when it gets to 20, it's a little bit harder to find. And guess what? We found a Ukrainian producer who does the NVG mounts. Is made of metal, fantastic. Not like usually even in a set with the PBS-14 NVGs. You remember PBS-14? We've been together rising the funds with MriyaReport and buying for Andrei. And he was sending the videos recently how he's using those PBS. Oh my god! If you ever could see those videos, but you will, we will find a way how to make it work that MriyaReport listeners get the access in some time, because not every video is available and allowed to share in the that it is available. We will manage something. So those PBS-14s, they go with the plastic mounting system, and Ukrainians are doing from the lightweight aircraft aluminum, the good one, and very durable. So donating to MriyaReport have provided 20 NVG mounts to those guys, and the picture is also there in my Twitter wall. And yeah, video will also follow. That is the nice thing that we all do together, and I'm really grateful, and I really would like to share my thanks for MriyaReport for supporting this and making it happen, because holding helping those who hold peaceful skies over Ukraine, it matters. Yeah. I did currently one interesting thing in my pinned tweets, my profile. You can check over there. Moreover, if you like the Z-pose, I've got the shiny thing for you. If some of the listeners would like to take part in that, doing the right thing together, we are partnering with one Polish guy who is pros in the thing that we are trying to do. So just check the interesting thing over there. Maybe you'd like to take part in it. That would be awesome and amazing. Thank you so much for your report. Thank you so much, dear listeners. I'll be staying here while I'm on the way to jail. If you have any questions, thanks a lot from Ukraine. In any case, if you have questions or you don't.
Love you, War Doggo. Thank you very much. And yeah, hugs and love from all of us. If only we could send you more. So 1 second. I just have to take a photo of something because obviously everybody else is blind. There we go. There we are. Apparently, only I can see that. Whatever. Hey, I've got a new friend. I've got a Bitcoin friend trying to sell me Bitcoins. That'll be fun for me. So yes, what War Doggo was talking about there, delivered. I'm going to pop it into the nest because...
Hey, I was just doing that.
Oh, you can pop it into the nest then. Feel free. But yeah, thanks to your tremendous support, we have 3 Kevlar vests, helmet mounts for Special Operations Team Omega, and locally produced in Ukraine. So that's awesome. You can see a little picture there of a guy with his bits and bobs. Very kind of them to take some pictures for us. We don't insist upon it because it's, it's up to them entirely whether or not they want to take a photo. And it's very kind of them to have done that for us. So yeah, amazing delivery. And that's the sort of thing we like to see. We like to see it in the Ukrainians' hands. So it's great to be able to know that we've done that. We've put that stuff in those guys' hands.
Isn't that cool? And I even understood one of the words he said.
Oh?
Yeah, in the video, I even understood one of the words he said. Well, I said actually more than one. That's like, I think maybe 3. He said, Jaku. I can't pronounce it right. He said, thank you.
No, actually, he said, thank you so much for so needed things that we were asking for some time. And those Kevlar vests, those NVG mounts will help us to do our job more effectively, if you know what I mean. That's the thank you from those guys. And Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava, I believe, doesn't require any translation, right?
No. But what I was saying is I understood. He said, thank you in MriyaReport in Slava Ukraini. I understood a little bit of Ukrainian. That's the point. Oh man, that's fine. Actually, I get excited about little things. I actually have been exchanging messages with somebody, and we do like sign off in Ukrainian, and so there are like 4 Ukrainian words that I can read. Well, probably more than that when I take into consideration Duolingo. But yeah, those are the most yeah. I can read Hierom Slava. I can read that now. I'm pretty impressed with myself.
I can recognize the word Bakhmut. There you go. That's helpful, isn't it? I know what Bakhmut looks like in Cyrillic.
Get back to me when you can say Slava Isusu Christu and recognize it when it's written. Slain with Slava Noviki.
Oh,
In Cyrillic,
well, yeah.
only in Cyrillic though. Only in
Cyrillic.
Cyrillic. Only in
Brilliant.
Cyrillic, yeah. So sorry, Mockers, I totally took that way down the garden path. I apologize. Rabbit hole.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Now this is lovely. This is lovely stuff. Now, just a little anecdote from a Brit. Stood in line in the post office doing one of the most British things ever. But at the same time, watching the videos of Storm Shadow missiles. Now, the woman and the girl behind him were a Ukrainian mother and daughter. It got them talking because she heard Ukrainian being spoken in the video. And it turns out she's a registered nurse at a local hospital. And they had great fun enjoying the recent refinery and naval drone strikes in person while they were waiting in the queue. And I just think that's beautiful. Oh, host connection, host connection, host connection.
How many of these can we have tonight? That is a really cool little story. Did you see the story about the doctor, the Russian doctor who left Russia and is working in Ukraine now?
I did, yes. So he left pretty much at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And yeah, he's been working pretty much day and night ever since, helping Ukraine in, performing surgeries, basically, helping Ukrainian people survive. Now, a lot of the time you can say, oh, I don't believe in good Russians, whatever. I don't think, good Russians in that way. If you're going to lump them in as a country, I don't think there's a great deal. But there are good people. Doesn't really matter what their nationality is. There are good people everywhere. And there have been plenty of people, individuals, who have